Shorten up the countdown.
Grump, I forgot to do the countdown. We're live. We are live. We skipped the countdown.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, hello, Islanders Nation. We added some changes to the show. Hello, Islanders Nation, and welcome to the Islanders Never Say Die podcast. I am SunX, and with me today is, they say there's no shame to his game because he's always the same, the grumpy old man.
Okay. Our NHL analyst and expert, the grumpy old man. They say there's no shame in his game because he's always the same. That's me.
I asked you beforehand what your catchphrase was, and if I remember correctly, you were sleeping.
You have been working behind the scenes on this show for 2 years, and you cannot even remember the introduction?
It's been like a year.
Okay. We're here, though, right? Why are we here today? Tell us why we're doing a Friday night podcast. Explain to us.
NHL Draft.
As a hockey neophyte, which is what you are.
NHL Draft.
NHL Draft. The New York Islanders have the first pick in the draft this year, first overall pick. And so they're going to be drafting Matthew Schaefer. No doubt about it. They're drafting Matthew Schaefer. Other big news today for the Islanders. Made a big trade moving Noah Dobson, in essence, for two mid first round picks from the Montreal Canadiens and Emil Henneman, which to me, Emil Henneman his first name is Emil. So he sucks, first of all. He's going to be maybe another bottom six type, which the Islanders are just filled with. Really underwhelming value, I would say, considering what Noah Dobson had. we can go into why they got such little return for him, considering what everyone else seems to be getting in trades, how other guys are signing big contracts. I think if we're looking at trade value for the Noah Dobson pick, and we'll talk about it throughout the night, I give the Islanders maybe a C on this deal. I think Montreal gets an A. Absolutely A. They got the best player. I don't think the Islanders are going to be taking those 2 draft picks at 15 and 16. I feel they're absolutely going to be dealing that pick, those 2 picks, and probably plus to get James Higgins. The kid, played down the street, and that's all you need to be an Islander first-round draft pick is say that you like the Islanders, and they'll go to hell through high water to make sure that you are someone that they're picking on their team in the first round. That's just where I feel we're at. It also says the Islanders are, without a doubt, in full rebuild mode. Is what it is. I just want to talk about some of the other things that we've seen here today, which kind of puts a little bit of light on the New York Islanders. See John Tavares signing a 4-year extension with Toronto, 4 years, $4.38 million.
He always wanted to stay there, always.
He wanted to stay there, so he gave him a hometown discount. We signed that piece of shit, Kyle Palmieri, 2-year extension, 4.7. He's not even half the player, even now, that Tavares is. If you know that you're rebuilding, why are you re-signing back Kyle Palmieri? Why didn't you trade him at the deadline? I know, Lamoriello's not here anymore, but why did you feel the necessity to re-sign him to a contract extension when you're going to be bad next year? Right now, the Islanders do not have a puck mover on the back end in the defense zone. They don't. Noah Dobson was their best defender by far, and I know he's polarizing to some in the fan base, but still, he was by far the best Islander defender.
Now, let me ask something, Grumpy. So the Schaefer kid, he's supposed to be the number 1 pick in the draft, right?
Yep.
And he is a skilled defenseman.
Yep.
So do we think that maybe they decided to flip Dobson for Schaefer?
Okay, Dobson plays on the left side. Noah Dobson plays he's a right shot defenseman, which are extremely hard to come by. In the last 4 years, Noah Dobson is top 10 in NHL defenseman in points.
I'm just saying, if you want 2 people on the same line, you probably don't want 2, skilled puck handling defensemen as opposed to, you probably want somebody who's better at defense, on that other side though, correct?
They don't have to play on the same pairing. That's why you got 3 defense pairings.
Okay.
So,
Did they waste the number 1 pick in the draft for a second line defenseman though?
No, I think the pick should be Schaefer. It absolutely should be Schaefer. The thing is, management and ownership wants the Higgins kid. Why? Because he played in Hauppauge, New York. That's where he was born, and he loves the Islanders. I'm sorry, that makes you Buffalo Sabres South, as far as I'm concerned. That's what the Islanders are. BS South, Buffalo Sabres South. Teams are losers for a reason. They make dumb decisions and compound them with more stupid decisions. That's what you're seeing with the Islanders. They wanted to, okay, you didn't want to pay Noah Dobson. Noah Dobson said he wanted $11 million from the Islanders. Well, he signs a contract for $9.5 million with Montreal for 8 years. So obviously he just didn't want to play for the Islanders. Everyone is saying, well, he wanted to go to a team that, had a chance to be a playoff team. Well, the Islanders don't have that. Maybe just wasn't happy there. I can't think of any big name free agent that the Islanders have. They've never gotten a big name free agent. And the really good ones like Tavares and Dobson, they're leaving anyway.
Now, let me ask, Grump, if you feel like the team's going into full rebuild mode, do you think that they should just trade off all assets that they have and completely just tank as bad as possible?
I think that you should move everything that you can possibly move.
Okay, so like Sorokin, gone.
Yep.
Barzal, gone.
Yep. Everybody. Okay. Absolutely. Right after that, you're hearing teams out on the West Coast, they want Matt Barzal. That's who they want, Matt Barzal. We want, hey, what will you take for him? Because, you gave up Dobson for pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the dollar. Next year's draft is loaded. You don't even get a next year draft pick for Noah Dobson? I just think that's just a gross underplay. You didn't even get a right shot defenseman like Reinbacher back from Montreal, one of their big defensive prospects. You don't even get that back. You get two middle of the road first round picks that you're absolutely going to peddle in a weak draft, and a guy who's a third, fourth liner. That's what you get back for, in my opinion, certainly a top 10 defenseman in the league.
So you think it's a done deal that those picks are going to be traded tonight?
I feel that's what's going to happen. Yes. And they might even, who knows, maybe they'll give away Colorado's first round pick next year. So let's give Noah Dobson a first round pick to get the freaking little pissant from Hopog and have him come on our team.
Grumpy, you don't like the hometown hero?
It's dumb. It's stupid. If it's why people don't take the Islanders. Islanders are losers, man.
It's a loser
organization.
It's the lore of the story, though.
Who gives a shit about the story? Who cares about the story?
People do. People like the story. That's all I'm saying.
Well, good. That'll last for about 6 weeks, and then the Islanders are going to say, "Oh shit, worst team in the league again." Back to being that again.
But that's good though. If we're in full rebuild mode, we want to be the worst team.
Okay, maybe so. But you know what? Noah Dobson fit the profile. He's only 25 years old. Those are not the guys you move when you're rebuilding. You move the older guys. You move the Bo Horvats, another ridiculous contract for a middle-of-the-road center, right? Yeah. We had no problem paying him. Lamoriello very easily could have signed Noah Dobson to an 8-year deal 3 years ago, get him 8x8, and this would not even be an issue.
But you're just getting some live looks of the Islanders war room on the draft.
Yeah, who cares? They don't know what the hell they're doing. You know, you got Darsh. He's just a yes man. He's just a rubber stamp. I've said it before. PT Darsh, participation trophy Darsh, Buffalo Sabres South, the BS Islanders. I mean, that's all they are. They're just losers. Just losers.
All right, so apparently we got from Drew here that the pick is already in 15 seconds on the clock. So I must be pretty far behind. So
no, well, they're coming in right now.
Okay, yeah,
and the pick will be. It'll be Matthew Schaefer, and it should be. I mean, he's by far the best. You know what I'd like to see? He's like, you know what? I'm not going to play for the Islanders. I'm going to sit out 4 years, go to college, and then just sign with whoever I want.
Pull a Kobe Bryant. Just decide, yeah, I'm not playing for this franchise.
No, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. I feel bad for this kid. He's going on to the Titanic when it's already in the middle of the Atlantic. They flew him in just to get hit by the iceberg. Terrible, terrible.
What are some positives of this game, Grump? Can you give us some analysis on him?
Schaefer kid?
Yeah.
He's fantastic. A spectacular skater, tremendous vision, plays deep. He's got size. 6'2", 185. I mean, when he fills out, he's going to be certainly, in 200 range. Scott skates like Scott Niedermayer. Kid's got real wheels. No problem at all. I liked him. He's absolutely bona fide the number one pick in this draft. Great pick.
Do you think that he has possibility to be up with the big team this year?
I would not play him up with the big team this year.
So I know, like I'm very obviously a novice when it comes to hockey knowledge. I just know Connor Bedard last year was like the big name, and he was up with the big team, right, when he was drafted.
Yeah, and who'd you say?
Bedard.
Okay, how does Connor Bedard look?
I mean, I just remember seeing clips of his goals and stuff when he first came on the league, but that was
not. I mean, they're showing highlights of him, and a lot of people,
yeah.
I mean, he's really good, and he's good defensively as well. I don't understand. If the Islanders were going to move a defenseman, it should have been Alexander Romanov. He's a left shot defenseman. He was paired with Dobson previously. I just think, and I think they're going to do whatever they can to draft the Higgins kid. And it's not because, wow, James Higgins is great. He makes your team better. No, it's because he's the local kid. Do you understand how stupid that is? It's so dumb. If he's the best talent, okay. But I'm not selling off my future and everything else to pick a kid because he lived down the street. Just dumb. It's just stupid. And guess what? The Islanders are a dumb loser team. They're losers. It's a loser organization. Buffalo Sabres South. Pick another – hey, people, pick another team to root for. If you want to see a winner, pick another team to root for. It's not this team. I guarantee it. You got a neophyte general manager in there who he'd been taken to the woodshed by Montreal. He's a rubber stamp. I hate the way the NHL has done it this year, where they have just the players in Los Angeles, and you got everybody else like all around the country. Good for this kid.
Fine. Yeah, he's
This
happy.
kid's a good story. He lost his mother and his billet mother and the coach and the owner of the team all within like 6 months. They
Wow.
all passed away. And the kid's got his head on his shoulders. 6'2", 185, 86. He's only 17. He doesn't turn 18 until I think September 10th, which I think he was 10 days away from being eligible for next year's draft.
Oh, wow.
So, like I said, this kid, he's the real deal. He's the real deal. I have no problem with this pick at all. A monkey could have made this pick. That's why Matthew Darsh made it. That's all I have to say.
Let's get to some comments, Grumpy.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Thomas Antonetti says, fleeced. Gents, please convince me otherwise. Who's going to score for this team? Holstrom? Yeah, I can't convince you otherwise. It's a horrible deal. And they're going to pick that. They're going to do whatever they can. Would it shock you if they traded the 2 first-round picks from Montreal and next year's first-round pick from Colorado to get Higgins, which in essence would be Dobson and a first-round pick for a 5-foot 10-inch pissant, a perimeter Pete, someone who doesn't want to get involved in the physical aspects, probably because he's not capable. He looks good. He'd probably be good in the ice capades. He would do Festival of Lion King, stuff like that, or whatever
That's
Disney on
serious.
Ice show, whatever the new Disney on Ice show is. It's so short-sighted and stupid. It's scary how dumb it is. But that's what ownership wanted. That's why they hired Matthew Darsh. That's it. Period. End of sentence. End of story. That's why they hired Matthew Darsh. No general manager who's worth his salt wanted to run this team because it's a dumpster fire. The Athletic did their annual salary cap study of all the teams, and the Islanders ranked dead last in cap. Why? Because Lamoriello signed all those useless ham and eggers to long multi-year deals, guys over there in their 30s.
You're
That's
kind of
what he did.
Yeah.
Terrible. Okay. Do you want to read the comment section or do you want me to read them?
You read them.
Drew says, okay, so this will be interesting. I wonder how X will do this podcast. Well, so far, all he's done is just pop up a couple of comments and get the intro wrong. So he's rolling. He's doing great.
I am batting 1,000. Wrong every
1,000. He's wrong every time. And they got the Leah Hextall girl. I don't know how she must dye her hair herself because it's all one color.
Talk about the red and brown.
Yeah, I don't know. She's wearing a black dress. She's got that stringy, whatever color. I don't know what it is. Right, Miss Clairol, right out of the box color that she's got. And John Butchergrass is on one side, some little hottie girl on the other side. I don't know who she is. And then Kevin Weeks in the pink jacket. I like Kevin Weeks. But, oh, yeah, here they go. They want James Higgins in the worst way. That's what they're talking about now. I guarantee they're making it. They'll do whatever they can to get him. And I hope it's the end of the franchise. I really do. They're so stupid. It's so dumb. They're in full rebuild. Well, I mean, that's fair to say, right? You're in full rebuild when you're doing this.
Yep. You might as well go all in, though. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, then start moving everybody.
Every asset you have on the team.
Everything. Why did you sign back Kyle Palmieri? I mean, you're trying to tell me you had no conversations with Noah Dobson's agents?
I'm wondering if they have underlying issues with Dobson that we don't know about.
He wanted a certain amount of money, and they didn't want to do it.
Decided to move him then.
Well, I have no problem with that as long as you go full rebuild. But the whole thing is, you should have parlayed that into a much greater return than what you got for a guy of that caliber. I mean, seriously, I give them a C for that trade. Montreal gets an A.
The value wasn't there for the trade.
Yeah, absolutely not. You absolutely had to come up with at least one first round pick in next year's draft. You had to, in a deep draft. Then it's like, okay, you got your own pick, which is probably going to be top 5, the way this organization is run. And then you're going to have Colorado's and then Montreal's. And then you know what? Okay, let's say you're third in the draft. Well, you could move those maybe and pick up, maybe trade Pajot and lead the deadline. Pick up whatever you can, package a bunch of picks, maybe get 2 higher level prospects than you're going to get here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my.
Do you think this draft is weak, or do you think next year's draft might?
This draft is much weaker than next year's. Next year's is one of those generational, like a 2000.
So you're saying they should try and trade off everything for next year's draft, then?
I think they should move. You have to move your veterans.
Yeah.
And if someone gives you a big time deal to get more salary cap off your books, you have to move those guys as well. I mean, in essence, we're in rebuild, and I'm fine with that. If you're in rebuild, that's fine. I just don't understand the Palmieri re-signing, which I thought was dumb at the time. It's even worse now, because if you didn't know that what Noah Dobson's contract demands were until last week, well, then you just weren't doing your job as a general manager or as an organization. Just weren't doing your job. You had to know that going in. Why would you resign a guy who's 34 years old to a 2-year extension and give him no trade clause? Why would you do that? He didn't. Believe me, he's not giving the Islanders any break. He took a $300,000 pay cut. He's trash. He's a bottom 6 guy. He's an average player. That's what he is. You still have J.G. Pajot. You still have Anders Lee. You got Pulak and Pelech. You must move those guys if you can. Anything you can move to free up cash for going forward, and then go in for heavy and free agency and hopefully build through your farm system. Because right now, all you've done is set your team back 4 or 5 years. That's all you've done. Because even if you trade for Higgins, he's not playing next year. Schaefer's not playing next year. And you just took away, Noah Dobson off your team. Okay, great. Callum Ritchie going to come in? What's he going to do? I don't know. He's probably going to play third line. J.G. Pajot is going to play second. This is a team that's in full rebuild. Drew says, also, I'm wondering if TJ goes back on his word and actually shows up for today's podcast, considering he's been tweeting up a storm today as expected after such a big trade, though. Yeah, he's been lamenting all day. He's back in town now. He's been lamenting all day how he wished that he was still on the podcast. He might make a special guest appearance later in the show.
Later, yeah.
I think later in the show. It's the lovely Paige's birthday today, so I know they went out to dinner. And so that's kind of where we are. Drew adds, also to Lou Lamoriello, thanks for nothing. Thanks for tanking Dobson's value by not just signing him to an 8-year extension at a reduced price. The stench of loser will rot this team for years. 100% correct. They could have paid him 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whenever that contract extension, when he was up for his last contract, giving him 8x8. That's all they had to do. And that he easily would have accepted that. And this 9.5 that he's getting paid Montreal in 2 years, that's going to look like $7 million a year because of how the salary cap is going up.
Yep.
They just like everything. They mishandle every single situation they get, every single one.
Grumpy, I think I know a solution to the problem.
Let's hear it, X.
We need you to be the head of the table.
Well, that's true. Everyone knows that.
We need you.
This never would. If I was in charge, this never would have happened. It never would have happened. I've been saying for years, you can do a retool, whatever that is, a soft rebuild. This is full on rebuild now. So get ready to bottom out. The team's absolutely going to bottom out. You're also seeing guys who can't. Oh, the second pick is up. It's San Jose. I'm sure that it's probably going to be the Michael Misa kid. Then you're going to have Chicago is probably going to go Anton Frondel or Caleb Denoyer. And then 4 is where it's interesting. Utah doesn't need draft picks, though, either. So I wonder what type of stupidity the Islanders will perpetrate to try to get the Higgins kid at number 4. And you don't even need to draft him before. The kid's dropping like a freaking stone.
If the Islanders pass up on getting the Higgins kid, will you be ecstatic?
Will I be ecstatic if they do that?
If they pass up on getting him and they keep their picks that they got?
No, because those picks aren't worth anything. It's like an 8-player draft this year.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Well, what if they trade him for picks for next year, I guess?
Well, that's what they should have done when they moved them. They're not going to be able to do that now. They had their chance to do that. They blew it. They got Bailey, the wrestler from WWE, is reading off the pick. She's got a ring in her nose, a chain around her neck, blue hair, and
He's from San Jose. That's why.
they picked Michael Misa.
Yep.
So it's gone chalk so far. That's what everybody expected. Those are the top two guys. It was Schaefer in a tier by himself, then Misa in a tier by himself, and now you're going to see the next 5 or 6 picks are going to be, between, a whole number of raft of guys. Jake O'Brien, Caleb DeNoyer, Anton Frondell, the Hagen's piece of shit, guys like that. So that's what you're going to wind up seeing. And the Islanders, they're going to do everything. You would think that it was the coach, that it was the owner's kid, the way they're maneuvering to get him. It's just a mistake. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Goon says, Sunex, cool as a cucumber, even though he's a hockey newcomer.
Very newcomer.
Very newcomer. I did send X. I sent you a bunch of stuff to, look at, peruse, but I guess you didn't. That's okay. Drew says, I will say I love how once TJ leaves the podcast, the second Grumpy and X actually start on time. Well, that's the whole thing. Where we are here to start on time. Now, I will say the shows are going to be shorter.
Yep.
Without a doubt. And it'll be
until I get familiar with the team, the players, everything.
So the shows will be shorter from here on out, because I don't expect X to put in a whole lot of effort in that way.
No, I will try and learn. I'll try and learn.
Would you say video games are the most important thing in your life?
No.
Of your spare time?
No.
Okay. What's more important?
Soccer, probably.
So it's not this show. Okay.
No. I mean, the most important.
I just fed you a straight line and you dropped the ball.
I know. I fumbled it.
There you go. Okay. Dale S. says, welcome, X.
Thank you.
And for those who are not familiar with Sun X, he's also on the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man show. Freedom Fund Adventure says, little bastard X getting corrected off the top. That's right. Hey, nice. Tough love.
I'm doing what I do.
Queso smuggles pigeons. I don't know who that is. Dobson isn't worth more than Barzell and Horvat. He's absolutely worth more than Horvat.
Grumpy.
He's a 25-year-old right shot defenseman. He absolutely is worth more than Bo Horvat. And you can argue Matt Barzell, who's really underwhelmed since he signed his contract extension. He's been injured quite a bit. I think both those guys should be on the market. There's no way. Here's the thing. If they traded Matt Barzell, it'll probably be for a used puck bag, because that's the type of value that Matthew Darsh, the rubber stamp of a general manager, that's what he brings back. It's just terrible. I mean, you look at some of the other deals that are made, where you have Miles Woods and who else went with Miles Woods? And Charlie Coyle were traded to Columbus from Colorado for a second round pick and a third round pick. And it's like those guys have term left. So the Islanders should be able to move guys like Scott Mayfield or Pierre Engvall or Pellick and Pulak. They should be able to move those guys and get assets back. I just don't know if Darce is capable of that, because he got his first deal. He got fleeced, without a doubt. He got fleeced by Montreal. You didn't even get their top defensive prospect, a right shot defenseman who could have potentially in the future taken over Dobson's spot on that right side. So what are they going to do? Sign Tony DeAngelo to a 5-year extension? That's the way to use your newfound salary cap money. Sign a guy like that to a big extension. We'll be interested to see what they do in the next few days. But their defense is worse today. Quite a bit worse than it was.
The correct selection with the number 1 overall pick. So
absolutely best selection.
At least a positive. We got to look at
right now.
And by the way, Queso is a streamer on social media and YouTube and stuff like that. So.
Okay. Hey, Queso, what's up? Nick D says, Sun X, Grumpy, how you guys doing tonight? Sun X, you have big shoes to fill. Don't disappoint. And he does have big shoes to fill because TJ got big feet.
Yes, that is very true. That is very true. I'm going to try my best, gain some knowledge,
DLS says, starting on time. Wow, TJ was the issue. Of course TJ was the issue. I told people that for years. He's always running late. Always. What's the old saying? Late to his own funeral. That's the way it works. Brian John said, I told everyone Dobson was getting traded. Okay. I don't know if I don't know if you said it on this show, Brian. I don't know. Craig, the regular. Well, he's saying it now. It was pretty obvious in the last couple of days that something was going to happen in those regards. Craig, the regular human bartender, says, let's go. I'm not stoked about the Dobson trade, but maybe cap space can bring in someone nice. There's no one out there this year. There's no one in the free agent market worth picking up. That's the problem.
Did Marchand get picked up?
Marchand's not coming to the Islanders. No one.
He's good. He looked phenomenal in the playoffs. I thought
they say he's going to re-sign with Florida, who already re-signed Sam Bennett. Sam Bennett
was really freaking good in the playoffs.
Sam Bennett took a hometown discount to stay in Florida. 8 by 8.
He wants to win again. I mean, it helps when you win the cup.
It sure does. And also helps playing in a state like Florida with no state income tax.
And, it's Miami too. So it's a nice place to live.
I mean, it's, it's a nice place to live. Your team's good. You won 2 straight Stanley Cups. You're going to be one of the favorites again next year.
Yep.
And, how much money do you need? I guess the way it is.
You want to stay with the dynasty, and that's honestly what it is at this point in time.
And Marchand is supposed to say he also wants to stay. They could lose Aaron Ekblad, could be the guy who's the odd man out for them. And I think Aaron Ekblad is good, but is he going to be worth a 7 or 8 year extension? I don't think so. Just the game he plays, that style is not. You usually don't play a long career playing that ultra physical style. You don't. And that's why they picked up Seth Jones midseason. Hopefully take over from Aaron Ekblad. They're still keeping their core together, though.
Yep.
And they're young. They're not an old core. George Pace says, with the first pick of the draft, the Islanders picked John Bailey. Oh, maybe. That's Josh Bailey's younger, stupider brother. Gungun says, the last time there was a live draft coverage resulted in the Islanders Never Say Die Classic moment. Is Phil's facts a crucial component? He's not. Phil's been putting stuff out there this week where he said he was pretending like he's a Islander beat writer. He's getting this information, like an article. I'm like, where's the author of the article? So that means he knows I caught him. Chicago's pick is in right now. I think it's going to be Frondell or Porter Martone. Those are the 2 guys I'm thinking. Here's Gary Bettman. One of the good things about Bettman. Oh, okay. I don't know who's bringing him out. Somebody just get inducted to the Hockey Hall of Fame. I don't care. Oh, Jeremy Roenick. Okay. So I guess he's back in the good graces of the NHL. One good thing about not having a whole crowd there is Bettman isn't booed every time he walks up to the stage. They are going back to the old style last year where they got all the families in the crowd and all the teams at the draft tables. So that's going to be happening.
Do you like that better?
I love that much better. Yeah. I think they should go to Montreal. Maybe a new Stanley Cup champion with Noah Dobson winning Conn Smythe Trophy. That's what I think. That would be great. That'd just be perfect for the Islanders.
Jeremy Roenick. Here he is.
And I've always said, okay, if Noah Dobson doesn't want to sign a contract, then you had to get him signed. If they didn't want to sign that, you had to move on from him. But when you're doing that, you're saying, okay, we're in a rebuild. And taking all these extra picks and just throwing them all for one guy who's not a can't-miss prospect is just a mistake. That's the mistake that the Islanders are making. They should have gotten picks in next year's draft, with a way deeper draft, so as many kicks at the can in a deeper draft next year than this year. For me, it's all about next year. This year is going to be a bad year for the Islanders, but you knew that coming in. Next year's difference. That's the one how you build. And it's Anton Frondell. So I'm 3 for 3 on predictions. I don't know what Utah's not looking for picks, though. Their minor league system is loaded. I don't see why they would make any picks when it comes to this. I heard that they were interested in Alexander Romanov. I'd move him. How much is Alexander Romanov worth? I mean, he's not even half the defenseman Noah Dobson is. And he's looking for, I heard 6 for 6, 6 by 6. That's too much for him. Dobson didn't want to be here. He didn't want to play for a loser organization anymore. That's all I can say. He didn't want to play here anymore. Well, you know what? Bye, Noah Dobson. Thanks for the years that you served. You were easily the best defenseman on this team. But time to move on. What do the Islanders do from here? Next year's a deep free agent class. It's a deep draft. That's what you should be targeting for, not this year. Not this year. And
Same
the whole thing is, it's not like the only reason people are saying Hagens is because he come from Long Island. It's just this. I can't get past that. How dumb that is. Anyone who thinks that, sorry, your IQ is under 50. So I don't know what the description is. If it's an idiot, a moron, a dullard, I don't know. But when your IQ is under 50, you shouldn't be making suggestions on hockey trades or picking players. No. Do we have any more comments, X? Here we go.
Yep.
The Isles are flipping 16 and 17 picks. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they want to trade up to get the Hagens kid. That's what the whole thing's been about. They want the Hagens kid. Drew says, this is the first exciting draft this team has had since TJ's most notable meltdown over Romanov.
Ooh.
True.
And we showed that clip in the last show.
We did in the end of the TJ era. We showed that. And you know what? It still holds up well today. It does.
So, Grumpy, we're going to need you for a meltdown if something happens in this draft, all right?
I'm not melting down. I mean, I expect them to. Here's the thing. When you're a loser, I expect them to do loser things. Sorry, I just do. And they haven't proven me wrong. Maybe they will. I doubt it. They're going to go all in for the Hagen kid. Would it surprise me if they trade these two first-round picks and first-round pick next year in the deep draft? Would it surprise me if they do that to move up for the Hagens kid? Not at all, because that's what loser teams do. They got an underwhelming return for Noah Dobson, and they overpay for James Hagens. I'm sorry. It doesn't get any worse than that, honestly. It doesn't get any worse than that.
You don't think that the GM has any control over these picks? You think he's told what to do?
I think he was told, you're getting James Hagens, and you're signing Kyle Palmieri, and Matt Martin is going to be your assistant. That was the last news we had this week. Matt Martin retires from the team, and he's automatically an assistant to the vice president, assistant to the general manager. How come nobody left Tampa to join Matthew Darsh with the Islanders? Nobody.
Because they didn't want anybody from Tampa.
You got the bonus kid came in. Fredo's still here in charge of Bridgeport. Pellegrini's still. No changes have been made. All you've done is trade your most valuable asset on the team, and he is the most valuable asset. A 25-year-old right shot defenseman is the most valuable asset. He traded him away for a bag of fucking peanuts, basically. And he's going to turn it in to some little pissant who lived across the street from the Coliseum. Yeah, sorry. It's a failure. It's a failure. It's an epic fail. Freedom Fund Ranch goes, Dobson trade will be interesting to see what the Islanders do with the assets and all that cap space. They don't have that much cap space. Dobson was not a pro. Yep, wrong. He never developed body or worked his craft. Wrong again. Massive liability. Wrong again. Dobson Jacket, best defender on the team. Sorry, Freedom Venture. You are wrong. He would hit the trifecta of incorrect right there. Grant Hakeem, long-time listener, friend of the show. It's literally Devon Taves 2.0. Very fair to say. Who else are we trading away to try and get Hagens? That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. The Islanders could stay where they are. I mean, the prospect they got was a nobody. He's a third, fourth liner. That's what he is. Don't they have enough of those guys? They don't need any more of those guys. They needed a prospect, a top-level prospect. They didn't get it. They got two mediocre picks in a mediocre draft, and they're just going to – whatever it takes to get Hagens. J.G. Pajot is worth – he'll be worth a first-round draft pick at the deadline. Absolutely. Anders Lee, maybe a first-round pick at the deadline. If any of those guys move as well as these two first-round picks, that's like giving up – it's like giving up 3 first-round picks or Noah Dobson and another first-round pick. It's just poor asset management. George Pace says, full rebuild 4 years too late. True. Well, here's the thing. It didn't have to be a full rebuild 4 years ago. You could have started culling out those guys instead of signing to long-term extensions and replenishing with young players. They decided not to do that. That's not the way. And I'll say it again.
Of everything.
I will say it again, like I said it 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, today. With this core group the Islanders had, they never won anything. Nothing. They never won a Stanley Cup, never won a conference, never won a division.
They made it the
never
conference
won.
finals, though, right?
Okay, so what? You're fourth runner up. They never won anything. They never won. They never won their division. They didn't even win your division. Honestly, we're Carolina Hurricanes, bitch. So anytime we play them, that's a loss. I mean, as long as Carolina isn't disbanded or, something happens with the franchise, we're never beating Carolina, ever. We're playing a really weak Metro division. Washington, way better than us. Columbus, way better than us now. We could be – the Rangers have taken a step back. The Rangers aren't afraid to move assets. You know what they said? Our team wasn't good enough. They were President's Trophy winners 2 years ago, and they're like, not good enough. Kanye the Giant says, didn't Dobson get 9.5? So he's not the $10 million man. He took less to go to Montreal. Oh, and here we go. Let's see.
I did not realize that was Utah's new logo.
It's the Mammoth.
Yeah. I thought they were
Utah Mammoth. Oh, maybe they're making the pick here. Who's Tony Finau? Okay, they have no athletes in Salt Lake.
It's probably the guy who owns all the teams there.
No, he's a 6-time winner on the PGA Tour. So they got a golfer who I've never even heard of. This is the guy doing the pick. I mean, just who are they going to pick? If they're picking somebody, it's probably – I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe Brady Martin.
Now, Grumpy, do you like the format of them bringing out people or no to announce the picks?
It just shows the NHL can't bring out any really good celebrities.
Yeah, it's the same thing the NFL does where they bring out a special guest to announce the first round.
Yeah, I usually think that's dumb. Just tell me the picks.
Makes it longer.
At least it's faster. First round will be over by 11 o'clock. Oh, my God. I don't know what this guy is doing. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Tony Finau. He's embarrassing. He's embarrassing himself with this. Well, they're picking here. Utah. Caleb DeNoyer. There you go.
Do you like that pick or no?
Yeah, I think that's a really good pick for them. That's a really good pick. Now, if the Islanders would have traded up to get somebody like that, I would have liked it better because he's a two-way center. Plays a really good game. Hagens, if they get him, he's in essence, he's going to be a winger. He's not,
he's too small.
He's small. He's small and he likes to hang around on, he's a perimeter guy. Doesn't get involved in front of the net. That's not what he is. I mean, that's not saying that you can't play in the league, but it's not somebody that you give a whole lot up for. But maybe Nashville is the spot that maybe you could see them make a trade up for. How far does Hagen slip? I don't know. Maybe they're just happy that, of taking 2 picks in there. I mean, okay. I'd actually maybe feel a little bit better if they did that as opposed to pissing away a whole bunch of assets for James Hagens. Or maybe he falls to, the Buffalo pick. Maybe you can move something to Buffalo at one of the first-round picks. I don't know, but I think they're absolutely going to be going after the DeNoyer kid is good. I have no problem with them picking him. That's a good selection for them. Drew S says X has taken over TJ's podcast and his living room apparently.
That's right. He's letting me squat.
He had another background, but it had some outdated Islanders in the background, and TJ told him to take it off.
He did not like that at all. He said, they're not part of the team anymore. Get that off of there.
Get them off of there. Yeah.
Even from behind the scenes, he's still being a tyrant.
That's what he does.
Yep.
Freedom Under Retro adds, Tavares signing extension is the first good thing he did for the Islanders. This jumps up Pajot's value since the center market is so weak. Son X, listen to Freedom. Grumpy is nuts. Dobson was good on offense. No. Again, here's the thing. Some people, and Freedom is one of them, just don't like Noah Dobson. That's okay. I don't even have a problem with them trading him. It means they were in full rebuild. Drew says Dobson is going to kill it in Montreal. Bingo. People forget the Islanders are one of the worst offensive teams in the league. He had a 70-point season 2 years ago.
Like you're trading away your only talent to score or one of your only pieces to score.
It was, and like I said, I would rather that they kept him. But if you're going to trade him, you needed to get a way better return than you got. And it says, okay, this is something that we needed to do because we're in a full rebuild. Okay. Drew S says Lou 2.0. I don't know. At least they're doing something. It might not be wrong, but it's something. If it was Lamoriello, I mean, he wanted to bring Brock Nelson back. The Islanders have never had a free agent who's left them take a hometown discount. It should tell you something. It should tell you something. Honestly, right?
They don't like being here.
Yeah. Denoyer, 6'2", 178. I mean, I think he's going to be a good pro. Utah needed some. I would have liked to see this kid in an Islander uniform. If you're going full rebuild, I have no problem with this kid. I just don't. I don't want to see the Islanders try to squeak into the playoffs somehow. Oh, we need to move these draft picks at the trade deadline to get into a playoff spot. No, it's not about next year. It shouldn't be anyway.
You should be trying to tank as much as possible.
I'm not even saying tank, but go out there where, you know what, we're looking to accumulate assets in a big draft year. And that's the biggest mistake of the Dobson deal is the fact that they did not get a first-round pick in next year's draft. I think that's just poor. That's just poor asset management. That's what I would have done.
Yeah.
That's me, though.
You already read that one, right?
No, but it was more trash from Freedom Fund Bench, so it didn't matter. Yeah, he's just wrong. He's wrong. Sorry, he's wrong. Peter McIndetti says loser franchise type trade. That's it in a nutshell. This is what loser franchises do. That's what they do. Buffalo Sabres South. That's what the Islanders are. Cliff Neal says rumor out now is 16, 17, and a player for Utah's fourth. That didn't happen. Rumor until announced. Don't like the Dobson deal. This means Pelican Pulak will be forced to the top defensive pairing. This may mean they sign D'Angelo, gets signed, and becomes a right-handed shot. We'll see. Right? Isn't that what I said earlier? That means that Tony D'Angelo's probably coming back. He's going to get too many years and too much money. I wouldn't offer him anything more than $1 million or $2 million a year. That's it. And maybe a 2-year deal. That's it. I'm not committing to guys in their 30s. I'm just not doing it for a rebuilding team. Freedom of Venture says, I told everyone in this podcast when Dobson hired his new agency, he was gone, but Grump and TJ said no. I don't think that's what we said. I think what I said was anytime you sign a new agent, that usually means that you're serious about negotiating. You're going to want more money. And I think that's what I said, that, if you could not sign him, you had to move him. And they couldn't sign him. They moved him, and then he took less money. That's the kicker. That's a kick in the nuts. He moved and he took less money. He's asking for $11 million from the Islanders. Well, did they even try to negotiate with them? Or they just, oh my God, he asked for $11 million. That means we got to pay him 12. I don't know what the thought process was, but he took 9.5 to go somewhere else. They're trying to say he's not worth $9.5 million. He's not on par with Seth Jones and Darnell Nurse. Is that what you're trying to say? He's younger. And again, that deal is going to look like a steal in 2 years. And he's going to put up he's going to be 60 points. Think about the offensive fire that Montreal has. This guy is going to put up points for them without a doubt.
To leave him open.
The Hudson kid is tiny, doesn't play any defense. Wouldn't want to see them two on the ice at the same time, I'll be honest with you. But they have some other defensemen, they Mike Matheson and the Goyle, I can't pronounce his name. You should have some of these rosters up, like for Montreal, where they can't pronounce the guy's name. But he's been pretty good. Defenseman, 6'3", rock solid defender. I don't know and now Hudson can go play on his natural left side as opposed to the right side. Bring in the Reinbacher kid, play him maybe with somebody. Montreal's things are looking up for Montreal.
Goulet, I think is who it is.
That's it. That kid can play defense. They've gotten way better today. If you look at anyone who graded this trade, all A's for Montreal. All A's for Montreal. ESPN gave the Yankees, gave the Islanders an A. Everybody else, B, C, because that's what it was. It's an underwhelming return for a player of that caliber at that position. Okay, the Nashville pick is in, so it looks like they're not making a deal. And maybe this is where the Brady Martin kid goes. Oh, who? Oh, okay. They can only bring out all-time greats. So, well, good for them. Shea Weber. Looks like he's on the – oh, actually, he looks like he's got your type of background with a golf course in the background. Maybe he is at a golf course. I don't know.
Didn't they hold the draft last year in Nashville?
I think they did.
Yeah. Their stadium's nice, at least from the outside.
Well, this year, it looks like he's got a thunderstorm warning going on.
Absolutely does.
I hate to see the guy get hit by a bolt of lightning doing this with all the electronics around him. I mean, that would be terrible. Wouldn't that be something? Guy gets hit by a bolt of lightning announcing selection.
And then it just says lost signal.
Yeah. Boom. Or just like a big puff of smoke. Brady Martin. There you go. Brady Martin. Now, Brady Martin is not the most skilled guy, but he's a blood and guts Sam Bennett type.
Seems like those kind of players are more valuable now than what they used to be.
Particularly in the playoffs, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely in the playoffs.
Right? That's what you're seeing. Guys like that in the playoffs. X, do you have the ad read, by the way?
No, TJ didn't give it to me. He said to just pass on it today is what he told me.
Just pass on the ad read on our biggest show.
That's hey.
Is that what he said?
Hey. I have no say in that, all right? That was on him. I even asked him for it.
He's going to have to get back because when he gets back, we need the ad read. For certain, this is a show we want to do an ad read on.
Okay.
Period. All right. Okay, we already.
Yep, you already hit that one. Okay.
Drew says we're going to trade up to 4 or 5 and grab James Higgins. No.
Well, that did not happen. So
did not happen. Now, next, I think number 6, that's Philadelphia Flyers, I believe.
Yes, Philadelphia is number 6.
At some point, Higgins is going to become available. But what have you seen? He was like the consensus number 1 pick going into the draft year, and he's tumbled down the boards.
What do you think has made him drop so heavily? Do you think it is the interest in the Islanders, or do you think that it's something else?
No, I think he's tumbled down the draft board, because they just look at okay. When guys look at the draft, they're not looking, oh my gosh, he comes from Islanders country. Man, that should elevate him on draft boards. That's not what scouts do. They look at who the best players are. They look at, and here's the thing. If he had come out last year, he might have come out much higher in the draft than he's going to be this year. That's very, very possible. Now, if he falls to 15 and the Islanders get him, I take all that back. But I don't think that's happening.
Shouldn't that be saying something, though, the fact that he's dropping this much just from what I understand, from what you said, in a weaker draft, shouldn't that, kind of mean that he's probably not that good?
Well, I think you've seen his warts, right?
Okay.
He's got great vision. He's a good skater, but he's not physical at all. He's small, and they have real questions if he can play center.
So do you think the cons outweigh the pros with him?
I think he's going to be a player in the NHL.
Okay.
I just can't see moving big assets for him.
Gotcha.
I just can't.
You think he'll be good, not great?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think he'll be a player in the NHL, but I just don't understand having to move heaven and earth to try to draft him when there are other guys who are much more pro ready and are fit for the pro game than he is.
Well, I think the thing is, when a team knows that you have an invested interest in somebody, or you're really into this prospect, they know
overcharge you.
Exactly. They know that they can get one over on you.
I think Buffalo is picking. Where's Buffalo? I know the Penguins have 2 picks back to back. So I'll be interested to see where they pick. I mean, Roger McQueen is going to be a pick in the next few. Now, he's a guy, he had a back injury. You got to be leery about guys with back injury.
Pittsburgh has picked 11 and 12.
11 and 12.
12th pick from Vancouver via the New York Rangers. And then who else were you asking about?
I think Buffalo. Are they 9th?
Buffalo has 9. Yeah, Buffalo's picked 9. Yep.
Could the Islanders try to trade up with Buffalo? But Buffalo is another team that does not need any more prospects. And they're run by a clown, Kevin Adams. And here, I mean, Porter Martone, Jake O'Brien, Roger McQueen, James Higgins. I mean, the Flyers seem to need the Flyers need skill up top. They need some physicality though too. I mean, Porter Martone has dropped a little bit because of his skating, right?
Their selection.
I mean, I know it's not the Islanders picking here.
Nope.
And maybe the Islanders feel pretty good next to, maybe they feel pretty good about the middle part of this draft.
Yeah.
I don't know. Charles Barkley what's with those horrible glasses he's wearing, X?
I don't know. They look kind of like mine.
They said he's the most famous Philadelphia man. He lost some weight, hasn't he? Looks like his face is thinned out.
And they're no longer doing that TNT show.
I know that. That last year was the last year.
Correct. It's a shame that they were really good on that show. Really good.
He said, and Gary Bettman says the most famous athlete since Rocky. Okay, Rocky was a film character. He's not an athlete. I hate to tell you. I understand what he's saying, but still. One good thing is July 4th is coming up. And X, what's my number one 4th of July movie?
Jaws.
Number 50th anniversary on June 20th. 50th anniversary of that movie.
Should see if they're playing at a drive-in. That'd be fun to go see it.
Well, I got it 4K. I'm going to be watching it on the big screen. Blow it. I absolutely. And Jaws 2. Guilty pleasure movie. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, well, Rick Tocchet. Like he knows who Rick Tocchet is. Come on, stop. I know he doesn't know who Rick Tocchet
Grump,
is.
you want to get this comment here? I don't think you got
Grump,
this.
I got a feeling you're going to be pissed. Porter Martone goes to Philadelphia. A big guy. Those are the guys who are going. The little guys are not going because you see how was Florida won championships?
Tough grind them out players.
Grind them out. Physicality.
Those finesse teams have, and think about it, Carolina too. They're more finesse team, right?
Yep.
They struggle every year. Who is it against Florida every year?
Yep.
To beat them, they can't beat them. And same thing with Edmonton. Edmonton, I think, will be interesting. Do you think that they'll trade off some players or get rid of some guys?
I think they already traded Evander Kane. They got a 4th round pick for Evander Kane, who I thought was abysmal in the playoffs and a hothead. And he's in his 30s, and they got a 4th round pick for him. So they ate his $5.5 million salary cap. Vancouver did. I mean,
do you think they'll get rid of Draisaitl?
No, they're signing to a extension. No, I mean, there's rumors that McDavid is a free agent next year.
That's what I was going to say. Is you can't keep them both.
You can keep them both.
It'll be tough.
Yeah, but the salary cap's going up exponentially. That's why you got to be smart. There's no way he's going anywhere, but they say that he might take maybe only a 5-year contract and then take another bite at the apple 5 years later.
And he'll be what, 30? Will he be 35, 36 at that point in time? Isn't he like 30, 31?
No, he's not that. I think he came out in 2013, so do the math. Maybe he's 29 right now. I don't know. But here's the thing. He's going to last a long time. He's a guy who can play a long time. I mean, I think that's fair.
He's 28.
28. Okay. So he's got one more year under his current contract. Then he can sign a 5-year extension till 34 and then get another one. Rick Roma says, TJ looks different. Yeah, better. I think he looks better. And George Pace says, yes, Schaefer. Okay, so we're going to have to pick up the pace on some of these comments. We're way behind. Drew says, hater juice coming out strong for Grumpy. Who cares? I don't care. Holy shit, Porter Martone. It's people who don't have any knowledge of the game think that was a good deal for the Islanders. That's the problem. Rickerman 7979 says, it sounds like Noah Dobson didn't want to be here. He took less money. He wanted 10.5 a year from the Islanders. He wanted 11 from the Islanders.
But see, that's what I was saying, though. I think that maybe there were some underlying issues as to why they traded him.
He didn't want to be here.
Okay, but looking at it from a sports franchise, right? Why would you ever want somebody on your team that doesn't want to be there? It means they're not getting 100%.
You should not.
Don't care. I mean, it's the same thing that we were talking about with the Red Sox and Rafael Devers, right? He didn't want to be there anymore, and now you got rid of him. It's the same thing. You can't keep a guy like that on your team.
And what was the return they got for him?
A lot or not. Or it wasn't a lot, right?
Poor.
Yeah,
it's poor. It's a poor return. That's what happens when you're dealing. I mean, he didn't want to be there. They should have known that ahead of time. And he wanted to go to a team in the East Coast was his preference. Remember, he only had 1 year left before he was going to walk. That's why you don't let guys get to that particular period in time. You just don't let do it. Drew says, I don't think any rational fan is happy about the Dobson trade. However, I'm mad at Lou for not signing him for 8 years, 3 years ago, not Darsh. Yes, true. It's a mismanagement of the asset the whole way through.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, if you know that he doesn't want to be there, I mean, you're kind of saddled. I don't know.
3 years ago, he did want to be here. He wanted to go to a team that had a chance that was on the upswing. That's not the Islanders.
Okay,
I don't blame him.
He'd be in the same situation now, but you just have him for an extra 3 years.
Well,
right?
an extra 5 years.
Or okay, but that's what I'm saying is he'd still be pissed off and not want to play here, though, right?
Well, no.
I mean, you think his attitude would have changed if he wanted to play for a contender?
Okay, I don't think he had an attitude problem. He saw the team.
I'm not saying attitude. I'm talking about his attitude towards staying and towards wanting to be here.
If you want to win, I think it's an issue.
But that's what I'm saying is, and it seemed like that's what he was interested in doing, if I'm not mistaken, right? He wants to go somewhere where he can win, which is why he wanted more money to stay here with the Islanders and took less to go to the Canadiens.
I think he wanted to go to Montreal.
Okay.
He's from that area.
Oh, well, then that's the same kind of thing we ran into with Tavares. Then he wanted to go back to his hometown.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, he's got 1 year until he was a UFA. So,
yeah. Well, I'm glad they at least got something for him and nothing. So, could have been worse.
But they should have known this ahead of time. Yeah. Matthew Skolaroff says, and there it is, Schaefer. It was a no-brainer pick, honestly. No-brainer pick. Wickerman 79 says, Grumpy, right now, who do you think has a better career, Connor Bedard or Macklin Celebrini? I'm going to say Celebrini. I think Bedard has been underwhelming. I don't think that he was the can't miss. He was hyped as a McDavid 2.0. He's not that. There's only one Connor McDavid, just like there's only one Mario Lemieux, one Wayne Gretzky. He was good.
He's small, too. Bedard.
Yeah, he's small. Celebrini has been better in his 1 year. And remember, he plays for a miserable San Jose team, but I think he's a better player. Drew says, I mean, Grumpy, in all fairness, Higgins did beat Nikita Kucherov's points records at the World Juniors this year. I don't care. Look at the line he played on. Look at who he played with. He played with Perreault from the Rangers and Leonard from the Capitals. He hasn't been a line driver. We're going to find out this year, though.
Is he primarily a guy who gets assists or goals?
Assists.
Okay.
Drew says, I'm personally willing to take a swing on Higgins if it's a weak draft class and the kid was once projected as #1 overall prospect last year, especially weak draft class. Why not? Because he's dropped
a lot.
It means everyone has caught him. That's what it means.
It's the same thing as Shedeur Sanders was.
That's right. Maybe he's this year's Shedeur Sanders.
To be the #1 overall pick.
In all fairness, if he slides to 15 or 16, whatever that pick is,
you take a fly.
Absolutely, you take him. Absolutely, you take him. He's not sliding that for. I mean, Boston's up next. Boston needs centers. Boston absolutely needs centers. Justin Hamble says, what's Grumpy's old guys team? I don't even know what that means.
I think he's asking, what's your team? Like, what's Grumpy old guys team? Saying, like, what's your team? Like, who do you?
The Islanders are my team. They're the Islanders are my team.
Questioning because you were a little negative towards the team. So
because I'm sick and tired of losing.
I understand.
And you had a chance and you blew it. And here's Boston. I think this is where Higgins goes. I really do. And then it's like, what the hell were you doing? I'm even more baffled after that. Let's see I wonder if there's a Zdeno Chara who just got elected to Hockey Hall of Fame. Oh, he's an actor. Maybe Dennis Leary, actor, golfer, or a golfer. Oh, it's Adam Sandler.
Oh,
okay.
For the Boston jersey and Happy Gilmore.
Guess where he's from, though? He's from Long Island. He's not even a freaking Islanders fan. Good for you, Adam Sandler.
I don't know if he's
Higgins. James Higgins goes to Boston, right? That's as far as he goes. Now the trade. Okay, you didn't get James Higgins. That's fine. They did not sell out to get him. I don't have a problem there. Boston needs center help. Is he the guy? We're going to find out. They regret not drafting Matt Barzal when they had 3 straight first-round picks at 13, 14, and 15 in Barzal's draft year. He's probably crying because he wanted to go to the Islanders. Well, it didn't happen. Here's the thing. He'll forget about the Islanders the first time he puts on that Bruins jersey, and you'll never hear him say it again. Thomas Amato says, Sun X and Grumpy, Schaefer was the right pick. Glad to see it.
Yep.
Now you're seeing some guys, who's left on the board, right? That's the whole thing. Who's left on the board? What type of guys are we looking at as we're getting close to it? Actually, I'm more excited now that the Islanders have more kicks at the can, without a doubt. And you know what? I don't have a problem.
And honestly, though, I would rather them have both the picks and pick up young talent to try and build than to have made that trade, right?
100% agree.
Yeah.
100% agree.
Another positive, right? Another positive thing to look at.
Yeah, 100% agree. No doubt about it.
Freedom says, happy and blessed birthday to Doc Page.
Yes, I agree. Very good. I think that's a great idea. Everyone should wish Doc Page a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Drew says, the only other forward I really want anyways at either pick 16 or 17 is Justin Carbonneau, and that is solely off his potential. There's some guys that I'm looking at in the second round. You know what? I am always a guy who wants, particularly in the NHL draft, because the guys are so young, you don't know what they're going to turn out to when they're 17 years, 18 years old. I'm always willing to take a shot at high-end talent. And that's kind of like who's the high-end talent guys?
That's still left.
Yes. That's the thing that I'm looking for, to be honest with you. All right.
X-Pun says, can't believe we lost Dobson, but it's a smart move. Yeah, I agree. If the guy doesn't want to be there, get him. Get rid of him.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. I'm pulling up here. See best available, who's left. Jake O'Brien. Roger McQueen is somebody I'm interested in. Okay. Carter Bear, Justin Carbonneau. A guy that I'm looking for, would be interesting. A guy that I'm looking for later in the draft. Well, we can tackle that a little bit later in the show. But like I said, I'm almost glad they didn't get Hagens and they didn't trade assets. It makes me feel better of the direction of the team. You're going to see, and when you see the prospect review for the Islanders, it's going to jump from whatever it was, 23 last year, probably to top 10. It absolutely will.
They'll have a lot more young talent.
Yes. And I'm not rushing any of these guys.
No.
I'm just not.
Especially if you are in full rebuild, sell off your assets for next year's draft, pick up cheaper free agents, tank, perform as crappy as possible, and get higher value. Try and get the highest value pick that you can in next year's draft lottery, right?
Yes. Mario Vargas says, Darce got back a bottom six forward who's coming off a wrist injury from a car accident and who has been traded 3 times since he was selected by the Panthers in the second round. Yeah, he's a nothing. He was a throw-in. I would have felt so much better about this deal if it was one Montreal pick this year, particularly how it's panned out. One Montreal pick this year, a unlottery protected first-round pick next year, and a David Reinbacher. Then I would have felt, okay, you're still giving up the best player, but you're hedging your bets. Getting a first rounder this year, a first rounder next year in a deep draft, and a kid who could turn out to maybe be a good right shot defenseman in the future, in the next couple of years. That fits. That would have, okay. I'm just underwhelmed by two first round picks back to back in this year's draft. Maybe they trade back. I don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to have more kicks at the can this year. I want that for next year. And if that's okay, we have 3 number ones this year. We move Pajot and Lee at the deadline. You get another couple of firsts. You get 4 first rounders next year. Then you're on your way, particularly if you can draft well. That's what it'll come. Can you draft well? Matt Schaefer, no brainer. He's a no brainer. What was the article you had? What was the one you had up previously? Did I read that from Mario?
Yeah, you read that one. Yep.
Drew Reviews Music said, here it is. Here's the college scoring leaders this year on that Boston College line. Ryan Leonard had 49 points, Gabriel Perreault 48 points, and James Hagen 37 points. Now, those guys are off Boston College next year. So Hagen's, we'll see what he can do, right? He's going to have to lead his own line.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where you're picking him was okay. If he would have fallen to 16, I think it's a no-brainer. There's other guys I'd rather have before him, though. Roger McQueen is a guy who intrigues me. He really does. I'm going to bet I don't know if he goes to Buffalo or.
You think Buffalo tries to trade their pick?
I mean,
I'm
they
just
made
saying,
a horrible.
They have a ton of depth in
They made a horrible deal 2 days ago. They used JJ Peterka. They traded him to who the heck did they trade him to? I'm drawing a blank on who they traded JJ Peterka to, but they got nothing back in return for him. It was a really bad trade for them. But Buffalo's a loser franchise too. But I'm feeling better about the Islanders all of a sudden because they didn't piss away assets to get James Higgins.
Went to Utah, Peterka.
Utah. Okay. Utah's in win and now mode. They absolutely are. That's what
Why do you think those expansion teams play so well? With the exception of the Kraken. I mean, Vegas was like their first year, and didn't they win the cup, or they finished second?
They came in. They came in second.
Like, that's just insane to me that like the expansion, like usually the expansion teams are not supposed to be that good.
Here's the Kraken. I think this is where you see maybe McQueen go here, or Jake O'Brien. Oh, it must be Brad Pitt.
Is he from Seattle?
I don't know, but
it's what it probably is. Moda's new movie.
Well, I don't know who it is. Let's see who it is. Is it Brad Pitt or is it who is this guy? Who's this freaking? Oh, Jerry Bruckheimer, the guy who produces the movie. That's it. This guy looks like he's 3/4 dead.
Is this for the
this guy's? He should say, "I'm thrilled to be breathing still."
He's got blue light glasses on.
He's a Kraken's co-owner.
Oh,
Jake O'Brien goes. Okay, that's a good pick for them. That's a good pick for them. I mean, but you're seeing the centers go, right?
Yep.
Look at the centers. It's all about centers, right? You can always turn a center into winger. That's why wingers don't. That's another reason why Hagen's dropped. He doesn't project as a center anymore. He's too small, can't handle the physicality. They think he's probably going to be a wing. That's why he dropped.
Yep. Drew says, here's the real news. Pajot, Bailey, and Barzal are all at the draft, so Pajot won't be included in the deal to get Higgins.
Well, no deal to get Higgins, which makes me feel better.
Yes.
Frank from Empire State says, screw Higgins. Frondell will be a star and 20 times better than the soft Higgins. True. Xpun 3414 says, TJ was close on Dobby, 9.4.
9.5, yep.
He took less money to go to Montreal because he absolutely could have made $10 million. But really, the real big news is there. TJ was not right. Yeah. He was not right. And that's the most important thing. He was not right because when he is right,
let him know.
What happens when TJ's right, X? Tell us.
He'll never let you hear the end of it.
Never.
Be 30 years from now. Hey, remember that time that I got that right? Remember that?
He's horrible like that. Yeah. So the good news is
he still brings up that Miami Heat San Antonio Spurs series to you all the time.
I know he does.
He said the series was done. And how many years? What was that? 2013?
Forever.
A long time ago.
Forever ago.
Yeah.
But he was even saying today, I was getting 10. I can't wait. I wish I was still doing the show. Go out there, go about. Yeah.
That's him, though.
Freedom Fun Reg goes, what a great moment for the Islanders to get Schaefer. What a great kid. Big love for all the moms in heaven. Yeah, like I said, he was a no-brainer.
Yep.
And he's the future of the team, right? That's your cornerstone piece now.
His story is better than Hagen. That's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely. Dan with the baby says, oh, they're not babies anymore. I liked it when they were babies. You really think the Islanders wouldn't go 8, 9.5 for Dobson? I think he won out. He did want out.
Yep. And that's why you're better off moving on.
Yep.
Better off moving on. And at least getting something for him.
If he was not going to sign.
Yep.
Yep. 100% right, X. Wickerman 7979 says, Grumpy, that's what new GMs do. They rebuild. They're also taking $9.5 million off the cap. No, they're not taking $9.5 million off the cap. He was an RFA. So it's not like he had a contract. They just don't. Now they can sign somebody else. There's nobody out there to sign. So here's what they're probably going to do. They're going to overpay for Siplikov. They're going to overpay for Holmstrom. And they're going to overpay Romanov. That's what they're probably going to do. They're going to overpay for their own guys and get some other third line ham and egger who they'll try to force on the first line, a la the guy they picked up last year, Anthony Duclair.
I will say I do agree. Usually, when new GMs come in, they usually make a lot of moves, a lot of
Well, they
changes.
should. That's why.
Because guess what? They're brought in for a reason. They're not brought in because the team was performing well and they were doing great. If they were, they would have kept the old GM. They're brought in, changes, clean house, whatever.
Okay.
Change up.
And if your thing is we're going rebuild, no problem with it at all.
Yeah.
None.
Honestly, if anything, we should be happy about that.
I am happy that they're doing full rebuild.
Yeah. But hey, they have to go through with it. You can't halfway do a rebuild. Go all in. Go all in.
That's right. Don't halfway it. Freedom for Adventure goes, that POS Bailey needed to be kept away from team and events. He's the exemplary of the country clubs. Absolutely.
Even the events.
I just like, again, I just want to bring up why Darsh nobody wanted to come with him from Tampa. To me, that's a red flag, right?
Yeah.
Frank from Empire State says, grumpy old man, Lou made the Palmieri deal. Well, supposedly we were told that is not the case. That's what Matthew Darsh said. Nope. That was him signing that. We all know it's different. But there you go. Dan says, why wouldn't you hold Dobson and trade him at the deadline for a 2026 first-round pick? You didn't need to trade him now. You did not need to trade him now. And let's say the move was to pick up Higgins. It was hell or high water Higgins. They failed. That's a fail by the general manager, right? Maybe other teams said, you want him that bad? You're going to really have to pay a premium luxury, the luxury tax to get him.
The only concern that I would have had holding on to him is that you got to get rid of him, and a team could have really fleeced you even worse in next year's draft.
That's why I'm not,
because they know that he's going to be a free agent, and they're like, well, then that's fine. We just won't trade you anything for him, and we'll pick him up in free agency.
Somebody would have traded big for him at the deadline.
You think so?
People always overpay at the deadline. They always do.
Okay.
Always.
Okay.
Brock Nelson got us a first-round pick in 2026 and an NHL-ready prospect.
He was traded to the Colorado Avalanche, right?
And he signed an extension there.
Yeah.
So, good for him. Bye, Brock. Todd Peterson said, number 1, number 16, number 17. Wow. T-minus 40 minutes. Pretty exciting. Howdy, Son X.
How's it going?
Freedom Fun Adventure, Son X, what is it about your dad and brother that makes them react negatively all the time at first? I told Grumpy Romanoff would be here after Dobson. Well, because he sucks. That's why he's here.
Negative viewpoints, I guess. They don't try and, they're more glass half empty, not half full, where I'm always, glass half full. You got to look at the positives. You can't always look at the negative things. You got to take some good from the bad. That's how I look at it. And I think we've done that today.
Okay, Romanoff sucks. All the sucky players stay with the Islanders. The good ones leave. Sorry. Todd Peters says, tank, chum the water for the best deals. Yup. New CBA deal. So let's rebuild 2 franchises with Rocky on board in Bridgeport. Here's also the thing. Just let people know, the NHL is adding 2 more games to the schedule per year. So that means the cap's going to go up even more.
Yep.
Incremental, not like not 10 million, but incrementally. And it's already supposed to go up for the next few years, like 10 million in the next 3 years, something like that. So it's going to be going up exponentially. That's why that's why you're seeing teams not have to give up assets to move players anymore, because teams can absorb those cap hits.
Interesting thing also, the Florida Panthers, I think their primary roster had a bunch of players from their minor league team on it that worked their way up through the system.
No, Florida Panthers were built mostly through trades and free agency.
I thought they said they had a lot of players that came up through their system. No,
only 4. Okay,
I thought
only
I saw
4 guys.
It was like a crazy amount. I saw
Ekblad, Barkov.
Those are some of their better players.
Listerainen, and I forget the last guy. Bennett was a trade. Who's the other guy? Mostly trades and free agents, but they're smart. They're good. They are really smart front office.
Buffalo's pick is in.
Is this Roger McQueen? They got a guitarist up here.
Playing guitar, musician.
Man, he looks OAF too. And who's the guy with the purple hair? This guy looks like a ghost.
I have no idea who these people even are.
Well, the Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. Yeah, they are looking old.
Okay. They picked Radim Murka, who's big. He's a big defenseman, right? So I guess maybe they're probably going to lose Bowen Byron. They're going to lose him to free agency. And Bowen Byron isn't even close to the talent of Noah Dobson. And he's probably going to get at least $8.5 million per. Drew says, here's the thing. I'm all for the rebuild. If this is what Darth wants to do, it's been long overdue. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That's fine. That's fine.
Step in the right direction. That's how I look at it.
You will see a change in my attitude immediately because they have decided we're not trading a whole bunch for James Hagan. See,
we might have to start calling you the somewhat grumpy old man.
No, I'll still be grumpy, but it'll be different things. Like Kyle Palmieri was a hideous deal. The Dobson deal was also hideous. He could have got so much more for him. That's the issue I have. Freedom Fund Rancher goes, what will the Islanders do with all the assets and salary cap? They don't have that many assets. And here's the thing. You draft, and you draft again. You keep on drafting. You try to move up if you have to.
Try and get a young team so they're all coming up at the same time.
Or not everybody pans out.
Yeah.
Not everybody pans out. But
the ones that do, though, they'll all be coming up at the same time.
I mean, I'm glad that this is what they're doing.
Yep.
I'm 100% happy this is what they're doing. And I said on the show, if you're moving Noah Dobson, you're in full rebuild. Here's what I don't want to see. Oh, well, we can still compete. Let's move player Z and X. No, I'm moving anybody for assets. Young NHL guys ready to perform. Pellick, Pulak, those guys should be on the block. Lee, Pajot, those guys should be on the block. Those should be deadline guys for certain. Freedom Fund Ranch guys, Grumpy, you are giving a failed explanation on Montreal prospects. The right-hand D you mentioned has had injuries and not yet developed. They are worries about him. Milieu was better, but offense, it doesn't matter. They didn't get them. They needed to replace that. The Reinbacher kid was pretty good, even with the knee injury. He was pretty good. The guy they got is a nothing. He's a nothing. But the defense was not close to good yet, but tough. Son X, do you notice your family picks narratives and sticks to scripts despite evidence? What do you think, X?
I'll say sometimes. Now, TJ, absolutely. If there's somebody that TJ does not like, they could do the most incredible thing, be the best player, win MVP, score 1 billion goals and 1 billion assists, and he'll still say that player sucks. He absolutely will. You, on the other hand, you've been wrong on some players, and you've said, you know what? I'll admit that I'm wrong. And I'm the same way. If like Jaden Daniels, for instance, I didn't think that he was going to be anything. I'll admit I was wrong. Now, do I think that he will perform worse this year than he did last year? Yes, because he will go through the sophomore slumps just like C.J. Stroud did. But I'll admit when I'm wrong too.
Now, what about TJ on Jaden Daniels?
No, he still thinks that he sucks.
Absolutely
not. I'll say he was obviously really good this year, right? I don't think you can argue that winning rookie of the year.
And I said I didn't think much of him going into the draft, but I'm like, as soon as I saw him play, I said, this kid's special. He's good. I mean, all you got to do is watch and know. I don't need analytics. I've said it before. I watch.
I'll be interested to see how he performs this year, though.
I use my peepers. That's what I use. Sorry.
I'll be interested to see how he performs this year. Sorry. Yeah, that one. Yep.
We already did that one.
Oh, sorry, my fault.
And here's the thing: they didn't get Montreal's top prospect in that deal. They did not get that. This guy is not even a prospect anymore. It's a nothing. Wayne Marcus says, "Let's rebuild. Bye, Dobson. Do not go for Higgins. Bottom out next year and go for the first overall pick. It doesn't even matter if you have the first overall pick. If you're picking in the top 10 next year, you're going to have a really big time talent."
But I think, I do agree, though. You want to try and get that number 1 overall pick. I would try and tank for the number 1 overall pick.
I'm not going to tank. You're not. These guys are pros. They're not going to tank.
Okay, sure, because I've never tanked in sports before for picks.
That's not true.
Right?
Right. I understand what you're saying. Matt Schaefer gets a full year, and I'd have him go to college because then in the second year he can come up and play for the Islanders. I just want to make sure that he only played 22 games last year. I don't want to bring him into a losing atmosphere to start his NHL career. I don't. Yeah. If you want to give him I would just let him sit, play some other trash. I mean, there's a lot of guys the Islanders could sign back and just run it back without Dobson.
That's what I'd say. Pick up some cheaper guys in free agency.
Well, they'll just bring D'Angelo back. which I think they'll do Mike Riley. I don't even have a problem with Mike Riley. 1-year deals for guys in their 30s, I'm fine with that. I don't want to give them long-term extensions. That's why I hate that Palmieri thing, no trade clauses. Nobody gets a no trade clause on this team anymore. Not till you're good again.
Yeah.
Frank from Empire State says, boy, will we regret not getting Misa if what my gut says. But Schaefer will be a good bit. But how good? I think he's going to be way better than Misa. Way better. I'm not saying Misa sucked. This kid's special, though, on the back end. Frank knows how to get his comments. Red, yo, X-Men, you're going to be great. There you go. Just kiss it. That's one thing about X. You give him a little smoochy action, and you know he's absolutely going to be in order for that. Absolutely. Freedom from Adventure shows, Grumpy, you're being a bit of a drama queen. Son X, challenge him and look for positive to help make the show better. Also, slip some happy pills in his grape drink. And here's the grape drink right here. I got my first one, and I got a refill. Very true.
Ooh, he's got dual wielding grape drinks right now.
Yeah, very true. Frank from Empire State says, Grumpy old man, you can't say that. Dobson had 30. He had 39 points last year in 71 games, and he was hurt. He had that was a bad knee injury he had. I almost got his jersey, but he could bust out for the Habs. He's not busting out.
Okay, and I will say, you can't think that way about somebody busting out because obviously anything can happen, right? He could snap his leg driving into the team facility, right, and then never play again. But I mean, just from the way that Grumpy you've described him, it seems like he's very good at scoring and assisting, right? It's an offensive defenseman.
Yeah,
and something that the Islanders really lack in is scoring.
Very true. They're a horrible offensive team. They have been for years.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the Anaheim pick in. I wonder if Anaheim's done a lot of great things this offseason. They brought in Joel Quenneville as coach.
Didn't they get rid of Zegras, or is he still there?
They traded Zegras to the Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh, see, I like him. So
did I. That was
he's fun to watch. He's fun to watch.
They gave up nothing for him. Nothing. Why is that not a move that the Islanders would have made? Why are you not making that move to get younger? A new change of scenery for a guy like that. Yeah, his cap hit is $5.5 million. So what? You just moved Dobson. 2 days later, after he was traded, you moved Dobson. So that's how you could have used that money, but they didn't on young up and comers. If he doesn't pan out, you move on from him.
I like their jerseys.
I do too. I like the orange jerseys so much.
With the Mighty Ducks logo.
I don't need some comedy skit up here. Just give me the pick, whoever you are. Oh, maybe this is the guy who played Charlie.
Oh, sorry. Pittsburgh's next two picks.
I bet you this is the guy who played Charlie right here in the Mighty Ducks movie. Remember the Mighty Ducks movie?
Yes, it looks
I
like
see it. Look at his face. That absolutely. Yep. That's him.
Yep.
All right. Come on, buddy. You haven't done anything since.
Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Should have brought Goldberg out there.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
He'll
is this Roger McQueen? There's Roger McQueen. I tell you what, dude, I've been pretty accurate on this, have I not?
You should start betting on them. You should have bet on your picks. Should have bet on
my picks. I agree, X.
Put the house on them.
I've been pretty good, pretty spot on.
All right, Drew says, as bad as the Dobson trade was, I'd argue Colorado made a worse trade today.
No, they moved Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood.
Yep, and he says Columbus got Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood, and Colorado got Gavin Brindley, a 2025 third and a 2027 conditional second-round pick.
Here's the thing. Now, Phil thinks that's a horrible trade for Columbus. I disagree. Columbus is loaded with young talent. They need some leadership. Charlie Coyle takes over the third-line center role. Miles Wood has been injured, and he has like a $2.5 million cap hit for another 3 years or so. You can eat that in this new environment. They needed some veteran presence on their team. I think Don Waddell is a genius general manager. He turned Carolina into a perennial contender. You're going to see the same thing in Columbus. Columbus is better than the Islanders. I think beat them out by 8-9 points this year. They're going to be better next year. Cliff Neal said, Sun X, Do you know more about pop culture than TJ? That's really not that difficult. He does.
Yeah. I know more than a rock, pretty much. That's what you're saying.
More than a rock. Alexander says, I love what Darce did. Awesome day. No, Alexander, it's not an awesome day. Alexander also adds, the Panthers are not a dynasty. People need to stop throwing that word around. They've been to 3 straight Stanley Cup finals
the
and won
last
2. What are you
3
talking
years
about?
in a row. I mean, I think you consider that Tampa Bay team that made the Stanley Cup 3 years in a row. They were a dynasty, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I would definitely argue that they're a dynasty at this point in time. And they're the favorite to make it next year.
I mean, they know how to win.
Yeah.
They can play any style. They remind me of the 1980s Islanders. They just do. They can beat you anyway. That's what makes them so special. And they're still relatively young. They're still relatively young. That's what you got to look at.
For Edmonton, though, losing the same team back to back, it's tough.
And the best thing about the Panthers is the fact that while they're young, they just know what they're doing. They don't overpay for guys. They move on from them too early, maybe a year too early. They're not afraid to make those moves. I totally disagree. And again, you're talking about 3 straight years
of making the Stanley Cup playoffs.
And the year before that, they won the President's Trophy. The year before that, and didn't make it. They got knocked off by Tampa. Freedom from Adventure goes, Son X, educate yourself on Darsh. Best choice, doing a great job, and has massive issues to fix. But he identified a weak-minded guy like Dobson who would never reach his potential and got good value. He did not get good value. He did not. No one says the Islanders won that trade. There's a reason. No hockey person says they won that trade. Not one. There's a reason. Don't let your hatred for Dobson color what the value they got back. I was no Dobson fan. I had no problem with them moving them if they're going in the direction of a rebuild. None whatsoever.
That was the one thing I was going to say that is the good side of the positive side of the trade is he didn't want to be there. You moved on from him and you got assets as opposed to letting him go in free agency. So
and he could have played real hardball and said, nope, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just take my qualifying offer.
He wanted out, period.
Yep. And he didn't. He didn't. He wanted out. He's getting married this weekend. He's out.
Exactly. He said, I'm done.
Yep.
He said, I want to start off on the right foot, right?
So Roger McQueen was a guy I was interested in. He could be a steal in this draft. Again, he's got to stay healthy. He's a big guy, can skate. Back injuries are scary, particularly for 18-year-old kids. That could be an issue going forward. Okay, what do we got? X. David Sean McDonald says, holy shit, is this the man who took the Islanders Never Say Die podcast to excellence, making a certain someone who struggles with big words and multiple sentences expendable? We see who received the good hair gene. Yeah, absolutely. X has the best hair of the group.
The somewhat hair gene.
Best hair of the group. Freedom Fund Adventure goes, I don't know what's that emoji. It looks like pineapples.
Pineapples.
What do pineapples mean, X?
I don't know, but I know what upside down pineapple means.
Okay, I don't know what that means either.
It means you're a swinger.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not big in the. I'm not a big emoji.
If you see again in the grumpiest state, I'll say in the neighborhood, if you ever see somebody has an upside down pineapple somewhere out in front of their house, you know that they're swinging. All right.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Yep.
Freedom Fund Adventure says Son X Dobson's been in the NHL for a long time. Has he been in the NHL for a long time? Has he?
He's 26, right? Isn't he 26?
He's 25. He's
25.
25. He's been in the league, I think, 6 years. And never put in work on his body. Okay, maybe you don't know what he looks like under his freaking jersey. You don't know. Or his skills. He's a liability on defense. It's incorrect. Islanders will give up fewer goals now. Also incorrect. Isles knew Dobson best and got rid of him. Here's the thing. They wanted to keep him. He did not want to be there. It's not like they said, we got to get rid of this guy. They wanted to keep him. They didn't want to give him the salary he wanted. That's it.
The right move. Made the right move. Sometimes you're better off just, ending the relationship early.
He didn't want to be there. No. And then you move a guy. Yeah. I always said, even last year, I said, if you can't sign him to extension, you move him. I said they should have signed him to a long-term extension 3 years ago as one of these silly little bridge deals. Drew says, I'll keep reiterating this. Dobson's development got screwed up but I lose terrible roster management. True. The coaches also play a part in this by not pairing Dobson with Pelech. That's right. So for anybody who says he sucks, look at how well he played when he had a reliable defensive defenseman on the other side, which is Pelech. He looked great. Romanoff is an abomination defensively. That's the guy we decide to keep. Okay. How did Romanoff look when he played with Tony DeAngelo? It was like playing with three men on the ice, honestly. Just horrible. Romanoff sucks. Tony D plays no defense. I want to see that as our pairing. And let's see what all these people saying Dobson sucks. Let's see what they say next year when the Islanders, those guys are -5 every game. Then let's see what happens. Go ahead, X. XPun3414 says, I don't see us giving up both picks. I don't see
us giving up any.
I don't think we're giving up any. And you know what? I could not be happier.
Yep.
I just wish we would have got better value for Dobson. Now it's really, that's not good. That's not good. The only reason people were giving this even a higher grade is because they would have traded up to get Higgins. It didn't happen. So
I look at it as it could have been a lot worse. So that's why I look at it.
Drew says, well, hate to inform you, Grumpy. I guarantee you most of this podcast chat at least has an IQ of over 50. Okay, good. XPun3414 says the cancer logo on the sweater was a nice touch. Respect.
Talk about for the Islanders.
Yeah.
The
okay.
ribbon.
I'm not talking about the people who work for the New York Islanders. They're stand-up people. They are. Just don't know what they're doing. Chris Letang coming out.
Wow.
It's not the little kid. That's probably his son. He was never a big guy, but still. I wonder where Victor Eklund goes. You know, he's one of those little softy Swedes. So who knows? I'm looking at Keishon Atchison. I don't know if he lasts. He's a defenseman. That I'm like, you might as well draft a defenseman, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Benjamin Kendall. Wow, that's the kind of weighted. That's kind of dropping down the board a little bit for this guy. No,
going off the board a bit.
A little bit.
Well, I think
but they do have back-to-back.
They didn't re-sign Malkin, right?
No, they're saying they're not re-signing Malkin.
Maybe that's why they went after a center, because I think
now he's tiny too. He's 5'10", 180, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing: they got back-to-back picks.
Yep.
They see something in this kid.
And you know Crosby's at the end, right?
He's at the tail end. They're in rebuild mode.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And
they're in the same position as the Islanders.
They say they're in sell mode too.
Yeah.
That's what they should be. Pittsburgh waited. In hindsight, Pittsburgh waited too long also. But I can understand why they did it. Why would you say that? Yeah, okay, I understand why they did it.
They wanted to keep those veterans around for a little bit longer.
One last kick at the can.
Out of respect. Yep. Out of respect. Like Crosby should have honestly been dealt a while ago, but they decided to keep him because he was the franchise player of their team.
Yes.
For the last decade. Yeah.
He still is.
Yeah.
Now,
I have no issue with that.
Freedom Front Avenger goes, oh my God, someone get Grumpy some CBD or something to make him happy.
No.
Bring Dog Z over to Grumpy to cheer him up. Actually, little baby Liza, she's taking a little nap now.
I cannot bring over Dog Z either because the kitty cats are over there.
We have two little kitty cats who think they run the show over here. I have the discipline to train them up.
Dog Z's next to me right now. They're giving me moral support.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy.
David Sean McDonald says, I don't know what burns my butt more, the Sabres-like return or the fact that in the back of every smart New York Islanders fan, we knew this bumblefuck was inevitable. That's the whole thing. He could have got, I don't mind trading Dobson. It was moving assets to get Higgins, which was going to push me over the edge. But they didn't do that. I stand corrected. I'm glad I was wrong. But still, you should have got more for him. Hey, get away from that door. Again, this stupid cat's trying to get into this thing. The warden leaves his door open a smidge, and this cat keeps on trying to get in somewhere.
All right, hold on. I need to put this comment up here. Grumpy, we got to figure out how to ban someone.
Yo,
first
you
ban
right to pop. So X sucks.
Be my first ban of the podcast. Got to figure that out real quick.
That is not fair to poor little X.
No,
Wickerman 7979 says, I disagree about the trade. Noah didn't want to be here. Okay. Not sure if they will even draft or really go after Higgins. They didn't. In your opinion, what would have been a fair trade next year's picks? Bossy was the 17th pick. Okay. Stop with that. Mike Bossy was picked when the draft age was 20. 20. And he didn't, I don't think he went 17. I thought he went 15. 20. They were 20 years old. It's different. Those drafts, and there were only 21 teams in I think in the league back then. It was different. It was just different. You cannot compare this with 50 years ago. You can't do it. Sorry. Again, a fair deal would have been a number one this year, an unprotected number one next year, and one of their top prospects, because that's what Noah Dobson's worth. A right shot defenseman who's top 10 in scoring from defensemen in the whole league the last 4 years. That's what they get paid. That's what their value is. You might not like it, but that's what it is. And the value is only going up with the salary cap going up. Period. Okay, X. Drew says, hey, Grumpy, on the bright side, now will be everybody's bitch. Well, that's okay, too.
Not just Carolina's.
Brett Wayner says, Grumpy, with all the trades, can they even do a full rebuild now? Absolutely. Absolutely you can. What we've seen here in the last few days is you can trade anyone with any contract length, not ridiculous, but you can trade anyone and still get assets back for them. Anders Lee should absolutely, I just hope Anders Lee, they should have moved him last year at the deadline. I think he would have been worth a first. You can still eat salary if you have to with some of these guys. Trade. Pittsburgh's made a trade. Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Philadelphia Flyers. Those Philadelphia Flyers scums are on the clock.
Oh.
And look, why did Letang come up here and embarrass himself and his son for a second time?
Jesus. Hey, well, that guy who embarrassed himself does have a Stanley Cup trophy, so.
22. 12 for 22 and 31. It just tells you what the draft is like at this portion. It's like there's a whole glut of guys. I don't know who Philadelphia. They might go after defenseman Atchison. That's the guy I'm looking at right now.
You think we'll see a lot of teams reach at this point in time in the draft?
Okay. Reaches, I think after you had the initial group of guys, I thought what you were going to see is a beauty in the eye of the beholder. It's like, and that's what everyone was saying. There's no consensus between.
So there's no like, we don't know what these guys are really valued at, right?
Like 12, like from, 12
I'm just saying, like, for instance, okay, so they changed 22nd, 31st overall pick in, is it for this year's draft?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, do you think would you consider that reaching to pick at 12?
No. Because the Flyers had three first-round draft picks this year. They targeted somebody that they really they're trading 2 first-rounders for one.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but they have somebody they really want, and they were able to make that move.
And I understand why Pittsburgh took that. They're in full rebuild mode. They want to get more
picks.
young players.
More picks.
Yep, to try to develop.
Gungun says, Son X, will Dog Z make more appearances on the show now? When he pees or poops on Grumpy's lawn, does Grumpy have a cow? What happens there, X? What happens there?
Okay,
what do I feel?
I will answer the first question. Hopefully he will. He usually just sits on the floor and sleeps majority of the time, but I can try and pick him up and put him on the show. But yeah, Grumpy loses his freaking mind if he pees on the ground.
I don't have pets. Guess what that means? I don't want my yard being a toilet for somebody who, has a freaking useless animal. I don't want that.
Whoa. Useless.
All pets are useless.
No, they're not.
Unless it's like a seeing eye dog, they're useless.
They bring you joy.
Useless.
Something you seem to be lacking in. Maybe if you had an emotional support dog, Grumpy, when you were talking about the Islanders, you wouldn't be so grumpy.
Useless.
The more you know.
Drew says, I'll admit this to Grumpy, though. The major talking heads on Islanders Twitter today absolutely have a collective IQ lower of 50. Yeah, they're just stupid. They're just dumb. Just dumb. Drew also adds, well, some guy who does analytical projections on Twitter named Patrick Bacon just said Utah heavily reached for Caleb Denoyer. He had him ranked 21st on his draft board. Okay. His last name is Bacon. Sorry. Move on.
You related to Kevin?
Dale S. says decentralized draft is stupid. Agree. It's horrible. There's no excitement. There's absolutely no excitement.
Yeah, I like usually when the fans are there
I mean,
involved in the
why are
draft.
they having the draft in Los Angeles? Well, I mean, Victor Eklund might be a guy that he's dropped. He was, he was supposed to be ranked pretty high. He's dropped. Like I said, Keyshawn Aitchison is a guy I'm looking at.
Why did the Islanders do their draft in the locker room and all these other teams have like separate rooms?
They're cheap. Okay, here goes. Who the Philadelphia Flyers? Oh, the other guy must have went home.
They just got a brand new stadium, though, I thought.
They're not doing it there. I don't know. Oh, Brandon Graham. Oh, my goodness. Looks like he's out having barbecue or something. Okay. You can yell, "What's up, Philly?" There's nobody there.
He plays for the Eagles, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Just say the pick. He doesn't know anything about hockey. I'm sure of that. Tell us who. Jack Nesbitt, center from Windsor. Okay.
A lot of centers. Lot.
But here's the thing. I don't think he was rated to go this high. But like I said, when you're getting to this particular area of the draft, he was still supposed to go, in this range, but you didn't want to risk letting him drop to 22 or something like that. So,
yeah.
Okay. Drew says, also, this is why you can't always just take the words of a GM at face value. Darsh said not even a month ago, Dobson was part of the core and then he gets traded. That's why I said earlier it was a GM. Yeah. I don't. Dobson should have been part of the core, but if he didn't want to sign here, you move on from him.
Better off.
If anybody doesn't want to be here, you move on from those guys.
Yep.
Gungun says D'Angelo was better than Dobson. He was not, Gungun. Sorry. Wait until this season when he kicks into higher. Okay, there's a reason why Tony D'Angelo has been like on 4 teams in 4 years. There's a reason. He doesn't play any defense at all. He scored how many goals against the Islanders? I mean, he's terrible defensively. Xpun 3414 says, hit the like button. Yeah, please, people, do hit the like button. We would greatly appreciate it.
Yes. Like button, subscribe, everything. Do it all. Notifications, do. Add that one in there.
Drew S says, going to be funny when someone else drafts Higgins before the Islanders can make a deal to move up. Well, I'm laughing all the way to the bank. I'd rather have 2 first-round picks, more kicks at the can. That's what I believe in. Next, Freedom Fund Adventure goes, Son X. Usually I tell people to listen to your parents, and you should probably listen to the warden. But Grumpy is giving you lots of bad info. Darsh massively changed coaching staffs and the front office. Not done. He didn't. Patrick Waugh is the guy who picked the 2 coaches, not Matthew Darsh. The front office staff was they picked up somebody from who was fired from Ottawa. Rick Bonus's kid. That's it. They've done nothing else. Nothing. And Matt Martin, you think Matt Martin was a Matthew Darsh hire? He doesn't know him. Why is nobody from Tampa coming with Matthew Darsh? That's the question you should be asking yourself. Dave Johnson says, good on X. So far, so good. Look at you, X.
I'm trying.
See, now they're talking about with this internal rankings. Now this Nesbitt kid is 6'5", 186. So he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's huge. Holy cow. And he's a center, 6'5"?
Yes.
Usually the size of a bigger defenseman.
Yeah. Drew says Higgins definitely has major skill. It's just that he's soft. My hope is that if Hagen gets drafted to us, that Waugh will coach the softness out of him, just like he did with Holmstrom. Very underrated. He did that. And like I said, I was all against Simon Holmstrom, as people of this show know, for years and years and years, right? But now, what did you see from Simon Holmstrom? And Pierre Engvall, to a certain extent. What did you see? Tough love from Patrick Waugh got these guys. If they wanted to play, they were going to have to do these things. And they did. To their credit, they did. They're soft Swedes. But you know what? They put in that extra effort. They did things to change their game. They also have the physical bodies that are capable of doing that. James Higgins does not. The Ozone says Higgins is sliding for a reason. He did. He did slide for a reason. Freedom Front Adventure, but I think it was a good pickup for Boston at 7. They have no centers on that team. Freedom Front Adventure goes, my question is for Grumpy and Sunex. Is TJ showing Doc Page a great time on her birthday, or is he all up in his feelings and butthurt over the Dobson trade? Can he lock down emotions? X, you want to tackle that one, or you want me to tackle it?
Can TJ lock down emotions?
Yeah. And
No,
do you think that he's showing Doc Page a great time on her birthday?
I mean, I think Doc Page is enjoying herself. I think she's having a fun time. But TJ's kind of a little stiff and robotic.
Oh, we call him a freaking robot.
He's probably going. Probably eating. Well, first off, he probably didn't even cut his food up. He probably just scraped it off into his mouth, ate the whole thing in one bite. And then he's probably just sitting there, ha, ha, ha. Or
I like that, X. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. We learned some things about TJ today that we didn't know, people.
A little stiff and robotic.
Matthew Sklarov says, Barkley, WTF. Like I said.
Barkley, yeah.
Yep. Charles Barkley turned into an old woman. Wow, he did. He looked with those glasses. He did look like a lady who was on a cooking show once, I believe. Gunga says, Sunex, you've done a very good job tonight. Your future as an NHL expert and water bottle replenisher is bright. I will say, TJ is living with us for a short amount of time before they close on their house. And he has refilled that. And Doc Page has even refilled the water supply. Way more than X has ever has. It all the time he's been here. They're always replenishing the water.
You don't realize what you don't realize is they're just taking old Aquafina bottles and filling them up with tap water.
Not true, X. And here's the thing. Do you remember those Terry Tate office linebacker things? When you kill the Joe, you make some O.
It's a good thing you don't drink coffee.
But they're replenishing that water. Same concept. Matthew Sklarov says, but yes, Lou is and was the issue as to why Dobson isn't here anymore. Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye, Noah. Nice. Congratulations. Good luck in your future endeavors. We're past you. Freedom Front Adventure goes, copyright me. Mail it in for McKenna. Yeah. I mean, there's other guys also. It's not just a one-player draft next year. I'm like, let's get as many first-round picks as we possibly can. That's what I'm all for right now. Freedom Front Adventure goes, no, Grumpy. You and TJ said, nope, that's not happening when I told you the future. Grumpstradamus died with the old couch.
Oh,
not true.
Ouch.
Not true. Look at all the guys how many guys I picked right in the draft today?
You had quite a few. I even told you should have bet the house.
Yeah. The Ozone says baffling by the Islanders. The Ozone says, I don't know. The Red Wings are picking. Who knows? Islanders are only 3-4 picks away, right? 16 and 17.
They are pick number.
Dave Coulier from Full House and Fuller House.
Yeah, they got Montreal's picks, so 16 and 17.
Yep. And Thomas Antonelli says this makes the Dobson trade that much worse. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, if they pick up two guys, I don't think it's that bad.
Even Phil, the most pro Islander front office guy that we have. Here's one of the little cats that we have right now. Ooh. I don't know why she's over here. Because a little friend is on the other couch, but you're going over there, honey. Sorry. Both take a nap. That's what I want you to do. Thomas Anthony says, Higgins would have been great with us. Now, mid-round picks that won't pan out coming from a weak draft. Forget this. Happy birthday to Doc Page as well. But again, damn, we blew it there. Yes, that's why it's all about next year's first-round picks, not this year. I just want to say something about Dave Coulier. I remember when he was on Full House, the initial show, and he did part of the thing in that show. He said he was a sprinkler where he put water in his mouth and he went and he like do like that. I thought it was hilarious. I couldn't tell you the episode, but it was funny as shit. And we have another comment, X.
Oops, sorry. Oh, starting some other ones.
David Sean McDonald says, just when you thought this franchise couldn't fit their heads any further up their own asses, they've shown the depths of their stupidity is infinite. Morons chose a weak draft to build the team. Yes. Yes. At least they didn't move Colorado's first next year. At least they didn't move J.G. Pajot for a first-round pick this year.
What you do is you save those guys for next year, or the
At the
trade
deadline.
deadline this year's season and maximize your value on them, flip them to teams that need them for next year's draft.
That's right.
It's like the Wolf of Wall Street, and
That's
none of it was legal.
That's right. David DeJesu says, hey, guys, I just wish we got a better player for Dobson. We didn't get a player for Dobson. We didn't. The player we just received is another third liner. Yeah, who even knows if he makes the team? He's not real good. He's on his third or fourth team now. He's obviously not very good. Carter Bear, picked by Detroit, 6 foot 179, left wing from Everett in the Western Hockey League. He's been pretty good. He had 40 goals this year. I mean, like I said, this is the portion of the draft where there's no short things, right?
Under 18 MVP as well.
Okay. There you go. Carter Bear. Also, X, do you have access to TJ's Twitter account?
I just got it today, the Islanders one. I'm new to Twitter, so I don't really use it.
Victor Eklund he's a dropper. Victor Eklund is dropping.
Is that worrisome, or do you think that's somebody that the Islanders should
I
look
think that's somebody at this point in the draft,
at?
that's somebody that you should look at. Absolutely.
Okay.
And also, again, I'm going to say Keyshawn Atchison, defenseman. I'm looking for guys like that. I mean, Eklund, I think Atchison is like what's the term I want to use? His attitude changes the locker room in a positive way. Dale S. says the digital draft is a dumpster fire. It's horrible. It's horrible. I don't even know why they did this. It's terrible. They have him walk through some Batman sliding door and talk to guys. It's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That doesn't even know like they're looking at him.
Some
They don't even know
Batman sliding glass door.
you know, whoo. Oh, there he is.
They're in the Batcave now.
Freedom Runner says, Islanders didn't trade for Hagen. Say, great job, Dart. Say it, Grumpy. I did say it. I didn't say great job. It wasn't a great job. Guess he didn't rubber stamp that. Well, he tried, but he failed. They probably asked for so much that even
they didn't have enough to give. Is that what you're saying?
Right. They had nothing. You don't got anything else to get this. Sorry. Brian John says, I know ownership is mad. Ha. But I already said I like this draft better now than if they would have traded up for Hagens. Giving up assets for James Hagens would have a lot of assets is a mistake where this team is as an organization. You're not that close. He dropped for a reason. David Jesu says, maybe we can get Howard for one of our first rounders to Tampa. There's no way I'm giving up a first round draft pick for Howard. No way. Isaac Howard. No way. I might consider a third round pick for him. He can go anywhere he wants. He's a free agent if he's not traded by July 1st and signed. And what makes you think he wants to come here? He could just say, no, I'm not doing that. Matt, and again, nobody wanted to come from Tampa to join Matthew Darsh. No. Matthew Sklarov says, sorry, but the trade now looks really underwhelming, not enough return. That was it in a nutshell. It was always underwhelming. The trade was always underwhelming. That's my point. It should have been a first this year, a first next year in the loaded draft, unprotected Montreal pick, and one of their top defensive prospects, either the Reinbacher kid or the Milieu kid. That's it. That's what you need. They were both right shot defensemen. They could step in semi-immediately within the next year or so to take over Dobson's spot. Not that high up the lineup, of course, but someone who could fill in who's close. You didn't get that. Alexander goes, oh, my God, now the Dobson trade looks bad. Like, seriously, stop. No, it's not. It wasn't a great return for him. Sorry.
Well, I think he's more so saying to try and get Hagen.
Freedom Front of Rich. Oh, now Dobson says Boston is the team I watch the most. I thought you loved the Islanders. He and his dad are using over the Bruins. Maybe they're fakers. Rip those stupid bumper stickers off your car. Okay, again, he wanted to play for the Islanders. Why does he make a big deal about the Islanders? He wanted to be the number one pick.
Hey, well, hold on. Maybe if he pans out and becomes something, he can wait until free agency, tell the Bruins that he's going to sign a contract extension, and then sign for the Islanders for less, right? Maybe that'll happen.
That's a long ways away, too.
It's just maybe that'll happen, right?
Again,
other players have done it in the past.
Again, it's not like he was going to die going somewhere else. He's just going to play for whoever drafted him. That's what happened.
And he's going to say that that's his new favorite team. He's been watching them when he's a kid. He loves them so much. Yeah. Try and curry favor from, the fans.
Oh, Columbus has traded up. Oh wait, no, did they trade up or is this they were the pick at number 14?
They were picking number 14. Vancouver picks 15. Islanders have picked 16 and 17.
16, 17. So we're just two picks away
Yep.
from two
From
straight
Islanders.
selections by the Islanders. My God, these kids look young, don't they? Well, they're 18 years
Oh,
old.
they all are young. Yeah,
I mean, they look
they're
young.
children.
I mean, I'm
And
looking.
Nelson, this is the one sport. This and baseball are probably the two where everybody that gets drafted is extremely young. So I mean, you get 18-year-olds in baseball who are drafted all the time. But,
Right,
I mean,
and that's
hockey
baseball.
especially. It's all young kids.
Isn't baseball the same thing? When you're
Yeah.
drafted them that young, you don't know. It's
No,
like there's maybe 5 or 6 guys. Wow, you can tell he's got real talent. Everybody else is like, okay, can they develop? Because they're boys yet.
Well, I remember there was a kid that I played against who was picked 24th overall, and I remember he had a lot of hype coming out of high school. He was drafted out of high school, and he's really done nothing with his career. He's in the minors. That's it. Never panned out. It happens. It happens.
It happened.
More so than them actually panning out. So.
It's tough to be a professional athlete. It's tough to make it.
The best of the best.
And not only do you have to be really talented, you got to have a certain mental makeup also.
Most kids crying.
Well, you know what? I don't have a problem.
It's emotional for them, I mean, they've worked hard for this. This is
he's
probably
happy.
one of the best moments, but honestly, probably at this point in time, the best moment of their life. So
yeah. Rich B says now trade with Minnesota for Rossi. Why would Minnesota trade Marco Rossi? Drew says, so here's my logic on this, Grump. Liam Pajot will be the guys that fetch 2026 and 27 first rounders. So you already have plenty of kicks at the can and possibly even more next year. Yeah, I'm all for that.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep. And then do you get rid of Sorokin also?
If somebody gave me
value,
if somebody gave me enough for Sorokin, I would do it. Who's this? They're giving this person here a standing ovation. I don't know who she is. I think it's one of those heartfelt stories. I think. Who is this girl?
Trade Sorokin to Edmonton, Grump. Edmonton needs a goalie.
Yeah, they're going to have to trade a lot to get him. I'm glad I'm DVRing this because I'm interested why this girl is getting standing ovation. It has to be something. She's getting big cheers. Whoever it is.
It was Alex Morgan.
That's not Alex Morgan.
I know it's not Alex Morgan. I just said for a second I thought it was Alex Morgan.
Oh, she's thanking him.
Oh, is that Goudreau's wife?
Oh, I'm gonna bet it probably is.
Maybe. I think it's Goudreau's wife.
Okay, well, good for her. Good for her.
Yeah, I think that's why everybody gave her the ovation.
Tragic story, and think about it. How Columbus came out of that.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that team, how well they played this year in his absence.
Yep. That's I think what she's got on her arm is probably it looks like a newer tattoo, but yeah, I think that's Goudreau's wife. That's got to be the only logical thing I can think of.
Okay.
So,
and Columbus picks Jackson Smith, defenseman from Tri-City. Okay. I'm telling you, I'm one pick away. I want the Atchison kid. I got to admit. And Victor Eklund is dropping. Victor Eklund, he's got skill. Those are guys I'm looking at. I'm absolutely looking at those two guys.
They pick up both of them, Grumpy.
I'll be happy.
You got to say the draft went pretty well, right?
I will say the first round went really well. And then I'll give you at the end, I'm going to give you a guy I'm looking at in round 2 who's dropping. He's had some concerns, didn't interview well at the combine, but he's got really good skills. A Russian kid.
I'm going to be 100% honest. As a fan, I don't give two craps if you interview well. I don't care. If you can play, that's all I care about is how you perform out there on the ice. That's it.
And again, you can do well. You're a kid. You're a kid.
You can always change your, you can get PR trained.
That's right. You can grow as a person. You
can
grow as a person.
You got another comment up here, Grumpy.
Dan, once again, Dan with the baby says Kayshawn Atchison, physical D, and Jack Nesbitt center, too late for him. Not small, good on faceoff, and has a nice scoring touch. Yeah, Atchison is a guy, absolutely, I'm looking at him right now.
Yep.
You got 2 tip picks back-to-back. That's a guy I'm absolutely looking at. And right now, Vancouver's the next pick. I don't know what they need, but I'm all in for Atchison. Just saying that. Gungun says, did any B-level celebrity announce the Islanders' #1 pick? Grumpy, what is your favorite chick flick?
I don't think anybody came out to announce the Islanders pick, right? I think it was just Bettman.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they did. Honestly, I was too busy being pissed off about the Dobson trade. I didn't give a shit. And I knew that they were going to draft Schaefer.
If you've changed your perspective about
Absolutely. I always reserve the right to change my mind. Always. Like I said, if they would have traded assets, I thought they were going to give the 2 first-round picks and next year's Colorado pick to get Higgins. That's what I thought they were going to do.
Like, thank God.
Thank God. Thank God. The team is, again, we need Atchison. We need Victor Eklund.
And then we just need to trade off everyone and tank and play as
well. No, you're not going to trade everyone off, but you're going to Don Waddell is talking to him from who the hell knows where. But he's a great general manager. Great general manager. X, do you have a favorite chick flick?
Do I have a favorite chick flick?
Chick flicks. I'm trying to think of chick flicks. I don't know why I'm coming up blank on chick flicks. What is a chick flick? Just like
Clueless is a chick flick.
Oh, it was all right.
I would consider that a chick
flick. I mean,
flick.
A romantic comedies chick flicks.
Sex in the City.
Would you say that Crocodile Dundee was a chick
flick? No, that's a rom-com. That's not a chick flick.
Yeah, sex
chick flick is okay. What is it? Who the hell is that? That something must die. That's a chick flick.
Something.
The guy, I can't remember what his name is.
Oh, yeah, I know. No, that's a shitty movie anyway.
Okay, but that's a chick flick.
Okay. Well, and we're just going to protect something's name.
John Tucker must die, something like that.
Maybe it was, but no, it's something Tucker. But we're going to protect his name because we don't advocate to kill anyone. So, Brian, even in the movies, Brian John says, at least except for Andy Garcia in Godfather Part 3. Brian John says, at least we have a cornerstone piece. We actually can say that. Absolutely.
Yes. Yep.
You could not go wrong with him.
You have a franchise talent now.
If you're in full rebuild, no problem with what's going on.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, just Heineken. His name is Heineken. That's not his name though. It's it's Heinelin, I think. Looks like a pretty good young player. Perfect fit as a third liner. Okay. He's going to be pleasant surprise. Well, he hasn't been anywhere else for the other 4 teams he's been with. I wish they would have gotten Montreal's pick next year, not both picks in this draft. They needed to come away with a defensive prospect. That's what they needed. They did not need another third liner. The team is loaded with third liners. Michael Boucher says, exactly. We didn't need to trade Dobson now. But you know what?
If he didn't want to be there, I agree with the trade, though.
The trade return was underwhelming. Absolutely. But if X is right, if you didn't want to be here, move on. And if you're in full rebuild, see you later. See you later. You don't want to be part of it. We're going to put our money somewhere else next year. Not this year, next year. David Justice says, I think only thing we do now is add 1 UFA on the open market starting July 1st. Don't be surprised if we resign Tony DeAngelo to a 2-year deal. I think that's absolutely going to happen. They need another right shot defenseman. Matthew Sklarov says Romanov should be traded. 100% agree. I thought maybe they could have moved him to Utah.
Yeah.
And maybe one of those number ones and then get the Higgins kid or the Caleb Desnoyers, somebody else. Didn't work out. Okay, we're moving on. Drew says 99% of Twitter is already wanting Darsh fired after not getting Higgins. See, that's not the reason I want him gone. Again, just thinking that because he likes the Islanders is not reason enough to draft somebody. And as we can tell, he really likes Boston now. He sucks. Goodbye. He's a bust, Higgins. And you should be happy he's a bust. David Jester says, you're doing a good job. I'm talking about you, X.
Trying.
Maga says, I hate Dobson, but he was our best trade asset. Absolutely. There's a reason why there were multiple teams in when they said he was available.
Yep.
Because he has value. A 25-year-old right shot defenseman, top 10 in the NHL for scoring defensemen over the last 4 years. Those guys are valuable, and you pay for those guys. And his contract is not that onerous. It really isn't. Drew says, oh, by the way, I don't know if you heard about the new series. There's going to be an 84-game season starting in 26-27. Absolutely. Which also means salary cap's going up again, without doubt. Chris Stearman says, I love Dobson, miss him already. Yeah, well, you know what? I like him too, but see you later.
I like having a team of new prospects better.
That's right. Was moved for the greater good. The Vancouver pick is in. I'll be interested to see who it is. And then 2 picks for the Islanders. And I'm going with the talent in Victor Eklund, if he's not picked here, and the grit of Kayshawn Atkinson. That's what I'm looking for. I would come away happy with day 1 of the draft. Absolutely, I would. Even with the underwhelming trade for Noah Dobson, which was
we just need to get you the Darsh jersey now, right?
No. The triple gold.
We'll get you to meet and greet with him, Grump. We'll get you to meet and greet.
Michael says, Crazy Lou really screwed this team over. Bad trade and signing trash players. Thank God he's out. 100% agree. 100% agree. Now, who's this guy? A Triple Crown winner. Who is this guy? Looks pretty tall. Oh, who is this guy? He looks familiar. Why are they not putting their names up? Oh, Michael Samuelson. Oh, okay. Well, this is the best they could get. Michael Samuelson. I don't care about you saying hello to your fans. They know who you are. And if they don't.
David says, bring on Ralph Macchio for the next selection. I would love to see him come out.
Why not? He's a longtime Islander fan.
Yeah.
Kevin Connolly, who used to be on Entourage, a big-time Islanders fan. All right, let's see. Why do I feel this can be?
Way ahead of you, by the way. You're like 15, 20 seconds ahead of me.
Okay.
Colts.
Braden Coots, center from Seattle, is the pick for Vancouver. Okay, my guys are available. Let's go Atchison. Let's go Eklund. Eklund's dropping. Eklund is like James Hagan 2.0. He's dropping at some point in time. He's a value. That's
Brian
what I'm looking
says,
for.
who is worse, Snow or Lou?
Lou was worse than Snow.
Even though Snow was living in a basement?
Lou was worse than Snow.
Or no, who was living in the basement? It was the coach.
Jack Capuano was living in Snow's
That's
basement.
right. That was right. Sorry,
The coach. The coach was living in the GM's basement.
Literally.
Drew said, to be fair, Dobson only wanted to go to either Columbus or Montreal. He kind of unfairly forced Dars's hand, so the return was always going to be terrible. You didn't have to trade him now. You could have waited. You could have waited, particularly since you didn't get the Hagens kid. You could have waited till the deadline or any other time during the season, or trade him to anybody at the deadline. It doesn't matter. You would have got better value in next year's draft. But I mean, Drew still doesn't change the fact that the deal sucks, though. It was not optimal return. They did not get a prospect, ready to play prospect. I would argue that the Brock Nelson trade brought more than the Noah Dobson trade, which is hard to believe. But that's what you get at the deadline. Guys overpay at the deadline as opposed to at the draft or, in the summer. And the Islanders have 2 picks coming up back to back. I'm rooting for Atchison and Victor Eklund. That's who I'm looking for. Simon Statsny says, I think the return for Dobson was a good trade. He wanted too much money, in my opinion. Okay, it's okay to move him, but the return was not great. That's the issue. You should have got an unprotected first next year and a better prospect. Then it would have been, okay, that's a good deal. Yes. Michael T says, so I think having 3 picks out of the first 17 overall is pretty good. Yeah, but it's a weak draft. If it was next year's draft, I don't know.
You'd be ecstatic.
We're cooking with gas.
Yeah. Ethanol.
Okay, whatever. We're cooking. David Sean McDonald goes, it's funny. A lot of people's like David S. But always David Sean McDonald, always. Everyone knows this draft is weak, not next draft very strong, knowing that management chooses to build a winner by maximizing a number of future Jags, not future studs. True.
We don't know, though.
That said,
these players can pan out and become really, really good. We don't know.
Guys, like I said, it's not optimal return, but unless they really blow it on these next 2 picks by picking somebody who's available in the
board,
then it's like, okay, just go chalk. Go with Eklund and Atchison. Wrong. That's what I want.
At least it's something to give us hope, right?
That's what I'm hoping for. Eklund and Atchison. That's what I'm looking for. But they've already got the best player in the draft.
Yes. So they didn't mess that up, right?
No.
They could have been like me and picked Will Levis, number 1 overall.
Yeah, that's right. They could have done that. That was a big X prediction. Very true. All right. Oh, so they're going to commercial. Very interested. The Islanders it always seems like whenever the Islanders or the Giants pick, they always go to commercial, so they don't talk about the teams. That much I do know. Exit. Well, since you know nothing about hockey, really, I guess we'll just get on some comments. Maga says the Dobson deal looking like an old school salary dump by the owners. Welcome to the 90s. Well, they just wanted to play it cheap. They didn't want to pay them the money. They had the money. Here's the thing. They were hamstrung by the horrible contracts that Lamoriello gave out. They were hamstrung. They were, like I said, the Athletic looked at them as the worst salary cap situation to be in with the RFAs they had to sign and the amount of contracts they had still moving forward. A ridiculous no trades and no moves and all that garbage. Next, please, Mr. X. Freedom Fund Adventure goes, I'm thinking if the Islanders pick Logan Hensler and one of the big right wings. Okay, I don't know. I'm looking at – I want some skill on the team. Victor Eklund has skill, and I think they need more defense in the pipeline.
From what I understood, you said we're kind of a team that struggles scoring, right?
Yeah, so you want to get
some guys who can put the puck in the back of the net, right?
But they have nothing in the defensive pipeline. All the guys are older. Pelican, Pulak are in their 30s. Mayfield's in his 30s. I'm absolutely leaning on Atchison. He's got a little snarl to his game. Nothing wrong with that. You can always move Romanoff. I think Romanoff wants to stay, though.
Another thing I did want to mention when you were talking earlier about Wah and how you said a couple of the players changed their style of play and became like a little bit more aggressive and physical. I think, at least in other sports, I know that this is the case. Guys usually will respect somebody who's done it and been there before and, kind of follow their lead a little bit more than somebody who hasn't. So I think maybe the fact that they had Wah helped them out a lot because he's a guy, who was phenomenal for years as a goaltender. He knows what he's talking about, right? He's a guy who's been there and done it before. So I think that kind of helps players with development as well.
But he was able to get the most out of them.
Yes.
I appreciate. Yeah. I mean, he turned them from being pussies into guys who you can put out
maybe
there.
Maybe it's just the fact that they, maybe they just listen to him more. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it's the style that he coaches.
You're looking at the top available. Actually, according to the Athletic right now, are the two guys I'm looking at: Victor Eklund and Kayshawn Atchison. Those are both, even on ESPN site. Those are Megan, whoever she is. Those are her two highest ones. Logan Hensler, he's a defenseman. For me, I'm looking at Atchison and Eklund. I think that's nice. Those are the two guys I'm looking at. I just go chalk at this point.
Yep.
They were rated 8 and 11. And if you can get them at 16 and 17, I think you've done a good job. I think you've done a good job with those two picks.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do. Oh, here they go. They got 500 guys in here, and none of them does anything. So I don't know. Why do the Islanders have so many guys there?
Well, I said, why are they doing it in the locker room? They just threw up some kind of sign that looks like they just had it made yesterday. I'm just saying, okay, you look at all these other teams, they have official war rooms, where they're doing their selections. They have nice desks laid out, and they're just doing it in the locker room.
Why would they not hold it at UBS Arena since they
you just built a brand new stadium?
Maybe nobody was going. The number one pick.
They had a fan fest thing there.
Yeah.
They had inflatables and a carousel there for the draft.
And you had the number one pick in the draft. The number one pick in the draft. It was going to be good times there regardless.
Exactly. Everybody was going to be happy and excited. You can't go wrong with the number one pick. Everybody's hyped up and excited for the number one pick overall.
Drew says, I think at this point Schaefer is going to be with the big club after trading Dobson. No, I would not play him this year. He only played 22 games last year. He's going to be in September. He's still going to be 17. He was 10 days.
If your team is looking for a rebuild, I would not I want the team to suck as bad as possible. I wouldn't bring him up. Build his confidence in the minors. Build his confidence up.
Send him to college because this way he can play the next year.
I didn't even know that you could do that. I didn't even know that you could do that.
There's a new rule where you can go to college and come out the next year. Where Canadian Hockey League, you have to play. If you don't make your team out of camp, you have to play. You can't go into
only play in the minor league team, right?
you can only play back at your club team, at your junior team. So it's like send him to college. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Let him build his confidence up. You don't want to just throw him into the deep end right away.
Right. That's my whole thing. And then I'm looking in the second round, a guy, Ivan, they have him number 20 available. Ivan Rybikin, a guy, he played for Muskegon this year after things didn't work out in Russia. And so that's the guy that I'm looking at the second. He's high-end talent. He came in out of shape at the combine. Okay, those are not good signs. And
You can fix that.
And he had horrible interviews. But I'm willing to roll the dice in the second round on a kid like that. I absolutely am. What the hell has taken the Islanders so long to make a pick? Did you not know your pick was coming up here? Are you looking to trade out of this?
No, they didn't know that their pick was going to be coming up here. They didn't think that they'd have those picks available.
It's like they're just, that was 0 on the clock. It's like, dude, how do you get, oh boy. This smells trade. This smells like a trade. Sure does. When you get, the selection is in. It looks like you couldn't read the guy's name. So I don't know. Probably somebody off the board. Who's making a selection for the Islanders? Oh, Kevin Connolly. See, told you, Kevin Connolly from Entourage.
Good. They should do that.
Well, I guess it's out there in California. You must live out there. And there you go. The Star Trek door opens up for Kevin. He still looks really good, honestly. He looks pretty good. He's probably dyeing his hair at some point. I mean, he's got no gray in that hair. You know he's hitting the bottle. He's got the wrinkles around the eyes, but no color, but no gray in his hair. I'm sorry. That's just not working for me. All right, Kevin Connolly. Just make the announcement, kid. Just make it. Hopefully it's Victor Eklund or Atchison. Yeah, all right, Victor Eklund. I'll take it. Drop it in the draft. Good for you, Victor Eklund. I'm all for that.
Wait. Hold on. Is Grumpy actually celebrating the Islanders?
Yeah, that's a guy I wanted, right? What I said.
Got to document this.
Hey, they didn't trade for Hagens. They got Victor Eklund. He dropped. I'm okay with that.
All right, now one more pick.
Atchison. Go Atchison.
Can we go 3 for 3?
Hey, I'm hoping.
All right, let's get back to some comments here real quick. It says Misa didn't even make the Canadian team. Wickerman said that.
Okay, I don't. Misa's not on this team. I don't give a shit. He's not here. Schaefer was the pick. Eklund, I like this absolutely. He's got some. He's 5'11", 169. He's a right wing. Some offense. I'm fine with that.
They need the offense.
I'm going defense next. His brother is William Eklund. Look at this. He's looking at a puck. Very good. 19 goals, 12 assists at Dyersgarden in 42 games. That's all right. I mean, hopefully he pans out. I don't have a problem with that. Now it's the Atkinson kid's the one I want. I want the Atkinson kid.
Yep.
He played in Sweden's second division. So who knows how good he really is. But he dropped for a reason too, right?
Now, Grumpy, is your opinion changing of the general manager now?
No.
God, man.
He got an underwhelming return on Dobson. He did.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean, but two things can be true also, right? That doesn't mean that he also had 4 goals in the U18 World Championships in 2024. So, we're going to find out with him. Two things can be true also, right? I mean, I can think the general manager did a crappy job with what he got from Dobson, but also be happy with the selections they made. The two things can be true. Now your next thing is, you need to start moving veterans for next year's draft. That's just what has to happen. I'm not going crazy re-signing guys. I'm not overpaying to keep my RFAs because now you have extra money. That's the worst thing you can do is start overpaying for your own guys. His brother is William Ekman, who plays for the San Jose Sharks. He's bigger than his brother, lighter, like 15, maybe 5'11", 161. That's skinny, right?
Yeah.
Keyshawn Atchison is a guy. That's who I'm looking for.
5'11", 161. No, okay, that other kid was 6'5" and was only like 180 pounds. I don't think that's that skinny.
30 pounds or 20 pounds?
Yeah, but for an extra 6 inches in height?
His brother William was 5'9"3/4", and he was 176.
Okay, I'm just saying. There's another guy, the other center that was drafted that was 6'5", was like 180 pounds.
Okay, right now, I'm not complaining about this.
They're all,
I don't know what's,
they're all boys.
I don't
They're all really young.
And Swedish and Nordic people develop later.
Yeah.
They absolutely do physically. I just don't know what's taking them so long.
What's up?
Oh my God. The show is going so good. Ugh.
I don't care. Just read the ad anyway.
There's
Wow.
no ad read, buddy. As I just texted you, there's no ad read. The
Oh.
ad has ended the DraftKings, so I guess I can
Wow.
remove the ad.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care. Read it anyway because
Thanking.
the numbers that I send in are going to be like we read in there.
As soon as you hop on, we're losing viewers, TJ. Get off!
Oh, shit.
Sorry, God. Oh my gosh, this is quite bright. God, I'm kind of baffled by the entire thing. You trade Dobson, you acquire draft capital. I'm happy they didn't piss away draft capital with the draft up and draft Higgins. I mean, he slipped, think about it, all the way to Boston.
Hey, but he's a Boston fan. He grew up watching them.
He said that's what he watches old Boston games now.
Yeah. Said
That's what he said. That's what he did. That's why I mostly watch Boston games.
Actually, surprisingly, he was not an Islanders fan. He actually had Marchand jerseys at his house. So.
Did he really? Are you
Yeah.
messing with it?
No, I'm joking around, but he did come out and say that he was a Boston. He liked watching Boston when he was younger. I'm like, dude, he's trying to curry favor with the fan base because everybody knew him as a big Islanders fan, and you get picked by Boston. He's trying to curry favor. What he's doing? He's PR trained.
We gave up. I assume you already touched.
Hold on. Victor Eklund says his strengths: vision on the ice, transition offense, competitiveness, improvements, physical strength. Obviously, weighs 161, and his NHL comp is Jesper Bratt.
You can hit the weight room. No issue with that. You can hit the weight room.
Have you been utilizing and popping up information as when it comes through?
No.
Okay, got to remember to do that, buddy.
I have been doing starring comments, reading the comments.
Oh,
Okay,
gosh.
here we go. Again, I don't understand what's taking them so long to make a pick. I hope it's the Atchison kid. I think they put another defenseman in the pipeline. And here's Kevin Connolly again.
It's to milk it, Grump. This is the only positive.
His rankings are pretty good.
Yeah, he was ranked pretty high. Is it going to be the guy I want? Make it the defenseman. Don't reach. Yeah!
3 Grump.
Yeah!
Oh,
Would they
Look
select?
at me. Look at me picking all 3 Islander picks. Look at me. Absolutely. Good for you, Keyshawn Atchison. You're the guy I wanted.
Atchison.
I'm sorry. Whatever. I'll learn his name. Good for him.
Eklund, what it says about him is employing a relentless, never-ending motor and a highly impressive contact skills. Eklund suffocates defenders with his pace, outraces them for pucks on retrievals, and wins the war for body positioning by cutting them at their hands. He's also a very capable offensive creator who gets a lot of looks in the slot in the net front areas due to his dogged style. As well as showing skill and skill as a playmaker. He's particularly gifted at playing below the goal line, combining a forechecking prowess with playmaking vision to turn steals into chances with clever feeds to the slot.
I can tell you what, Keyshawn Atchison, I'm sorry. Kevin Weeks is going to love him. He's got the same pink suit on that Kevin's wearing today.
Okay, I will say this. He is playing in a spot where he was only playing against he was in the second tier Swedish Elite League. So
That's okay. He's not going to be here for a few years. That's okay.
Yeah.
He has the qualities you look for, though, right?
Sure.
Okay.
He'll be available for when the rebuild's done.
He had 20. The Kayshawn. Oh, there you go. Kevin Weeks. They're talking about the suit. I knew they would be. You wear a pink suit, and Kevin Weeks is wearing a pink suit. I mean, this kid's a man. You just look at him. He's no boy. He's a man. Just look at him. He's physically mature already.
He's bigger.
And like I said, this is a guy. Absolutely, I love where they got him. They get an A for draft night. He gets a C for the Dobson trade, but an A for draft night because I don't give out A pluses.
That's going to average out to a B. It's going to average out to a B. You can't complain.
That's fine. Good for him. These are the two guys I wanted at this point in the draft. They both slipped a little bit. Snatch them. And I like this kid's attitude. He brings a little snarl to the game. Absolutely, I like this kid. Good for him. Look at the smile on this kid. He's just happy to be with the Islanders. Happy. And
He's pretty big.
I still want the ad read, please. Just
Grumpy.
Do it anyway.
There is no ad read, and guess what? They're not going to count it towards the numbers. There is no ad read. The ad read negotiation is ended with DraftKings. So as I just texted you, you don't have to worry about it.
I think he's making it up, X. I think he's lying. He doesn't want us to get paid.
I'm not lying.
Just doing ad read for the Islanders. Hey, the Islanders here. They've been sensational in the first round of the draft. They're doing great.
Trent Klatt is still there. Trent Klatt has been there forever.
This kid is kind of all over the place on the board with where he was supposed to be selected, this Atkinson kid.
Okay, what does it say about him?
Well, I'll pull it up. I can't even pretend like I know anything about him. I was not expecting us to be making a selection this late in the draft. He turns 19 years old before season starts. So he's an older kid in this year's draft class. Born in September. He looks like a man because he probably is one of the older guys, September 21st. Again, like you'll just look at it here. Some people have him around this range of like 18. Some like Mackenzie had him at 13. Some have him at 44, 53. He's kind of all over the place. But like, this is maybe where he kind of fit in. 53,
when they have SMAT, like SMAHT scouting, they count nothing as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, they're pretty decent at ranking. That's why they have him on here too.
Central Scouting has him at number 9 in North America.
For North American skaters.
Yep.
So he's kind of falling in the same spot he should be drafted, as I told you. Some have him a little higher, some have him a little lower, but again, it's all over the place. Loving nothing more than seeing attackers approach with their head down. Atkinson hunts big open ice hits, connecting those every chance he gets. Saying that he makes his presence felt would be underselling it. Like throwback defenseman, Atkinson is also a spot defender in his own, forcing attackers to take a long way around to find some space in the slot. He can rotate and follow threats around the ice, but he's at his best when he's picking up net drivers, pushing them back off the puck, and harassing them on the boards.
I like it.
Yeah. I like physical defensemen.
That's it. They need some of those.
His numbers are pretty good in the O, but again, it's worth mentioning he's just a little older for that year. But again, the penalty minutes obviously are high. Not afraid to mix it up.
Good. He was better. He improved from the previous season,
which was
from 39 to 59 points and from 8 to 26 goals. So, yeah. And
he wasn't on the World Juniors team. Worth mentioning.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
Okay. I'm
happy with their 2 picks. I'm glad where they got them.
Well, I want to get back to this because I'm not sure if you touched on it. The trade of Dobson.
We did talk about it.
We talked about it all night.
Go ahead, TJ. Add your 2 cents.
I do want to add my 2 cents in, if that's okay. I'm bewildered by it. It's really what it comes down to. This is a spot where you're making this trade. It's almost like you're rebuilding, right? This is where it is. You've traded away a top pairing 25-year-old defenseman who's coming up on the need for a contract extension. And what you've received is 2 draft picks, both of which you've selected. And you haven't traded those away for a player that can impact your team now. and you brought in a bottom six forward, and this Emil, whatever his name is, I can't remember. What's his last name? Emil
Henneken.
Thank you. Heineken. Anyway,
I don't know. It doesn't matter. He sucks. He's been on 4 teams.
I was about to say, multiple teams have passed him up, either as a prospect, as a player. He's kind of like being thrown around all over the place. He's a bottom six guy.
He's Anthony Duclair Jr. probably.
But you pick up 2 draft selections in a weak draft. It is worth mentioning this draft is considered a weak draft class, guys. You pick up, two selections in the middle of this year's draft. You select those players. You lost Dobson. He's not going to be contributing to your team this next year. You're rebuilding. You're changing your franchise. You're starting to rebuild. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. I think that we got underpaid. For everybody out there who's saying Dobson's not worth $9.5 million a year, I feel like you're foolish. You're not understanding. The CBA's added 2 more games, right? So that's 2 more games that all NHL teams can make revenue on. That's going to increase your revenue share. That's going to increase your cap space. And they're planning on adding 2 expansion teams. I don't think people grasp what that does to the actual market share of these teams. You've added 2 expansion teams. You're going to see the cap space. It's already increasing exponentially. You're going to see a bump, and even larger increases. If you pay him 9.5, maybe you can consider overpaying it a little bit on the front end. On the back end of that deal is a sweetheart deal.
Can I just add one thing here? Lanny McDonald is doing the guy who brought my worst Islander memory ever when he beat the Islanders in 1978 in the quarterfinals, scoring game 7 in overtime. He's out there doing this pick. So screw you, Lanny McDonald. Okay, TJ, getting back to this though, would you not agree that the direction of the Islanders now is rebuild?
Has to be.
Okay. So even though the return was underwhelming, I don't even care about the guy they brought in. He's a bottom 6 guy. Who cares? You like the direction. So, and you feel Dobson had to be moved, correct, at this point?
If you're willing to trade and start the transition, yes. But what I don't want to see, what the biggest issue could be, is if you try to do a half-baked rebuild where you say, great, we got these 2 selections, we drafted them, and now we're going to start making pushes. We've already re-signed back Kyle Palmieri to a 2-year extension.
Which was dumb. That was dumb.
What are we going to do with Anders Lee and Jean-Gabriel Pageau?
They're getting traded. There's no way they're keeping them going forward. There's no way.
I heard that they're already starting to have negotiation talks with Anders Lee.
That was Phil. That was Phil throwing lies out there, which is what he likes to do. If you notice, when he puts that out there, it's just horse shit. That's what he does. So just like he was putting out articles on Twitter this week, pretending like they're articles with no author names, that's Phil, just because he's got so much time on his hands. Just looking up shit.
Grumpy, he's not typing anything. It was ChatGPT. It was a fake article that he just typed the prompt into ChatGPT, and it was obviously satire. Okay. But like most people who are not boomers understand as soon as they read it, like this is a ChatGPT article.
This isn't your show anymore. There's no reason to try to attack me because Phil's been doing stuff like this. No reason at all.
I think they want.
You were a failed host previously. X has been fantastic.
He's good. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't have a chance to watch it. Me and the lovely Paige are out on a date, but this is the last show that I probably can participate in ever. So I figured I'd jump on in some capacity to say hello one more time. It's like a callback.
Maybe tomorrow, X, we could do a short show just after the draft and just talk about the guys.
It'll have to be later in the day if I do it tomorrow.
That's fine. We could maybe do that. Just a quickie.
I do find it funny.
I will let you know, okay? I'll let you know on that.
I do find it funny, though, that people are just saying, oh, Dobson's not worth 9.5. We couldn't have paid him 9.5.
They're lying. They're wrong. They're wrong.
Dobson has been top 10 in points for all defensemen over the last 4 years. Yep. So over the last 4 years, it's not like we're cherry picking his great season, his breakout season. Over the last 4 years, he has been top 10 in points of all defensemen in the NHL. That gets you paid. When you're top 10 over a 4-year span in points for defense, you're going to get paid. And when you think about it, he's top 10 in points for all defensemen, playing with an anemic offense like the New York Islanders. Anemic. We finish bottom third in the NHL in scoring every single year. And this guy's top 10 in the NHL in scoring for defensemen over a 4-year span. I know people hate him. I know people don't like him. You'll see what he can do in Montreal. Oh, he's not going to be playing the number one power play, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? He's going to be playing just like with Devon Taves. Oh, Devon Taves, you so this, you so. Just like we told you with Devon Taves when it happened. Prepare his numbers to look much more robust. I think Dobson is in a spot where he's looking at a floor of 50 points a year and a ceiling of around 70 points a year. I don't think he'll be over Lane Hudson on the number one power play. But guess what? They're going to score a shit ton of goals in Montreal, and they're going to control a lot of the action and the pucks.
And 5-on-5. And he's
going to score points just by proxy of being on the ice. That's what happens when you play for a much better, much more skilled team. Expect Noah Dobson's numbers to increase. People are like, bro, Noah Dobson's at 60 points a year. How is this possible? Guess what? Just like with Devon Taves, when you play with a more open, fast-paced offensive team, you're going to see that increase. But I think we have to be in full-on rebuild at this point.
I think we are in full-on rebuild.
Yes.
I don't think there's any way that – I just hope they don't say, oh, well, we have all this extra money now, so let's give Romanoff $6 or $7 million a year because he's not that player. He just isn't.
You have to jump fully in on the rebuild. You cannot go halfway. You can't do it.
We're seeing a lot of these Dobson didn't want to be here's. I'll say this. I'm not sure if you touched on this. What does that say about your organization when he was willing to take a hometown discount for a team he doesn't even play for, but not the Islanders?
Well, Grumpy informed me that that's the team that he watched when he grew up as a kid, or that's where he's from. So, I mean, that makes sense.
From that area.
We've already gone through that once.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, maybe we can get the Hagen kid like that. You know,
if they had,
we can go ahead and have him go ahead and fake sign a contract extension when he's up for free agency and they decide to come to us.
If Lou Lamoriello had been smart when he signed the contract, his last bridge deal, he would have signed him to an 8-year deal. He didn't want to do it. Didn't want to do it. Well, that's why you lose a guy like this at this age.
The smart GMs would have said, I'm going to offer him an 8-year, $8 million a year contract. People would have been up in arms because, oh, you're overpaying him. I remember when I suggested that 3 years ago before he signed this extension, that's what they should have done. Oh my gosh, he wouldn't have accepted that. I'm like, he's taking $1.5 million more, and he had a 70-point season involved with that. If you offered him that before he was top 10 in points for defensemen over a 4-year span, he would have taken an 8x8 deal. We didn't have the cap space to offer him an 8x8 deal because we were too busy signing your Kyle Palmieri's and your Jean-Gabriel Fajots filling it out, and guys like your every single guy they could offer these extensions to, they're offering them to. Oh, Pelican Pulak needs $6 million and 5.5 per. Well, guess what? Those deals have looked not so great now. And because you gave him a bridge deal, you left yourself in a spot where you were kind of between a rock and a hard place. Your fault. Simple as that. Lou Lamoriello's poor planning cost him that potential $8 million a year deal. And if he was on an $8 million a year deal, as the cap is increasing, people were like, wow, this is one of the best deals in the NHL. Guys putting up 50, 60 points a year, only for $8 million a year as a defenseman.
I think, though, you have to be happy with the guys that, I mean, regardless of how we got here, you have to be happy with the guys that we drafted so far this year.
I just worry it's a weaker draft.
It is a weaker draft.
Admittedly, the Eklund kid, I like William Eklund. I do, the older brother. Victor Eklund, I cannot even pretend like I've watched a lot of his games and I've watched a lot of his clip. I would tell you, if other people are telling you that, they'd be lying through their teeth, because this was a spot where if we thought we were getting these 2 selections, we were going to be trading picks to get James Higgins. That's what everybody thought was going to happen.
Here's what I'll say, TJ. You have to look at the positives in this. I think we probably did trade those picks to get Higgins, but then they, as me and Grumpy discussed earlier, they might have asked for too much. And I'm glad that Darsh decided to say no. If that was the case, he decided to say, no, we don't want to give up too much for this guy. And then he made the right selections with the picks that he still had available.
Yep.
So I think you have to look at the positives of it could have gone a lot worse.
I'm not negative on Darsh. I'm not, like, people are going to be upset with the return. The reason he got so little in return is because Lou screwed the situation up. That's why. we're in a spot to where
So he's making
Lou
the best out of
gave
the
him a break.
situation that he's in. I mean, I think he's doing a good job so far. That's all.
I think I don't have an issue. He didn't overpay for Higgins. I just said it was baffling. I thought everybody had penciled in. If you're getting the 2 draft picks, you're going to do anything you can. Stefan Rosner was tweeting about it. Oh, hey, number 4 is where they're going to look to trade up to maybe draft Higgins. Higgins slipped all the way to number 8. And we didn't.
7, wasn't it 7?
No, where did Boston draft? Was it 8?
Boston picked number 7.
7.
I'm sorry. Okay. No, it was number 7. My mistake. But he slipped all the way to number 7.
Yeah. That's
Realistically,
okay.
do you think Boston, if you said, here's the 2 first-round picks we wanted Higgins, Boston would have probably said, yeah, right?
I don't know. And I honestly don't care. We needed more kicks at the can.
I agree with
don't
you.
have a problem with what they did. I think he did not get commensurate value for Dobson. He did not. Absolutely
Yes.
did not.
I agree.
But again, as we talked about this on the show in the past, if he didn't want to be here and he didn't want to sign a contract extension, you had to move on from him. And
Yes.
if it jump starts a rebuild, I have no problem with it. To me, everybody is available off this team.
Agreed.
Everybody except for Schaefer and the 2 draft picks and the Cole Iserman and guys like
Agreed.
that. If somebody like, to me, Pelican Pulak for the right deal, and you're seeing guys with big years left on contracts, 4 years left on contracts, $5 million or $6 million for a defenseman like either one of those 2 guys.
Yep.
Absolutely, they're available. To me, you can trade no less than Pajot and Lee at the deadline. You want to get as many kicks in next year's draft. It's all about next year for me. Always has been. Deep free agent class. Guys haven't signed back yet, or guys will sign back, but still, it's all about next year for me.
I don't have an issue with Darsh, but again, like, this is the thing. When we weren't proactive and we weren't being good stewards of the team and good stewards of the franchise, it made it to where we had to trade Dobson. He was our most valuable asset. We had to trade him to recoup as much draft capital as we could. But we should be, you're exactly right, Grumpy. We should be trading pieces every step along the way. And you can't trade everybody all at once.
Right.
But absolutely, this year at the deadline, we should be trading pieces.
Justin Carbonneau just went to St. Louis.
Yep.
He had 89 points in the queue last year, 46 goals. He was another guy. I like the Eklund pick because I like guys who had brothers just recently. And I believe in that stuff where, and this kid competitor.
It goes
like
throughout
that.
the family.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Carbonneau, I wonder if he's Joe Carbonneau's kid. Wouldn't surprise me, or a grandson, or who the heck knows. But that's another guy that
William Eklund was another kid who dropped in the draft. He was supposed to be going into his draft class year. He was supposed to be like a top 3 selection. He slipped all the way to 7. I like William Eklund. Always have. He's a guy for a long time who had and showed it. But it's like, again, like you look at it, he was drafted. Yeah. Good selection by San Jose there. But it's just like, I think you hope Victor Eklund could be something like his brother. Simple.
Right. That's what you're hoping for. That's what you're hoping for. A guy who can be a top 6 forward for you. So, I mean, his biggest thing, he's light. He's really thin. He's going to bulk up.
Yeah.
I don't know the physical aspect of the game. Swedish league, probably not. But Patrick Waugh is a guy who gets that out of the Swedes. He's done it with Holmstrom. He's done it with Engvall.
It is worth saying the brother did have did have a little less point production, but he was playing in the Swedish Elite League with men compared to Victor. So, I think Victor probably is a little bit further away. But if Victor can be a fraction of what his brother is, I think we're happy in a middle first-round pick with that selection.
Victor also is like taller and thinner than his brother. So he physically was not ready for the Swedish
He'll
League.
put on more weight. He can put on more weight due to his frame.
5'11", 161 as opposed to 5'9" 3/4", 176. That's a big difference physicality-wise. Carbonneau kid, like I said, he was another guy that I was looking at, but I liked Eklund at that particular spot, basically because his brother, and he's not a chopped liver. I mean, that's a kid. I just like the skill set.
Let's get back to some comments, Grumpy.
Good riddance to Dobson, says Greg Frost. Well, that's okay. Xpun3414 says, I'm really liking the Ducks' new look. I always like those orange uniforms. They've had them for a while. Nick D says, Son X Gunther is going to embarrass Goldberg on Saturday night's main event on the 16th of July.
I cannot believe Goldberg is wrestling again.
He's like in his mid-50s now, is he not?
He's looking old, bud.
Talking
Old.
WWE again, huh?
Yeah.
That's right. It's not your show anymore.
Yep.
Michael T says, I hope Darsh can make the 16th and 17th overall picks worth it.
I think he did.
We're a
think
little
they
bit
did.
behind on comments. Let's do it.
Yep.
Naga Maga says, need 3 cups in a row for a dynasty. Don't water it down.
Ah,
Would it surprise you
if they win
Florida
again,
wins again?
No.
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yes.
you don't think that they're going to win again?
Because Montreal's winning the cup now. They've got Dobson.
Oh, stop.
Well, okay. I want to say early in the show where you was not listening, I was really attacking the Islanders, but they didn't make the Hagens move, which would have sent me into orbit.
I'm going to say
stayed
one
there.
thing. As soon as I come on the show, it seems like the Islanders are starting to make right selections.
Oh, good luck charm.
Hey, if it requires me to permanently be away from the show to have the Islanders start to make the right decisions from a general manager standpoint, you know what? It would make me leaving the show make me much happier. Because I'll miss it. I'll miss not being able to share and spread my thoughts. Because it's like when you're typing, people are like, "Oh man, TJ's going on Twitter rampage." I'm like, yeah, because I can't express myself in the free open environment like I am on the podcast. So it's like, yeah.
Hold on, we gotta bring some of that luck in for tomorrow.
Freedom Fund Adventures. Freedom Fund Adventure goes, Grumpy got a lot more reasonable once they didn't take Hagens. Absolutely. That's exactly right.
Whoa, crazy.
Matthew Sklar says, to me, Dynasty is 3 in a row or 3 in 5 years at least. Okay. I think Los Angeles had a Dynasty when they won, what, 2 cups in, or was it 2 or 3 cups? I don't remember.
The Lightning.
Chicago was the Lightning. They only won 2 and 3, but you can't say they were not a dynasty. It's just different. In the salary cap era, it's less to make you a dynasty.
I don't know if this is true or not.
SunX is doing an amazing job. The show started on time. It's been smooth, informative, no meltdowns. Best show ever? Hoo-hoo.
I know our viewership. The other ones. That's all I'm going to say. Viewership's up.
Okay. What do we got next? Keep rolling.
Sorry.
Yep. SunX, Nick D says, SunX, you're doing a good job so far. Keep it up. Now, there's going to be a grace period for you, SunX. So as long as you don't screw up too bad, people will give you a benefit of the doubt. Cliff Nielsen,
I'm going to be looking at the positive side of things. I'm just going to let you know that. I'm going to be looking at the positive side of things.
I like how I was able to predict that Kevin Connolly was going to do the call-outs also.
Yes, I would have liked Ralph Macchio also.
It would have been nice, but
Ralph Macchio. You always
he was not available. Was he not available for the Islanders? Said Cliff.
He's honestly with him doing. I think he's in the actual new Cobra Karate Kid movie that's coming out too.
He is with Jackie Chan.
Maybe he was filming or doing promotional events for that, and they couldn't get him for this. I don't know.
Can you? But besides the Karate Kid movies, can you name another Ralph Macchio movie where he was a star in? I think it's pretty easy, but I don't know if you know, X.
Trying to think. I've seen plenty that he's been in. I just cannot think. Outsiders. The
Outsiders, but there was another one also, which is probably more popular than The Outsiders.
I just remember The Outsiders also from the book. I'd read that in school.
Okay.
Give me a hint on it. The one that you're thinking.
Joe Pesci was in it.
Oh, My Cousin Vinny. Yeah.
My Cousin Vinny.
As soon as you said that,
was too easy. Right. I was going to say there was an Academy Award-winning supporting actress in that movie.
Okay. Wouldn't have
Marissa
gotten it.
Tomei.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa Vito. Okay. Next comment, please. Let's get rolling. I'm in a good mood now. Evo Pivo says, horrible trade for Dobson. Darsh kicked me in the balls with that move.
This was before the selections were made.
Okay, but it's still, it doesn't, just because you got players who were probably ranked higher. Pronman had Eklund at 8 and Atchison at 11. And everyone had Schaefer at 1.
So let me ask, your ideal scenario with Dobson, right? You still would have wanted to trade him, but you would have wanted to hold him until next year and get trades for next year's draft, or traded him this year for picks for next year?
I had no problem trading him this year for picks for next year. You want to get a first round this year? Fine. Yeah. And one next year? Absolutely. Montreal's pick next year. That's what I would have liked. And then a better prospect, a defensive prospect. That's what I would have liked. Another right. Do you think
that he is valued at that, though? With everybody knowing, obviously. I mean, I'm just going to say, since we obviously know that next year's draft is stronger than this year's draft, do you think that maybe teams would have wanted to value those picks a little bit more than, obviously the picks for this year?
That's the asking price, though.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
Do you think that other teams would have been interested? Or did he have a short list of teams that he wanted to go to?
They got an underwhelming offer for that player. They did. They did.
Okay.
John A says, I don't usually disagree with Grumpy, but the jury is still out on the kid they got from Montreal. He's the type that can fit in anywhere in the lineup and play any role. There's a strong push to his stride, always got his feet moving, always maintains a high battle level. With that said, the return isn't ideal. I wish they got at least a first next year as well. Yeah, I think you could have done better than that kid. I don't think there's anything special to them. He's a third or fourth liner. That's what he is. And you know what? They have plenty of those. I would have rather gone for a high-end prospect like either Milieu or Reinbacher, one of those. But, it is what it is at this point. All you can do is move forward. Evo Pivo says bad asset management. Agreed. But I do like what they did in the draft today. So I'm not, it is what it is. Charles Dittmer says, X, I see you inherited TJ's backdrop. Well, he actually had an Islanders backdrop, but there's a couple players on there that are no longer with the team. So
I was going to make the joke that we had limited funds and we had to share a backdrop. I got
there you go.
Hand-me-down backdrop. No,
I like that.
I'm just playing.
Michael T says, can Schaefer be captain material? I'm not getting on that. I'm
too
not
early to tell.
Yeah, too early to tell. But he is a leader. He's absolutely a leader. You saw it on lottery draft night. They had Hagens, Misa, and Schaefer there, and he was guy commanding the interviews. He absolutely was. I like that kid a lot. To me, he's the best player in this draft by far. Good, glad we got him. Nick D says only fiction thinks the Islanders won that trade. Yeah, absolutely did not win that trade. And here's the thing, just to let you know, Phil does not think we won that trade. Now he might. I don't know what he types on Twitter, but that when we talked, he's like, that was a terrible trade. He thought it was a terrible trade. Steve Higashi says, Grumps, both your kids play piano? Neither one of them. They're both chopsticks is about all they could do probably. Well, X could. TJ.
They call me the modern day Mozart.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
No.
Beautiful Adventure goes, Weeks just posted the Islanders logo with big eyes, meaning watching them, and he is shocked. I'm going, like I said, I have the show on in the background so I can see who comes up. I don't see them doing anything else tonight. But
no, I don't think the Islanders are going to do anything else tonight.
I do like what they did today.
Yep.
Not with the trade, but certainly in the draft. Drew says, I wonder if Chris Letang's kid is happy to be off the stage. He's probably thanking Philly for that trade. Matthew T says, are we going to trade Barzell? If somebody offered me a Godfather offer for Matt Barzell, I'm doing it.
Yep.
I'm doing it. It's all about the future now.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to take a couple steps back. They didn't do anything for years and years and years. You got what you got. Lamoriello ran we believe in this core that never won anything. He ran that into the ground. It's time to turn the page. Hopefully they've done that. David Sean McDonald says, we're effing watching a move here. This is literally the NHL's major league. Has to be nobody that rich makes decisions so blindly stupid. We're getting fleeced from within.
God. I thought the reference
it was a bad. It's true. It was a bad deal. It was not it was not optimal. It was not. And I don't think John A. Again, I'll just touch back. I don't think much of that guy. He's bounced around for a reason. So, Cliff Neal says, I have a question with the alphabet soup plan you use for Son X's world. There's fiance Y and dog Z. What happens if there are grandchildren and other pets? Grandson A, cat B, granddaughter C, fish D. We're going to crush that. We're going to cross that bridge when we get to it. I will say the grandchildren are not letters. They're absolutely.
They will be names. Yeah,
they'll be names. Dan L says, I'm pretty annoyed that our athletic beat writer Arthur Stable has been MIA. Well, he's doing two jobs, right? He's a Ranger guy. Les Islanders' article was May 30th, and there's been a lot to talk about lately. He'll probably have something out tomorrow.
Especially with them having 3 picks today, he definitely if he's doing a good job, he will definitely have something.
Or we'll get more articles from Pronman and Wheeler, the draft guys. That's
We'll
what,
also say, too, with us having the number 1 overall pick in the draft, too, there's going to be something to write about.
yeah. Maga says, Grumpy, how the hell can you say you're not happy with the Dobson return while also saying you're happy they didn't trade up for Higgins? Makes no sense. 2 useless mid-round picks. Okay. I didn't want Higgins. I didn't want to give up more assets for Higgins. I think Noah Dobson for Higgins was dumb. I didn't think he's worth it. I just don't think that Higgins was all that. And they would have had to give up something else. Just not those 2 picks, something else. You would have had to give up either another player or Colorado's first. Boston was not going to do that. No team was going to do that. They wanted to extract as much as they could from the Islanders because the Islanders let it know that they wanted Higgins. So the price goes up. So what happens? They didn't trade for Higgins. You got 2 other prospects. I'm fine with that because we're not giving up more assets in a rebuild. I don't want to give up assets when you're in a rebuild. It's the last thing you want to do. You keep all the assets you have and all the first-round picks you can get when you're in a rebuild. We're not in we're a team going to go over the top. That's not where we're at. We're just not. So I'm happy with what we did in this draft. I'm really high on the Eklund kid. I thought he dropped, and the Atchison kid I'm a huge fan of. So I like what they did.
100% agree. Cannot echo that enough. They let it be known that they were heavily and high in on Higgins. Teams are going to hold you over the phone.
Trade alert. Nashville's now on the clock. They acquired Ottawa's pick.
Ottawa doesn't need any more young guys. They don't need more prospects either. I mean, they only dropped 2 spots and get a number 67 overall. It tells me they have a lot of guys in this area that they're looking at. Or maybe a guy who's ranked a little bit later than most people think, and they just pick up an extra pick. Like I said, when you're getting later in this, it's just eye of the beholder stuff.
The best thing in this draft is trade alert, by the way. I do like that.
I'm happy with what we've done during the actual draft. I will say, though, I think you're right, Grump. You could have approached it a little bit better, at least like you could have approached at least the trade, how you're going to trade Dobson a little better with the assets we got. But, I mean, you kind of was left, kind of left between a rock and a hard place. But I do like what they did, at least in the draft. The players they selected, I think, were good spots.
It's Trotz.
It's Trotz. There he is. Freedom Front Adventure goes, Grumpy. Philly got Martone and now 6'5" Nesbitt gearing up for war. Well, Philadelphia's they've been going towards being a smaller team in recent years. And I mean, they've been getting bullied a little bit. That doesn't fly with that organization. Gearing up for war. Will the Islanders answer? I like the Bridgeport coach stated they wouldn't be punching bags anymore. And many of the new staggering were fighters.
Players were fighters, maybe.
I want to put this up. This is Victor Ekholm. Here's his highlights. So let's watch some of this here. I'll maybe mute
what the heck?
volume.
CX, these are things you got to get better at. TJ's pretty good at this.
Nice shot. Nice wrister. Good job on defense. Wow. In the offensive zone there. Nice job of deflecting and getting that puck.
What's the one thing you're seeing?
Active
He's not
stick.
afraid. He's not afraid to attack the net.
Yep.
He's not afraid to attack the net. I like that.
And from what they said, he hustles a lot, too.
I don't know which he is.
The one.
He's number 38, 28, whatever number it is. 38.
He can shoot the puck. Look at him going behind the net. Puck. I mean, okay, I like what he shows.
Yep.
I've never seen him play live. His shoot first mentality. Need that.
Nice vision.
Nice vision.
Nice vision. Again, not afraid to get behind the net and not afraid to go to the dirty areas. Look at that.
And he's smaller, too, doing that.
Yep.
Well, he's 5'11". He's light. He's not.
Well, that's what I mean by smaller. He's lightweight. Weight-wise.
Nice move.
Yep.
He can shoot the puck. Wrist shot. Nice. Snapshot is nice.
Yeah.
There he is. Slap shot.
Slap shot goal.
One-timer. Oh, here he is.
He's quick. He's good. He's got good stick handling abilities. Look at that.
That was nasty.
He didn't score,
he didn't score there, but let me tell you something. That was a nice move. That's James Higgins-esque right there. Right? That was the thing with Higgins. Like I said, he needs to get bigger. He's a boy yet. He's at least, 3 years away, which I'm fine with.
I think he's 3 years away, too. 3 years away from being on the roster. 21, 22 years old.
Guess what?
He's not afraid to go behind the net.
I like him. I like that pick a lot.
And
Do you think he'll be with Bridgeport, TJ?
He won't play in Bridgeport probably. I mean, he's going to develop in Sweden for a bit.
Okay.
now that was a nice pass right there.
Good shot. He scored. My God. Nice play. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy with the kid like that selected where we picked him up.
I was
What
going to say one thing. Where Barry Trotz was sitting, it looked like the Nashville Predators mascot, Predator, was like carrying him by his head.
And
Buff
do
it
we,
out.
that's
Hey, George Kittle is going to announce the pick.
yeah. Okay, Cameron Reed, defenseman from Kitchener. That's okay. Like I said, I'm looking at the kid from Russia who went to Muskegon, I think. I forget where he went. I'm looking for him in the second round. And like I said, it's only because he interviewed so poorly and came in a little out of shape to the combine because he's got like big time talent, right? David
Yep.
Sean McDonald says, you know what?
We already did that one.
Google says, did TJ celebrate Doc Page's birthday with dinner at Bucky's? Grumpy, how protective of you concerning your collection of DVDs? I got to keep an eyeball on that little baby because she does like to. She just likes to pull them out and step on them. I got to straighten her out. Got to keep her in line. Thomas Anthony says, gents, great show tonight. While I'm upset over the Dobson trade, do you think we'd trade our next two picks and maybe a player to Winnipeg for Ehlers? Nope. I don't know. Just trying to get some excitement. I'm not even going for a free agent this offseason. I'm just not. I'm not looking for somebody 27, 28, 29 years old. That's not what this team is about now. It's about rebuilding. Frank from Empire State says, do not drink Aquafina or Dasani. They are garbage. I drink Aquafina. Thank you.
You drink
Drew
garbage.
says, Montreal fans seem to have a positive reception of Emil Henneman. However, I'm taking their word with a grain of salt because of the same people thought Romanov was actually good. Okay, all I'm going to say is my nephew is a huge Montreal fan. He doesn't think anything of Henneman. So, and he watches all their games. John A. says, anybody spilled the beans about what St. Louis was offering for Dobson? No idea. That's all water under the bridge now.
Yep.
I think if they could, whoever gave him the best offer is what they were going to take. Drew says, at this point, I doubt we're even getting Isaac Howard. I'm not giving anything up more than a third-round pick for Howard.
Here's some of Kayshawn Atchison, by the way. And again, they're all like big hits. So I let you.
He scored goals, too, though. He had 26 goals this year.
I think this highlight tape, I think, is more the big hits. He's got suspension written all over him, but I'll let you watch.
That's all right.
Both.
Oh, man.
That's a good hit.
Holy shit.
That's concussion trained.
Hey.
Oof.
Oh, my God. Keep your head up, kid.
Okay, you like Romanoff. You're going to love this kid.
Oh.
That's clean. Those are clean hits. Keep
They're
your
not
head up.
clean in today's NHL. Boof.
Man, I'll tell you what.
He's leveling guys.
He's a throwback. He's absolutely a throwback player. Oh,
You just hope that you hope that he doesn't try to go ahead and lay the hit and it costs him defensive positioning. Holy shit. Oh,
okay, now
and it becomes a 2-on-1.
now see that's Romanoff. Like that's not good. That's not smart. That's not smart. There, I
It
will
was a
say that.
2-on-1 because he takes him.
I wish we got to see a little bit of his offensive ability. To be honest with you. Okay, let's see what he's done here. Okay, nice job defensive. He hits you, you're hit. I'm gonna say that, right? You better keep your head up around this kid.
Yep. Okay. See, okay, I want you to watch this. This one, I worry. He's young. Maybe he can get better at. Okay. I don't need both defensemen covering because it's like, okay, it's if you've got a guy streaming down the other side, he's just so hit happy. I'm happy he likes to hit. He can hit, and that's probably the best portion of his game. He's physicality. He's going to have to learn how to become a little bit more reserved at moments and not try to say, I'm going to throw myself. I know I'm a left defenseman right now. I'm going to throw myself out of position to lay a big hit.
Agreed.
Can't do that.
But I think you can coach. You can coach
He's
him to be
18 years
selective.
old. He's 18 years old. I have more faith that he can learn that than a guy like Romanoff at 24.
You can't coach toughness and you can't coach the will to want to hit people. You can't do that. You either have the dog in you or you don't.
He hits these guys and they stay hit.
Yeah.
Okay, you wonder though a little bit.
They usually end up like this on the ground.
How much of that does he? I just hope it carries.
One thing, he does leave his feet when he hits guys. Now that he didn't that time.
Okay, again though, it's the same thing. He takes himself out of position. You see what I mean? Like positionally, he's got a lot of work. He's many years away. The
He's
reason I bring this
Romanov
up,
too. He looks
he's
like
many
Romanov.
years away.
He's like
He's many
Romanov.
years away, and that's fine. But this is a guy who's probably 4 years away.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's good,
Yeah.
but at that point in time, all the players will be coming up together. You have a good team.
He's about 3-4 years away. Again, like positionally, just looks like he's a chicken with his head cut off.
Okay, do we have any physicality in our system at all?
No, not really.
No. I don't have a problem with it, honestly. I don't.
Just he's got to kind of like he's got to straighten himself up in a few areas. He's got suspension written all over.
We know he's a big hitter. I'd like to see I don't know if there's any other film on him.
I'll try to find it, but this is the most appealing portion of his game.
Okay, I want to see what he some other things
Okay.
he does.
Oh my God, man.
He's a fighter too. Oh, he can fight too. Oh my God. Yeah.
No, that was him getting knocked down, I think.
No, he's 77.
He's 77, Atchison.
Yeah, they're taking shots at him. I don't think he minds. He's going to be.
He's an agitator. You just
He's a
hope he's
fan
not
favorite.
defensively. He's positioned.
Oh yeah, I like him. Okay. Oh my gosh, look at this. I don't like how Bettman's putting his hand around this kid's shoulder. That's a little cringy. Oh boy, look at this center ice face off. Boom.
Oof.
Oh,
Move.
knocked his helmet off. He's dropping
eating those
this kid.
punches.
This
Move.
kid's guy is. Give him a steady diet of lefts. Just then, give him a right, just to keep it honest. Oh my God. Oh man.
You know what it reminds me of? The Bash Brothers from freaking Mighty
No,
Ducks.
The Hanson brothers from Slapshot.
No, the Bash Brothers from Mighty Ducks. They did that after they got their fight.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, the Hanson brothers too. Just go out there and steamroll people.
Okay, I'll pull up here.
Well,
Some
go ahead. Look,
offense.
X. Let's hit some more comments, and then TJ, if you could pull up some other because all right, we know he can hit. Drew says at this point, I'm doubting we're even getting Isaac Howard. Like I said, I'm not giving up anything more than third round pick for him. Steve Agassi says, let's tank and get McKenna. I don't want the Pens to get him. You know, the NHL will set the team up again for another 20 years. Yeah, I'm getting as many first round picks, and I don't care. Next year's a really deep draft. So if you get a couple of picks in the top 10, you're going to be doing okay.
Let's be honest, though. We were kind of benefited by winning the draft lottery this year when they took away the All-Star game. So maybe faith – I'm leaving the show. Maybe X truly is a harbinger of good things to come for the Islanders.
Well, no, the reason we got the number one pick in the draft is because we were promised the All-Star game. We didn't.
That's true.
You know what it's like? It's like the Star Wars movies. He's a new hope. X is a new hope is what he is when he's been integrated into the show. One
thing I've learned about these draft lotteries, even in the NBA, they're all bullshit. There's no lottery factor to this shit at all. It's all predetermined. They automatically know. You know what it is? They wheel the little thing around, and guess what? All the balls have the same exact team name in them, so it's impossible for them to fail.
Okay, this is the X that we know and love right here. The
It's
conspiracy theory X.
Why did we get the number one pick in the draft lottery this year? Why?
It's true. It's true. It's
because
true.
we were promised the All-Star game. We didn't end up getting it.
Why did Dallas get the number one pick in the NBA?
Because they went ahead and traded away Luka Doncic.
To the Lakers, right? That's absolutely what happens.
Only the fourth time it's happened in history.
Hopefully the Islanders will just suck real bad and just get that first.
No, we need to be promised something or give something away. It's like a
who we have to
we have to sacrifice something in order to get something back in return.
Who do we have to sacrifice? We sacrificed the All-Star game last year. What can we sacrifice now, X?
Matt Barzal.
Matt Barzal, yeah. You got to sacrifice him. Give him to
Billy Sorokin.
They
Billy
love
Sorokin. You know what Phil's happy about? He's glad Dobson's gone. He hopes that Barzal and Sorokin are next. He wants to have a team that has a potential to get 30 points a season.
Sorokin to Edmonton is the ultimate sacrifice for the number one overall pick.
I tell you that much.
That's not good. They don't. I'm not trading him to Edmonton.
We take a toxic asset back in
not a
return.
trade. They would just take him and give us the number one pick in return.
We'd have to take Cap back.
Get Stuart Skinner back.
Maybe they could do that too. It would be like a Doncic-esque deal.
Right.
That would be the Edmonton parlay that they would need because with a guy like Sorokin in that, they'd win a Stanley Cup.
Bettman will get it worked out. Don't worry. He'll go on the
League will
horn.
get it worked out. Okay, here's his highlights for Kayshawn Atkinson. Here's his offensive highlights. At
Oh, he's
least.
got 2 minutes of these too. See,
Back in the zone. Romani, Wakely in front of the net.
Oh,
Nice.
a little off balance, but
after off down, still able to convert. Man, he
Must be
enjoys
a fan of
himself.
Cam Newton.
Oh,
one's my
I love
favorite.
when they got Nathan Horton.
I don't like that. I don't like to see
I
that.
do. Wham!
Double.
That's a
helmet-
suspension.
That helmet did
Go
too much.
Go Tua. Go Tua.
Nice shot again, point blank. That's like a pre warm up shot.
Well, you know, it looks like he sneaks in late. I'll tell you
Nice, nice patience. Hold on, look at that again.
what,
Look
he's
at
got
this.
some offensive. He's got some offensive instincts, right?
Absolutely does. He comes up. Whoop.
Whoop.
Nice
Yeah.
patience, and he
Broke his
buries
ankle.
that.
Okay, you're getting 26 goals, and he's not playing in the
Nice
queue either.
wrister. Holy shit.
This is the guy. This is the guy I want. He's going to have to tone it down a little bit with the physicality, but
Not
I
in the
like-
playoffs. He won't. That's right. I'm talking about playoffs, Grumpy.
Boom. That's top shelf, dude. It knocked the drink off. Knocked the
Water
Gatorade bottle off there. Here comes a hit. You just tell where he is. It's a bone crushing hit.
Oh. He hits a guy like everybody's they're running into stanchions out
Oof.
there.
Oh,
Oh, he ducked. He avoided most of that.
These are all in the playoffs, by the way, if you haven't noticed.
Okay, so this is
one.
Another defensive play. Nice
What
play.
does he do? Look what he did.
He
That's
took
not
the
a
puck away
penalty.
first. Took the puck away
That's
first,
right.
and then neutralized the body.
Just finished his check.
Wow. Nice
Oh
play.
yeah,
And he's getting hooked. He's getting hooked on the way in too.
he can play. He can play.
I'm happy with this selection. I just think he needs to learn to tone it down at some points, but I'm happy with this selection where it was
Yep.
picked. Very happy.
Like I said, I love what they did in the draft today. They get an A for the draft, first round, and they get a C for the trade.
I
But
agree.
I like what they
That's
did
pretty
in-
apt assessment. Here comes a slap shot. Let's see what the slapper looks like.
One timer.
Oof, that one shouldn't have gone through, but nice goal nonetheless. But that was not a great shot. Mm. You see what I mean, though? Like
He'll learn, or hopefully he'll learn that you have to be selective.
Yes, I agree. That's the biggest issue I've got with them. Have to be selective with what you do and where you be extra physical because you can't be living in the box.
Yeah, you're not doing your team any favors.
He's
Rolling
going to
up.
fight this guy on the ground.
Correct.
See how
Nice
you know what?
shot.
Okay, you know what? Here's what I like about him. He knows when to drop down.
Yep.
He knows when. Oh my goodness, they got him. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Some defensive defensemen have no idea what sort of acumen to have, like where it's like, when do I need to join the offensive game? It looks like he already knows that.
One thing he's good at timing. Oh, we know this. He drops this guy like a bad habit right here.
God almighty.
One more. Oh, okay.
Oof. He definitely is not afraid. Oh, there's Martone. He's just bullying Martone, pushing
Right.
around like a rag doll.
Yeah, that's okay, Philadelphia. Bartone's probably scared to face the Islanders now.
Ooh, let's see. Oh, breakaway.
Is he going to make the pass or is he going to shoot? He makes the pass. Boop, boop, boop.
Top
Okay,
shelf.
that means
shelf.
nothing to me. A 2-on-0, you got to score every time. But I'll tell you what, that puck was in his feet.
Yep.
That puck was in his feet.
Yep. Good job. Again, he's a guy where you love to have him on your team. You probably
Yep.
hate to play against this type of guy. And I'm happy he's for the Islanders.
Yep.
He's quite a few years away, but I think I'm happy to have him as a part of our organization.
He brings a certain attitude to the team, and it's contagious.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. Hey, what's this guy messing up here? I don't think that's going to turn out well.
Nope. Happy
All
with
right.
the selection.
Actually, let's hammer the rest of the comments because the draft is it's winding down here. I'll tell you one thing about the NHL. When it tells you it's 3 like 7 o'clock to 11, it's 7 o'clock to 11. And it ends right on time. I like the fact that it's quick, not like the NFL. Now here's Logan Hensler. He went quick.
I thought you were
23.
talking about me not being on time.
Everyone knows you're not on time. Logan Hensler.
To Ottawa.
There was another guy from Wisconsin, all Big Ten freshman. He's a big kid too.
Scant.
He was ranked pretty high, but I like the Atchison kid. Just brings some snarl to the table, something the Islanders need. Freedom Front Adventure goes, Grumpy, if the Islanders signed Dobson 3 years ago, he would have a full no trade and still be a liability. He was never a liability. Just stop that nonsense. You and TJ stated, okay, show you would defend Dobson no matter what truth was, and you kept your word. I don't know what.
I don't even know what that means.
Stated on the show you defend Dobson and you kept your word.
No, not true. We don't defend him.
I always said he had to sign a contract extension. If he didn't, he had to move.
X real quick. And they did. I want to put this up because I want to address this because we're watching highlights. I think this is very applicable right now. I could pull up 32 highlight videos from each kid drafted tonight that would convince you each one is their future star. That's correct. Here's the thing. What you're looking for in players are certain things that you could say, what can they grow and expand on? Trends is exactly right. Like when I see a guy who is consistently hitting, right? I could say that's going to carry over because he does that all the time. When I'm seeing a guy where it's like, okay, he's showing signs or he knows how to drop into the offensive zone and enter the offensive areas in a certain spot to try to create and help a little bit.
Times, not just willy-nilly. When he sees an opening, he takes it.
I like that. You can notice
line, you know that he's probably a pretty good shooter.
Rick Roma, you can notice too where you're like, okay, gotcha. I can see himself taking himself out of position to hit. I could see that's going to be an issue going forward. He's going to have to learn how to control that a little bit. Like you could see some of the early signs of issues and some of the signs of potential successes. These guys are not all going to be perfect. Not all these guys are going to pan out. But where he was selected, I'm happy with that selection. That's more what we're discussing, Rick, on this.
A lot of these kids are really raw. They're young. They need time to develop and mature.
James Farrell said, I heard a lot of fans at the watch party in UBS Arena left when James Higgins went to the Bruins. Well, it's their loss. Freedom Front Adventure. Wait, Grumpy. TJ dropped off the cats and babies with you. I knew that son of a bitch was moving to Charlotte.
Yeah, they're all here.
That's right. They're all here, and I'm happy as hell. Xbun3414 says, and X is here too. Like I said, I couldn't be happier. Where is this Dobby don't want to be here idea come from? Today is the first time I heard of this. Okay, he didn't want to sign a contract extension. He gave him $11 million.
When he wanted more money to sign here and he took less money to go sign with the Canadians, that should tell you all you need to know about him wanting to stay here. He didn't want to stay. He took less money to go somewhere else. It means if he was going to stay here, he wanted to get paid. He was like, I'd rather go to the other place on the cheap.
Yes, that was confirmed. I mean, he was in a spot to where Grumpy a lot over there, but he was in a spot over there where it was like he wouldn't negotiate with the Bruins. The Bruins and the Islanders had something worked out in some sort of rough estimate, a rough draft with Noah Dobson, but he was not willing to cut them a deal either. He said it's 11. And again, his wife or his fiance, who gets married in like 3 weeks, is from Boston. So they thought maybe they'd have to curry some favor with him. Hey, you're moving back closer to your family over here, but no. It was Montreal that he was willing to cut a deal with. But again, this is what happens when you walked a guy to the end of his deal. Well, again, you gave him one of these transitionary deals and a bridge deal. That's what happens. Poor planning on Lou's fault because he didn't have the cap space available to sign long term.
Freedom Front of Son X, the assistant GM, wasn't fired in Ottawa. He was let go in Ottawa. Darsh and Wah made lists of candidates. Wah picked the head coach and worked together. Wrong. Finding yourself a mentor and don't listen to your father. It's not true, Freedom Front Adventure. He had nothing to do with it. You think, again, I'm going to ask.
I hear something. There's some murmur in the background. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. I thought Grumpy was speaking, but I couldn't hear him.
Oh, my goodness. And do you think that Matt Martin was a Matthew Darsh hire? Really? Really?
Yeah.
No, that's the retirement plan that the Islanders have.
That's the gold watch.
Yep.
I will say this. Tonight has gotten me in a spot where at least I think that the likelihood of him being a guy who is taking every order, probably not the case. Not as much as I was worried about it beforehand. If he traded and got Higgins too, I'm like, oh, this guy's just a mouse. But he absolutely showed that he is going to forge his own direction. Maybe he's handcuffed with a few things, but I like to see this from Darsh. He's making his own decisions quite obviously after we saw tonight. I'm happy about that. I'm happy about the direction of the rebuild. I'm happy with those items.
Mr. B says, If they pick your guys, do you think it means Darce liked and subscribed or just tuned out?
He probably
Both. He
was
tuned
all
in.
hype for the first Sun X podcast, so he had to listen in.
But
Yeah.
let's be honest. Hey, we are nothing but fair on this show.
You guys have serious echo, by the way.
It's TJ.
Grumpy has his volume so high in the house. It's hard to believe. I can hear it echoing in my computer. His volume is fucking like he's a boomer who can't hear anything through the TV. He's got to put it 1,000,000 times high. Now is it better?
Grumpy is old, okay? So he has not turned the hearing aids all the way up. You just got to tell him to do that.
Echo sounds better, right?
What?
I don't know. Does the echo sound better, X?
It's a little bit better, yeah. It's a little bit better, yeah.
Okay. Thomas Amato goes, great to see you guys covering the draft. Grumpy, giving back to the fans. Much love for the podcast. Sonics, we love you too.
Grumpy, ever since I've got home, has gotten progressively louder
The Kings
as well.
traded the
Might I
24th
add?
overall pick to the Penguins in exchange for 31 and 59. The Penguins are making some moves in this year's draft. They
He's
see
just getting
somebody they
louder.
want.
Yep.
Tony Boy Curtis says, Son X, go play NHL 25 franchise mode. It'll teach you about the game.
The only thing it taught me is that the Islanders team is terrible. They have a very low rating.
Wow. Michael T says, I hope all those jerseys are not stitched in the Islanders dressing room. All those 25 jerseys for the 2025 draft.
Be awkward. Awkward.
Maybe everybody's going to be number 25. Drew says, so does Grumpy love Darsh now? No, absolutely not. Going chalk, says John A. Great pick, says Frank. Going chalk, says John A. Excellent, says Dan L.
Hey, Grumpy, stop yelling. Trust me, we can hear you fine all throughout. It's causing echo too.
Hey, TJ, pipe down. Grumpy's excited about the draft. He's excited the way the team's going.
Yeah, dude.
Let him be.
Yeah.
No more of your tyranny. Get
Dan
out.
with
You know what?
Dan with
Get
the
outta
wonderful
here.
children says, excellent. Frank, I tell you what, X having control over who's on and off the show is a powerful tool for him.
Oh, by the
He
way, I
uses it.
need to know how to ban people. Somebody made
It's like a president with executive orders.
somebody made a mean comment about me. How do I ban? Permaban.
Frank from Empire State thus makes Dobson trade in the future a steal for us. Mark my words, bitches. LOL. It's not a steal because you could have got better. You could have got better. Drew says, good pick. I'm okay with Etchison. So am I.
Yep.
Thomas Tomato says, Grumpy, impressive. This shows his knowledge of the game. 3 for 3. Very happy to see TJ on tonight.
Thanks, Thomas. I will say this real quick. I would have been happier instead of us picking up that bottom 6 forward if we would have picked up another draft pick for next year.
Yeah, well.
I'd have been happier with that result. I like what we've done with our draft picks this year. I like what we've done with that. But I think it's a little left to be desired from the Dobson trade. That's all.
He could have done. It was not a great trade. He didn't get max value for Dobson. He did not. But he turned what he had into as good as he could, I think.
Look at the positives, right?
Yep.
This
Three
team
good
was in ruins, 2-3 months ago? And they're building themselves back up, baby.
Xpun says 3414 says 3 good picks, 100% agree. Thomas Antonetti says Kayshawn is a great pick, much needed. Toughness on the blue line, love it. Okay, I feel slightly better about the Dobson trade. It has no bearing on the Dobson trade, none. Todd Peters says that's it. We got our guys. Can't say Darsh didn't try to make a splash.
True.
Then okay, now Chris Letang isn't even out there anymore. This kid in this ill-fitting suit is out there all by himself. And again, Bettman puts way too many hands on this kid. I'm sorry. He can read, TJ. He's better than you.
Whoa! He didn't even mess up once.
Oh,
I'll
William
say-
Borkoff. This kid could do it. He knows how
I
to
will
read.
say this. I'm happy with the draft. I'm happy. I feel better about Darsh. I do. I wasn't a big fan of the trade, but we got back in return. But this is a GM who's going to have to know how to draft. He's not the guy who's drafting the players. It's the scouting staff, right? He just got here.
Yep.
But he didn't trade.
I will say, he said he made it sound like they were going to try to win this year. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think they're saying, you know what? We know where we're at.
Yep.
That's good. And again, like as I mentioned, he didn't stupidly overpay to have the ability to draft James Higgins. That makes me happy, even though there's a lot of pressure from ownership on that. Like, did X show you the tweet by Cam Robinson?
No.
Fuck X. We went over this
We have
before
seen
the
we've
show.
seen no tweets. It's just
Hey,
been me
hey,
talking,
hey.
X starring comments, and me talking. That's been the show.
But it's been good so far.
It has been good. X just getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Let
I'm
the
doing
talent
what I'm supposed to do.
talk about the show.
Yeah, feed Henry the
So,
ball.
Cam Robinson, he is the editor and the director of film scouting for Elite Prospects, the site that you look at for ranking a whole bunch of prospects. He said the Islanders are making a serious push to get together their picks for top 10, with number 4 being in focus again from Utah. Picks 16 to 17 are in play, plus are in play. One source indicated that the Islanders owner John Ledecky would approve nearly anything to get Higgins. There was pressure, I think, on him by ownership to do anything he could to get Higgins, and he didn't overpay and he didn't succumb to that pressure. I feel happy about that. He knows where to say no, and I'm happy with that. I really am. Couldn't be happier about it.
I would say that maybe somebody wanted 16, 17, and Colorado's number 1 next year. And I don't think that's what I thought they were going to do. And that was totally unacceptable for me. And they didn't do it. So I'm happy. Like I said, I think Darsh lost the deal with Montreal. Everyone thinks Darsh lost the deal for Montreal. Everyone.
You know what? You lose some and you win some. So maybe they'll win some better trades in the future, when they're trying to rebuild a team, like maybe getting rid of Barzal or getting rid of Sorokin.
Here's a comment I like to read. Moose Jaw Sasquatch says, as Grumpy the Guru always says, build through the draft. Absolutely. Look at the teams. Look at Montreal. Look at Columbus. Look at Carolina. Florida is not the way. That's not the way Florida did it. But their GM is so damn smart. They win every trade. Every trade. Xpun 3414 says, pretty happy with this offseason. I'm not going that far. David Sean McDonald says, X, you're wrong. We do know what's about to unfold. This constant plane crash of a club have these little tells only the abused can see. It's blatant, like the face made right before that nut.
I'm sorry, it's funny. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe
I don't think, like I said, if you're an Islanders fan, you have to be happy with the first round of the draft. Michael T says Schaefer and Atchison will be a really nice 1-2 punch on defense. Absolutely. And it's not about this year. Like I said, Schaefer is not touching the ice for the Islanders this year for me. I want him to get bigger and stronger, go to college, and then come in and play the next year. That's what I want. Cold-blooded Clown says the new GM gets an A, great draft night, and Dobson stinks. Well done. He could have got more for Dobson. Regardless of what people think about him, he was worth more than what they got for him. But I like what he did in the draft.
You let it be known early on, again, that you weren't willing to pay him what he was asking for, which gave you very little spot to leverage and negotiate. Probably should have kept that one a little bit closer to the chest. I will say this, right? As much as I don't like Lou, he kept everything unbelievably close to the chest. It's just what he did. That would have definitely benefited us in a time period like this. I will say this also. Noah Dobson, as much as people don't like him, top 10 in point production for defensemen over the last 4 years. Enough said. A guy like that's going to get paid. That was more point production than Darnell Nurse, who's getting 9.5 million. It was more point production than James Rowinski. It was more point production than a lot of these guys. Yes, more than a lot of these guys who are earning 9.5 plus, and the cap's going up. You were fucking stupid not to think that he was going to get paid something like that.
Watch what Ekblad gets paid as a 29-year-old defense first. And I like Aaron Ekblad.
Yeah.
But he's going to get overpaid for his value. He's going to take a discount to go back to Florida.
And I will say this too, really quickly. Watch what Evan Bouchard gets paid. That's it.
Yeah. Evan Bouchard is worse defensively than he's worse defensively than Noah Dobson, period. He just played with McDavid and Draisaitl. Frank from Empire State says, what a great first round draft for us guys. 100% agree. Could not be happier with the draft, how it worked out. Frank says, Grumpy old man, these picks made the Dobson trade real good. Mark my words. You could have got better. You could have gotten better, even better return. But happy with the draft. Frank also goes, That effing kid is a huge and sculpted. Holy shit, he's talking about Atchison. He's a man. He's tingling. Uh-oh, Frank, watch out. Keep your hands out of your pants, Frank. We're happy too, but come on now. Michael T goes, I believe you got to take the Dobson trade with a little grain of salt. I mean, he wanted $11 million per year just to get rid of him. Maybe that Emil Gritty bottom six guy will be a fan favorite type player. I don't care about him. He's nothing. He's nothing. Freedom Fund Adventure goes, best Islanders offseason in decades. Both picks really strong. Ed Jovanovski has so much praise for Atchison. Yeah, I like what I see. Frank says, I got to find highlight reels. These guys will be great. We don't know. Right now, they're good picks, though. Tony Cheese says, left my ass off. I leave and come back, and look who's here. Talking about TJ. Frank from Empire State adds once again, you guys see that MRFer? Pink suit Terminator. He looks fast and crazy tough as F. And I tell you what, I know I'm going to watch it back. Like I said, I didn't watch it. I'm absolutely going to watch back and see what Kevin Weeks said because I know they talked about the suit. As soon as I saw the pink suit, I know Kevin Weeks is wearing the pink. I'm like, he loves him. Tony Cheese says, TJ took his sponsorship with him. Michael T goes, to believe Dobson is worth his contract and then look at Sam Bennett's contract. Yeah, no. Okay. Sam Bennett he would have made $10 million a year easily if he went on the open market. How old is Sam Bennett as well? Right? Dobson is 25. It's a difference. And he plays right shot defense. It's way more valuable. I love Sam Bennett. He took a hometown discount to stay in Florida. They say Marchand is going to take a discount to stay in Florida.
Sam Bennett is 29 years old.
Yeah. How's
he's
he going to
be
age?
Under contract until he's 37.
How's that going to age? Think about it.
It won't.
Dobson is going to be 33 when his contract expires.
That'll be somebody the
Defensemen last longer than forwards. Big defensemen last longer than forwards do.
Yes. Particularly the type of forward that Sam Bennett is. I'm not putting Sam Bennett down, but his game is not going to age well. Wickerman 7979 says, TJ, any new GM will always make a trade. Dobson would have moved on anyway. No.
Sam Bennett, by the way, 51 points last year, 41 points the year before, 40 points and 49 points. He's not a big point guy, right? He's had 50 points once in the last 4 seasons.
Hey, he showed up in the playoffs. I'd rather have somebody
Okay,
like that.
I gotcha. A good playoff performance and 2 good playoff performances should not earn you $8 million a year.
But Aaron Judge gets paid a ton, and he's a ghost in the playoffs. Again, I'd rather have somebody who comes up in the important games and plays well in the important games than somebody who's just a regular season guy. Sorry.
It's easy to flip on the guy who doesn't do anything in the regular season or underperforms. $8 million for 50 points.
I don't know.
Not
When
as
it comes
a forward,
to playoff,
as a
when it comes to
defenseman?
playoff, wasn't he like the leading goal scorer on their team in the playoffs?
Yes. He led the NHL in goals in the playoffs.
I don't give a shit what you do in the regular season. If you perform in the big moments, I would much rather have a guy like that on my team than somebody who only performs in the regular season. Regular season don't mean shit.
The year before that, he had 14 points in the playoffs and then 15 3 years ago.
He balled out this year.
He had 22. Okay, it was a contract season, X. It's worth taking into account. I'm not saying Sam Bennett sucks, but I'm saying he parlayed a really good contract year performance and a really good playoff performance in a contract year to an 8-year by $8 million per. And he hasn't. Okay, Sam Bennett has never scored more than 51 points ever in any of his NHL seasons. This was the best year of his career in the NHL. 51 points as a forward.
Maybe he's
Let
changed
that
his
sink in,
style
ladies and
player.
gentlemen. Let that sink in. I know he's the hot guy right now, and he performed really well. 51 points in a regular season is the best regular season he's ever had. Let it sink in.
I think it's safe to say he's more important to Florida than he would be for anybody else.
100% agree.
But at the same point in time, that's a guy that I would want on my team. Is somebody
he's a glue guy for certain.
Yeah,
he's a glue guy. James Cameron says, just flipped on. It's great to see TJ. Yeah, this was his best year. So,
yep.
I mean, he was a minus 15 this year in the regular season. What was Dobson?
Don't know, but I'll pull up in
On
a
a worse
second.
team?
Think about this. 49 points, 40, 41, and 51. Before that, he was a 20-point-a-year guy in Calgary. 20 points year in, year out.
Yeah.
looked at widely as a bust. And it wasn't until he's playing alongside many first ballot Hall of Famers on Florida's team that his point production increases. I don't think it's a Sam Bennett thing. I think it's he benefits from playing on Florida. Just like Duclair
first
benefited
liner,
from
though,
playing
right?
on Florida.
Wait, is he a first liner?
No, he's second line center,
Okay, so he's not even playing with the top guys on the team.
and he's not a power play one guy either.
Sam Bennett's good. I think he's more valuable for Florida than he would be for any other team in the NHL.
Okay, you can't blame Florida for re-signing him in this
We're
window.
not
You can't.
arguing that.
I don't look at his paycheck as a barometer of, oh yeah, he's worth $8 million. I think teams understand that. He understands that too.
If he hit the market, he'd be a $10 million a year guy. In this environment, he would be. He took home
leading goal scorer
Yeah.
in the Stanley Cup
He also
playoffs.
gets no state tax in Florida as well,
Yeah, it
which
helps.
matters.
Yeah, okay, it helps, but I'm just saying he's a $10 million guy a year in this environment, coming off the Stanley Cup final that he had. He just is. Drew says, TJ, you better give access to your Twitter account.
Yes, he's logged in on his computer to the Twitter account, so he has access. He's just not using it.
Well, I don't know how to tweet and do that stuff. I don't know.
Frank from Empire State says, hit the thumbs up, please. Let's go, Islanders.
You're not tweeting. I still do the tweeting, but just so you can put up what I post on Twitter, just so like I could try to make sure I get everything prepped for you guys.
You know what I think? I'm going to go start doing.
Turn on notifications. Tell your friends and family. Let's do it.
Yeah, tell everybody. I tell you what, I'm going to start going to watch Charlotte Checkers games. Just see, what a good minor league organization looks like.
They did lose to Vancouver's.
I know.
And they got robbed game one. I was at that game.
I know, X. You told us. I know. Mark Alberti says TJ Dauber did not get it done on the power play. Okay, how many? I think the Islanders only had 6 power play goals last year. I thought I heard. Had to be more than that.
When our team struggles on the power play next year, it's going to be Dobson's fault again. When our team struggled on the power play, when it was first under Lou, was it Scott Gomez's fault? And then it was whoever else we brought in, that new power play coach, and it was Noah Dobson's fault, and it was Matt Barzal's fault. You know what? The players and the forwards are not good enough. That's the fault. And it was the fault of the GM prior, Lou Lamoriello. So it was Lou Lamoriello's fault more than any of those other guys. Simple.
The best the power play looked last year was when Anthony Duclair was on it because he brought some pace to it, period.
When you see Dobson as a floor of 50 point a year and a maximum of 70 point a year guy, all you just need to do is say, wow, we really screwed up. And we got underpaid for his value. That's it. Because, again, no need to continue to beat the horse. But
the fact that many teams wanted him when he became available tells you all you need to know about his value.
Yeah.
Mark Alberti says, Grumpy, give us your opinion on our 16 and 17 picks. How long till he hit the NHL? I think 3 to 4 years. And I think that Eklund is going to take a little bit longer. It is going to take a little bit longer because he's so physically immature. Atchison, there's not a whole lot of spots. I think you're going to see the Islanders maybe sign. They're going to absolutely sign a D'Angelo back. That's a given now. And I think Mike Riley, you might see him. What does it say for what they think about Isaiah George, though? Right? Not much.
No shot.
Not much.
No shot for Isaiah George.
But you got to look. Pellick and Pulak are going to be moved at some point in time. Mayfield should be moved. Romanov should have already been moved. Their defense is not great right now. So I have no problem with the picks they made. I like it. Steve Pagazzi says, is Schaefer going to play this coming season, or are we going to let him simmer for a year? I would not play him this year. Let him get bigger and stronger because he's going to have to log big minutes starting not this season, coming up next year. Let him become more physically mature. He's still a boy yet. He just doesn't even turn 18 until September. At least let him be 19. David Sean McDonald says, Grumpy, that short-lived burst of happiness was born from such disappointment that it splits reality, turning utter disappointment into laughter by a madman. It's a disease we New York Islanders fans suffer from. I will say it's the happiest I've felt about the Islanders in a long time with those 2 draft picks. And it's not just because I predicted them. I think they're good players.
I'm looking to the future. I'm
I
happy
think
the direction of the team is, you know what, rebuild.
it's a culmination of a few things. I wasn't happy we didn't trade Palmieri, but we got a first round pick and a really loaded draft, and Callum Ritchie, who's a young, talented player. And you know what we did this year? We continued that process by saying, unfortunately, Dobson, you're the most valuable asset we've got regarding the trade. We're going to have to trade you because the last guy did a poor job on cap management, cap construction, but we're going to get 2 first-round picks, and we're going to utilize those. And guess what? This gives me a reason to believe we're trading John Gabriel Peugeot at the deadline, and we're trading Anders Lee, and we're going to use those picks and draft players. We are starting a guy who says he wants to get younger, faster, more talented. He's a man of what he's going to say, and I think he's actually going to do that because his actions have backed up what he said already. And I believe that that's going to happen. I feel very confident with Matthew Darsh taking the direction of the rebuild. I do.
100% agree. Christian Nikolsky says, exactly. Lou put us in this position with the bridge deal. Remember you guys talking about that years ago? Absolutely. Like I said, we're not like most of these freaking goofs that you see on YouTube or wherever who just can't see, more than an inch in front of their face. I'm always looking 2 to 3 years out, always looking 2 to 3 years out, because if you want to have a sustained success, you must always be thinking about the future, always, until you get to that window like Tampa was in and like Florida's in now. Look at Tampa. I just want to bring up Tampa. They realized after they won that second cup and they lost the next year to Florida that they needed to change. They were getting old and slow. They turned that team around and turned it into a fast team in 1 year. Just now are they starting to get draft picks again because they stopped trading away futures. I understand when you're at that level that you want to go all in, but the Islanders are nowhere close to that. And like I said, you could see that coming years ago. Years ago, you should have locked up Dobson. It is what it is. I'm past that already. I'm just excited about today, and that's all I can be. This is my favorite time of the year. Really, is the team building part of the season, the draft, and that's from being an Islander fan forever. Right? It was always about the draft because regular seasons always sucked, but you always had the draft. Next comment, please.
Sorry, I was starring some.
Freedom Front Adventure says, oh, crap, Atchison, Schaefer, Pulkkinen, old left-handed defense. Wow, great left-handed D. Islanders better invest in right-handed D tomorrow. Well, that's what happens when you don't get one back in the Montreal trade. You could have gotten 2 guys back instead of the Hammenegger that's going to play the third line or fourth line that you did get back. That's what I'm talking about. That's why that trade was not optimal. You needed to get a right-shot defenseman back. Needed to. And here, Washington gets Layden Lankovich, a left wing from Moose Jaw. He dropped a little bit. Again, they know what they're doing in Washington. J. Robert Barra says, we just rebuilt our farm system. Not yet. It's on its way. Program This says, yay, I see TJ. Moose Jaw Sasquatch says, does Barzell ask to be moved? I don't know. But if he did, I do everything I could to move him. You don't want to be here, we're moving you. That's the way it should be.
This move him to the team he wants to go to. No, you're going to move him to the team that's going to pay us the most.
And this Lankovich kid is 6'4", 200 pounds. He's a big boy too.
I love those Capitals jerseys, the throwback ones.
Yeah,
with the eagle, and then also the Capitol building. So nice.
Stop It says the return is just fine. Dobson is gone, and we drafted Schaefer. It doesn't get any better than tonight. Okay, tonight was good, but you have no right shot defenseman.
Today was not good. Tonight was good. But today, during the day, the trade was not a good return, but the draft selections were good with what we had available to us. Happy with that.
Drew says, Grumpy, you maybe you were right. Eklund looks like he might be the whole package. He's still a boy yet, but you look at, and like I said, the highlights can show you anything, absolutely, but you look at traits. That's what you look for, because nobody's really seen them. Let's be honest. I've never seen Division II Swedish hockey. I never has. I go by people who have. And then I look for myself at the highlights. Oh, okay. Like the Atchison kid. As a defenseman, a big defenseman, and able to handle a puck in your skates as you're driving the net and then get off a nice wrist shot, top shelf, that shows me something. The willingness to be a physical presence shows me something. And Schaefer's just the real deal. Like I said, As soon I couldn't believe it. I'm like, we got to go defense, offense, offense, offense. How could anybody think a guy who only played 22 games should be the number one pick? It was crazy to me. And I watched the film. I'm like, this kid's the real deal. Islanders did really well today. Scotch Rock says, I don't know if I'm happy or let down. I'm so mentally effed following this team for nearly 4 to 5 years. Well, you know what? You can be happy tonight.
Yep.
Nothing is ever perfect, right? As much as we want everything to run as optimally as possible, not always the likely scenario, but we are happy with the direction of the team. The rebuild
Celebrate
looks to be in
little
full
victories.
swing.
Celebrate the little victories.
Maga says to all you fans under 40 thinking having a pipeline of prospects and rebuilding is exciting, TJ and I have been dealing with this crap since the mid 1980s. Rebuilds seldom work.
Well, I've been dealing with it since the mid 90s. But
Again, the guy I'm looking at the next round is Ivan Ryabikin. He was from Russia and then went to the Ontario the Canadian Hockey League. Terrible interviews. Showed up out of shape at the combine. I still want to roll the dice on that talent. Just do.
You want to know who looked out
what's
of
his name, Grumpy? Ivan
Ryabkin.
You know who looked like he wasn't in the most shape that was Russian, Grump?
Who?
Guy who goes by the name of Alexander Ovechkin.
Oh. Ooh.
Let me drop some knowledge on you real quick.
Thanks, X.
No problem.
Drew says Atchison can put Rempe to sleep with those hits.
Night.
Dale Les says, I like the 2 picks better than Hagen. So do I.
Yep.
David Sean McDonald says it's only been 1 month and Darsh's stamp on the team is leaning towards becoming a freaking stomp. Got to keep it going.
Yep.
J. Robert Barra says he hits like Dave Langevin back in the day. He hits okay. Dave Langevin wasn't hitting like that. Moose Jaw Sasquatch says I like the physicality of Atchison. Penalties are reviewable now and can be overturned. He's going to have to be careful. To be careful.
By the way, this is the Ivan kid. The MHL here is the second league for the KHL. 2 years ago, 44 games had 58 points. Really good. Again, the under 17s, 11 points for Russia in 6 games. Again, this year is where he had a little bit of the issue. Bounced around a few places. Went to the third tier. Or maybe the MHL's the third tier. I don't know. He's playing in the lower levels of the Russian league. He went to the USHL, interviewed poorly. This is a guy where maybe roll the dice on. I just hope he's not like a Kirill Kabanov 2.0.
You know what? They got Kirill Kabanov, in the 3rd round?
Yeah.
It's worth rolling the dice on guys like that.
Sure. He's big. 209 pounds, pretty big. He's solid.
He's a big kid. Oh, well, he's 209 pounds, and maybe he was a little bit bigger than that at the combine. I don't know. But he's a guy that I'm absolutely looking at number 42. And maybe he drops. Why? Because you know what? Teams are scared off by him. I don't think I'm not afraid to take a chance on a kid like that. You particularly with what happened in day 1 for you. If it's like your first pick in the draft in the second round, it's like, we got to get somebody who can contribute. I don't think that's the case with the Islanders this year. David DeGesu says, yes, the Hanson brothers, LOL. Drew says, I agree with X. The lottery is 100% fabricated. That's it. Feed into his paranoia, Drew. Great job.
Really quickly.
You can't.
This is worth
Covidian just went to Winnipeg. Big defenseman.
this kid Ivan. I can't even pronounce the last name. At the midpoint of the year, and the European skaters, he was ranked 3rd by Central Scouting.
Yeah.
You start to look at like midterm rankings. Bob McKenzie had him 19th. That process 11th. Smart preliminary hockey rankings 5th. But again, like they're talking about, is like
smart means nothing to me. I'm sorry.
His abilities. He was being talked out in the same relevance as Michkov and Demidov. His ability to create offense was unmatched. As a 16-year-old, he set a record with 58 points in 44 games in the NHL, beating Michkov by 2 points. He moved the puck like it was on a string, moving it around and moving it in and around traffic, and showed incredible awareness, finding passing lanes through several bodies. Put the puck neatly on the stick of a teammate, add to his ability to play more physical game than either of his predecessors. And his draft season looked like it would be one for the records books. Unfortunately, Ivan's season had gone anywhere close to what he expected. He made his KHL debut in September, playing just 2 shifts and totaling less than 2 minutes, where he was a step behind everybody on the ice. He played just one more game before going back to the MHL and then bouncing between the junior league and Russia's second-tier VHL. Yep. Yeah, not good. Where he played minimal minutes. It took him until December to score his first goal of the season, and by the holiday break, he had just 12 points in 15 games. This is a guy I'm absolutely rolling the dice on in the second round. This is a must-have pick. I'd even trade up maybe in the second round to get this kid.
Well, he's 14 picks away, so I think he'll be there at 42, unless Carolina snags him at 29, which would not shock me.
That had Carolina written all over it.
It does have Carolina written all over it, doesn't it? David DeGestu says, I think we should offer Brock Besser $8 million for 5 years. Oh, come on. No, come on.
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I didn't know if that
you, TJ. Brock Besser, $8 million for 5 years. Phil would lose his mind, by the way. He'd blow a gasket. David Shaw McDonald says, this is pitiful. We're forced to find some form of happiness, and it's from a fourth frickin' liner. GD kid's gonna not score, get suspended constantly. Look at the promising future. Promised last place. I don't know who he's unhappy with. Is it the kid from Montreal? Al says, would be great to know the behind the scenes. Did they go all out after Hagens? Does someone say at some point, hey, we might get these 2 guys instead of just one Hagens who may or may not work out? I think that they probably was a king's ransom is what they were looking for.
Do you think that information will get, shared with us? I guess I should say. Do you think it will get leaked to the public?
I don't know
what the offer was, or what teams wanted for him.
You might hear something. You'll probably hear something. Oh, the Islanders tried all they could, but I don't think you're going to get what they offered.
Yeah.
Jake says, and the Band-Aid is covering up a scab, not an open gaping wound that needs sutures.
I like that. Things were a lot worse, and now it's just like it's scabbing over. I like that.
Freedom Fund Adventure goes, Grumpy thought he was going to start getting all the money now that TJ is gone, and TJ blew up the ad deal on the way out. That's a TJ move. There it is.
Really quickly, Wikipedia says the MHL is like the CHL. Thanks for this clarification. And it feeds to the KHL and the VHL, which is the AHL version of Russia. Okay. Also wanted Hagens very, very, very badly, Chris. Very happy with Ekholm, though, or Eklund, because I wanted him at 10. Atchison, not so much.
Okay. Like I said, I'm happy with how the draft went. Freedom Fund. Oh, we already read this one.
He keeps putting him up, and he's not taking him down if he puts him up.
David Sean McDonald says, I'm not happy, and it scares me that grumpy old man is only lightly grumped. I just think they did well in the draft tonight. I think they did not maximize Dobson's value, but they did well in the draft tonight. Drew says, after seeing the tape, Atchison is certainly going to be a fan favorite of mine. He actually is a tough guy, unlike Romanov. Yes, I agree. Moose Joe Sasquatch says it may not be the brawling 70s anymore, but hockey is still a physical game. Intimidation is still needed. Just ask Florida. Ask Edmonton. Ask Carolina. They got all out physical. Freedom Fund Adventure goes, Son X, see what I mean? We finally got Grumpy to be positive, and then your brother comes on with all his negativity. See, here's the thing. TJ has a certain – when he believes something, nothing is changing his mind.
Negative needs.
If I'm wrong, I am wrong.
Oh, my
I
God.
admit it. I'm flexible.
Please stop.
Not flexible.
He can't even admit he's wrong about being wrong. Look at him.
Drew says, I think the murmur is coming on TJ's end.
It probably is, but he'll blame Grumpy on it because he's never wrong.
It's very easy. Very easy to blame me for everything. Tony Chi says,
Grumpy, I'm going to invest in a Kevlar vest for you with all those strays you're taking from TJ, all right?
Tony Chi says, TJ brought his classic technical difficulties back to the prod.
I do what I can.
Drew says, by the way, what TJ just said is exactly why I was a fan of Darsh, but none of you two, aka TJ and Grumpy, wanted to believe me.
What did I say? Give him
Oh,
time.
shit.
Give him time.
The signs didn't show that early on.
What he does in the
It-
draft first.
And
before
based
we-
off everything that we were hearing, it didn't look like that was the case. Now I can say verifiably, I see that with my eyes. I absolutely believe that he could be a good selection. I think he was underpaid for Dobson. I think it does bother me that nobody, and I mean nobody from the Tampa staff has joined him. That does rub me a little bit the wrong way. I'm like, nobody wanted to join you on your new endeavor. You didn't have anybody where you're like, I'm going to offer you promotion because I really think inside you're going to do a great job. That kind of still does make me have my guard up a little bit. But I will say tonight was definitely a step in the right direction. He used the draft picks. He didn't trade them away. He didn't stupidly blunder them away. I'm not a big fan of the trade for Dobson or trade of Dobson, but I'm happy with the draft picks. So that at least is a saving grace on this. Not everything is sunshiny rainbows, though.
Somebody please clip that for historical purposes. TJ admitting he was wrong.
It's probably because he's not going to be on a show anymore.
Do it all the time.
Moose Joe Sasquatch says,
Oh my God! He did not just say he does it all the time.
oh, he's such a liar.
I do. You don't listen to the actual show.
Jose Reyes. The list goes on, TJ. Last
Jose
year,
Reyes, better than Derek Jeter.
yeah, remember that one? You still gonna die on that hill?
Anders Lee, better than Patrick Kane.
Kenny Pickett's gonna be a good.
We
quarterback.
listened to it, and I didn't say that. You son of a gun.
Lasky
You already
Village
know
is
that.
the future of the Mets.
Moose Joe Sasquatch says, TJ, the new Brett Favre. I'm gone. Wait, I'm back. Freedom Front Adventure goes, TJ, I don't know. Oh, TJ, stop saying something you heard from lying POS Phils is credible. Lying Sack said Lute was staying.
He's the leader of the Philistines, or the Philistines.
The Philistines. That's right. He's the leader of the Philistines now. Brian Jennings, nice to see you back. Good to see you, TJ. Islanders are going to be young, fast, and exciting soon. We hope so. Fingers crossed. That's right. Xpun3414 says, I thought last draft was pretty good, and this one is really good. I don't know if last year's was that good. This year so far has been good. Long way to go yet. Whole second day. And I hope, like I said, I'm looking at the Rivakin kid. That's whatever his name. I can't even pronounce it yet. But that's who I'm looking at round 2. That's a guy I'm rolling the dice on. Steve Agachi says, we're also going to have cap room to take on cap dumps for firsts. We have potential to have a sick amount of firsts for next season. I just think with the cap going up, teams are not in desperate shape. Colorado was in trouble cap-wise, and they were able to move off and get assets for Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood today. They got a second-round pick, a third-round pick, and a prospect from Columbus. Phil hated that deal for Columbus. I thought it was what Columbus needed. They don't need more prospects. They need veterans to guide the younger guys, and they got that at a pretty cheap price. Tony Cheese says, more philosophical brilliance from Sun X. You lose some, you win some. Yeah. Look at Sun X. Look at that Sun X.
He's a fence rider, like how I started.
Fence rider.
As long as you're winning more than you're losing, you're doing fine.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. TJ used to be a fence rider when it came to the Islanders, and he came over to the dark side. X is a fence rider. Let me tell you something. X is a fence rider about the Islanders because he's not been following enough yet. Because I'll tell you what, in other sports, he's absolutely not a fence rider. Absolutely not. Dale S. says, trading Dobson got you out of cap space hell. Lou is not here to make stupid moves to put you back there. Okay, he doesn't take you out of cap space hell because it depends on what you do with that cap space. And you lost the player. You lost your
Dale,
best
I agree with you. It did take him out of cap space hell, but it did put him in a spot where they had to give up a top line defenseman, which is unfortunate for a thing undervalued.
Alexander says the Islanders came out big winners today. This is not the same Islanders great off. This is not the same Islanders great off season so far. Uh-oh.
All righty, Grumpy's not paying
Trade
attention.
alert. Carolina made trade.
Grumpy, I'll read it. Don't worry. You just keep watching TV. TJ, I can't even be happy. Why do you always look so negative at the worst case scenario? I'm not. I'm happy what Darsh did. I'm feeling like Darsh may be actually not a mouse, and maybe he's been upgraded to a house cat.
But we're waiting for the but.
No, but I think
Well, I feel like
I think there's things that we have to be reasonably concerned potentially with, but I think there's a lot of things to be excited with potentially in him. And I'm happy he didn't piss away the picks and getting up to Hagen's, and he got 2 value selections potentially
Why do you
there.
sound so monotone and there's like no like enthusiasm in your voice when you're saying? You sound like you're literally getting stabbed with like a piece of bamboo or something to say that.
We have a sleeping baby and Grumpy, the warden, and my wife both upstairs that can hear Grumpy yelling and echoing right up the stairwell. So I'm trying to keep my voice somewhat under control.
Wake little baby up. It's Christmas morning. It's a Christmas miracle.
For the New York Islanders.
I don't think the little baby understands too much what Christmas morning's like for the Islanders draft.
Carolina has made a trade with Chicago. They're trading pick 29 for pick 34 and 62, I believe. And Chicago's on the clock.
Okay, Ryan P.
Carolina, well, you know what? They know, well, we have a bunch of guys in this range. We'll drop down from spots, probably get the Ribikin kid just before the Islanders. And then, we'll just pick up more assets. Ryan P. says, do we think the Islanders will go after Marner or Ekblad or wait to chase free agents in another year or two when these kids start playing? They're not going after Marner. He's not going there. Ekblad, I'm not investing big in Ekblad either. I'm sorry. And I'm not going after any big name free agents. There's just not that many in there. They're going to get paid a boatload. So I'm waiting till next year when it's deeper. That's what I'm doing. For me, it's all about next year, loading up for the draft and then hitting free agency hard, getting rid of guys who are on long-term deals here. That's what I'm looking to do. Drew says, well, fun fact, TJ, I don't know if you heard of this guy named Patrick Bacon on Twitter. He said that the Penguins prospect who was just picked was ranked 265th on his big board, LOL.
Yikes, I don't know. I'll look it up.
Drew adds, not even a 7th-round talent, so more than likely a bust. But that's not surprising coming from Kyle Dubas. Alexander adds, TJ, you have to understand Dobson sucked last year. He's another Evan Bouchard. He's not worth 11 or 10 or even 9.5. He's a liability defensively. Okay, what about Darnell Nurse?
Alex, like I said 3 years ago, and I'll say again, players get paid on point production as a defenseman. It just is the case. Dan Hanhughes never got paid big bucks, and he was a defensive steady Eddie. The guys like your Alexander Edlers on that team got paid more, despite being a defensive liability, because when you put up points, you get paid.
He wasn't a defensive liability. You're wrong with him.
You put up points, you get paid. Simple.
I understand your point. He's saying Noah Dobson's not a liability defensively. He's not. His partners were terrible defensively. Brian Natchbull, like I said, look at how he looked when he played with Pellick. That's all. Look at how he played defensively. All of a sudden, he can play defense. No, it's because his partner, he knew where his partner was going to be all the time. His partner could cover space. Brian Natchbull says, I thought TJ was gone. Another taco? No, he's gone. He just, he'll be gone as of Monday, that's for certain. Jake says, we should have gotten David Reinbacher or Michael Haig instead of Emil Henneman. Exactly. Reinbacher's the guy we should have got. Alex Hinchley says, just left the Islanders draft party. TJ's back already? Nah, he's just guest starring tonight. He missed most of the show tonight. Devin Jujesu says, TJ surprise, did not go to the bathroom yet. LOL.
Give it time.
Well, actually,
Mason
I did.
West was picked up. Mason West got picked up by Chicago. It's a good story for this kid. They don't know if he's going to play football or not. He's a center from Medina High School in Minnesota, but he's got mad skills. 6'6", 218. He's a quarterback. So they don't know if he's going to play hockey or football. It'll be interesting. But worth taking a shot on.
David Sean McDonald says TJ's auditioning for the dry eye commercial.
Oh.
Yeah, the old ones.
Wicked 50 Cal says, like the Eklund pick, Atchison to me is a bottom pair, Trouba-like defenseman. Still wished we drafted Hagens, man. No, I'm not me. Worked out better for me. Jake says, I'm surprised you guys aren't comparing Atchison to Romanov. I was. Except he's got more offensive skill than Romanov. Milo Brownie says, I'm happy for Dobson to take a chance with another team. Why waste his prime on a rebuilding team with a terrible farm system? True. But maybe the Islanders, all right, I'll say, TJ, do you think the Islanders are absolutely, the next rankings come out are going to be top 10 in prospects, right?
I'd say that's probably right. I mean, you look at it like technically, right? Schaefer's a prospect. Eiserman's a prospect. You look at it, it's like Callum Ritchie's a prospect. The guys we just drafted tonight's are prospects. Danny Nelson's a prospect. We are now in a spot to where we're probably, if we're not top 10, we're like 11. And the only reason we're not top 10 is because other teams just have more of them. If that makes sense, I think our quality ones potentially are higher than other quality draft selections. So that's a good thing.
Polly Mazda says, I still can't believe Dobson is gone. We finally had a legit D-man that can put points up, and nope, effing sucks, man. True. Jake Kiriakos says Tony D'Angelo is a good Band-Aid for Dobson's absence. They're absolutely signing him back. How many years you give him, TJ? And how much money?
2 years, 3,
2 by
3 and
2.
a half.
2 by 2 for me.
Just looking
Nobody
at what
else-
other guys are getting paid.
Nobody in the league wants him. He was playing in the KHL because nobody wanted him. 2 by 2.
That's fine. I'd be fine with that.
And I'm fine with that too. And Mike Riley, you come back to. Thomas Amato says, to be honest, TJ's takes are historically spot on. That's what happens when you rub shoulders from 6 years on the podcast with Grumpy. I'd much rather realist on what the state of the Islanders franchise is. Thank you, Thomas. That's a compliment.
Thank you. I'll take the compliment as well. Boom.
AJ Piazza says, would you be willing to sign a younger UFA, maybe someone who needs a change of scenery? That's something I consider. Yeah, but they're not UFAs. And if you're making deals for players, like I thought, honestly, the deal that Philadelphia made for Trevor Zegras was something the Islanders absolutely should have done.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that too, AJ. If as long as the deals are short-term deals, so we could sell them at deadlines. If that's what we're doing with the players, I've got no problem at all. But the big thing is we have to sell Anders Lee. We have to sell Jean-Gabriel Pageau at this year's deadline. Those are the absolute musts.
100% agree.
What?
Chris
Oh,
Stearman says, I already missed Dobson, not quite a $10 million man. It was close, though.
interesting thing. Do you think this kid who just got picked up could be like a dual sport athlete, like play professional football and
No.
hockey?
No, they play the same time of the year, X.
Well, maybe they can schedule the games
What's he
around.
going to go out there? What if they got a Sunday game?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They schedule the games around when he's playing.
Okay, that's not happening.
Okay.
He's going to have to pick and choose. And that's what they're talking about Carolina training on because there's so many players available at this position. And that's what I think it bodes well for the Islanders in the second round. If they make a home run pick on the second round, it's a fantastic draft for them. Chris Stearman also says, TJ, now admit you were wrong about Dobson and the 10 mil. It's going to be a tough one for him. Look at him. He's trying to resist it.
I was wrong.
Oh, it pains him to say it.
Was I right about the $10 million man? Was I wrong about the $10 million man? I'll let the people determine that. But I will tell you this much. I was the closest to the true valuation of the $10 million man. The $10 million man, any other team in the NHL was asking for 11, but only one team he cut the hometown discount to. So I'll call him proverbial $10 million man of the 31 of the 32 teams in the NHL. And just he got a lucky 9.5. Don't catch me on a technicality. I was the only guy who was even close to the actual value of him. That's all I'm going to say. Was I right on the 10 million? No, I wasn't. I was the only guy close, and I was the closest by a very thin margin. That's all I'm going to say. 9.5, I'm rounding up to 10. Guess what? We caught the A. Simple as that. It's like when you round up, you're at an 89.5. You got rounded up. You got a 90. You got the A. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the A.
Bailey is coming out to not
Just
Josh
like-
Bailey. She's got a San Jose Sharks championship belt out there. She's bigger than Gary Bettman. Bailey's a WWE girl wrestler.
TJ, just like your hairline, your pick was gone and wrong.
Oh,
I didn't even hear what he said, but I assume it was not nice.
that is as close as you're going to get to TJ making an apology, and it really was not one. To admitting he was wrong, and he really did not.
You know, Grumpy,
I'm just saying that
I'm
we're
wrong
happy.
before. I
We're
was
happy.
here's the thing. I was wrong on it, but I was the closest. Simple as that.
It's true.
And I made that prediction 3 years ago before
And-
everybody else was looking at me like I was crazy. Over
Interesting.
$500,000 is nuts.
Interesting pick by San Jose here at pick 30. Joshua Ravensbergen, the top-rated goalie from Prince George, and that's even with the guy that they have that they got from Nashville. What's his name? Ashkov. the guy they picked up from Nashville last year. So interesting. He's 6'5", 191. So their goaltending system looks like it's pretty good now too going forward. Tony Chi says, I'm just shocked that it took TJ one show to come back. Drew says, TJ, I guess you can just ask ChatGPT where our prospect pool ranks now.
We should almost video Grumpy trying to ask ChatGPT where the Islanders prospect pool is. I think that'd be more enjoyable.
Okay. Drew says, to be fair, Grumpy, I can just tell you this. Zegers won't be in Philly long once he becomes a UFA. Well, now he is friends with the Drysdale kid and somebody else on Cam York. So, and if he pans out, they're going to offer him a contract. Now, that's the type of guy I'm willing to roll the dice on. He's 23 years old. His defensive game really picked up last year. The offensive numbers weren't as good, but he tried to be a more balanced player. So, you can't have it both ways. But he's a guy I would have tried to acquire because of his age. Those are guys I'm looking for. Tony Chi says, can the players now grow beards? I think there's a few players that need a beard on this team. I think that they're going to be able to do that. Tony Chi says, Holmstrom needs a beard. It was about him. Oh, maybe he needs a different type of beard. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds funky. Okay. And Milo Brownie says, thoughts on retired Islanders joining management. Welcome aboard, Matt Martin. Why?
I don't have a problem with it. I just am like, it was not a Darsh hire, right? And that's what I was worried about, is how many of these things are not Darsh hires. But I don't have a problem with that pick or that addition of Matt Martin.
He says, what? Happy for Dobson. Hope for success while we circle the bowl? Okay. I don't know. I'm happy for that. I don't, here's the thing. I don't care. Milo Brownie was happy for him. I honestly don't care.
Grumpy AJ Piazza.
Meant like a guy that didn't get qualified for like a 2-year deal. Also need to trade Lee.
What are you doing, X?
And Pashot at the
Fingers
deadline.
slipped. Calm down, DJ.
Also thought it was a good move to wait until the deadline to move Pashot. 100% agree with that. 100%.
Yeah. Put it back up, motherfucker. There's a question on that, X.
Just read it. You know what? Get him out. You know what? Removed.
Okay. AJ Piazza says,
You already read this, Grumpy. Answer.
One.
Are you not? Grumpy's paying zero attention to what's going on.
Go ahead.
You know what? The whole show's starting to fall apart because of one member who came back on and ruined it all. And that's right. It's not the fine gentleman down at the bottom or the one that's up in the top left. It's the one with no hair who's mean.
Ooh. Okay, next comment, please, Mr.
No,
X.
we have not answered this question, Grumpy, about the 2-year deal. If there's anybody who doesn't get qualified.
Okay. I just don't know how many guys there are. If you're talking about guys who are not qualified by their teams.
I'll give you an example. Like Atu Ratu. He may not be qualified. If he's not qualified, I'd give him a deal. See what he can do for a year or so.
Okay.
Like guys like that, I'd roll the dice on. Yes, AJ. And like Atu Ratu's coming up, like, do they offer him a one-way deal? Like they have to at this point if they want to, like what are they going to do with Ratu? I would do that. I would pick up guys like that who had pedigree, who had opportunities that maybe they weren't a good fit with this team, but we're in a spot where we're saying, hey, we're trying to find long-term solutions. We're going to give you looks in every single scenario if we're bringing you in. And maybe you work out a top line role for us. Maybe you're a bottom line role for us, but we're looking for guys who can contribute and we're looking for guys who are hungry. Ratu, other players like that. If you're down for it, let's roll at it. For certain, AJ, I would do that.
Why have they not looked at you? You're always hungry.
Wicket 50 Cal goes, my guys to watch in the next round, Rybikin, I can't pronounce his name, Schmidt, Potter, Jarofsky, hopefully at least some of these guys for us in the second round. There's a lot of players who could make impact in the next round. I'm hoping for the Rybikin kid, however you pronounce his name. I'm just going to screw it up till somebody reads it out correctly. And Potter. Those would be the two I'd be looking at, as well as Fiddler. He's another guy. I don't know if they're going to make it to 42, but those are the type of guys I'm looking at. It always worries me when Carolina picks. Jack Murtaugh is another guy. I saw some previews on him. Maybe he could be – who's this guy coming out for selection?
Alrighty, I'll keep reading comments because Grumpy's just not paying attention. We'll finish it up here. JK says, I'm dizzy with TJ's spinning his reaction to Dobson not getting $10 million.
There you go.
You know what? He did. I was wrong. He didn't get $10 million, but I was the closest to being right. So I was wrong, but I was right. And I'm taking that.
TJ, do you know what Grumpy is doing? You want to know what he's doing? He's paying attention and focusing to what the show is about today.
NHL draft coverage.
Grumpy, are you going to be talking about who they selected number 31? Who's been
Henry
selected?
Buskevich from the
Wow, defenseman from London.
the Los Angeles Kings.
Look, the Kings fans are very excited with their selection.
London Knights, they're a good team.
London Knights are very good. They have cool uniforms too.
Ryabkin.
cool uniforms.
Ryabkin is how it's pronounced, Grumpy. Grumpy.
Oh my God!
Ryabkin.
You know what? Remove them. Strip them. Bye.
Ryabkin is his name.
Yep.
Ryabkin. Chris Stevens says Zegras would have been a perfect fit on this team, or somebody just willing. I mean, he's a UFA in a year or so. Roll the dice on him and see if he could have been part of the solution. When you're a rebuilding team, that's what you're looking for. Even just taking shots on younger guys who have offensive skill upside. That's what you're looking.
What do you have to lose at that point in time? Being worse than the worst?
I don't know. Put him back up.
Right.
Put him back up. He's probably calm now. The Wicked 50 Cal says Atchison is essentially a bottom pair Trouba type, not a great skater. Could have drafted Reed instead, a Thomas Harley type. Get physicality later when you already have the skill guys. Need that. Okay. You have Schaefer, who's absolutely a skill guy. He's going to be your number one left-hand big. Michael T says that goalie is a right-handed catch glove. Okay. Drew says, don't think just because Zegras is friends with Drysdale means he's going to stay in Philly. You have to remember my mom knows his aunt. I know exactly where he wants to go. Drew, where does he want to go? Why are you not telling us? You need to at least send something to TJ of where he wants to go. We have to know where he wants to go. Hit the thumbs up, says Frank. We agree. David Sean McDonald says, slow your roll, TJ. LOL. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Whoa! Man,
TJ.
hold on. Gotta blow the flames out from behind TJ. He's getting hurt.
David Sean McDonald says TJ's the new weekly guest of the show. No, that's not true.
No.
Jake says you got to videotape Grumpy asking Chat GPT anything.
That's why I figured it'd be fun to just stream it and see it. I think we'd enjoy that.
Alexander says, LOL, yes, his partners were terrible, yes, but Dobson didn't help himself at all. Okay, we'll just agree to disagree. So sick of everyone bashing this trade like, oh my God, shake my head. That's from Alexander. But they didn't get maximum return for him. That's all we're saying. We said he had to move when he wouldn't sign the contract extension. Chris Stevens says, is Holmstrom a total bust yet? No, he's not. He took the coaching from Patrick Waugh and turned himself into a serviceable third line guy. On a good team, he's a third line guy. On the Islanders, probably a second liner, right? As of right now, who knows? Alexander says the Islanders got 2 steals tonight. Okay. Chris Stevens says just watch Jaws and prep for this draft. That's great. Great movie. Vinny C says grade for today. C- here.
The Dobson trade and the draft have to be looked at separately. The Dobson trade was like a C-. I think it's probably is a good spot for the Dobson trade. I think the draft is like an A.
I'd say
so
A+.
far.
I'd say A+. You know what that averages out to? A B. B average.
I'll go with A for the draft, C for the trade.
Alexander knows what's up. The Isles get an A+.
They don't get an A+ for the day. They don't.
Great success.
Veritas Invicta, a long time since we've heard from you, says Dobson makes bad decisions zone end and offered no physicality. I don't mind the move. He was much more physical at the end of the year, if you remember.
Correct.
Chris Stearman says, I love Lee. Stop hating on the captain. He's got 6 months left on this team, and he's done.
I hope so.
Veritas Invictus says, everything the show has preached about getting younger is coming to pass. Yes, I'm happy for it. Finally,
I am as
It only
well.
took 4 years. Only took-
Unfortunately, Dobson had to be a casualty of it, and there will be other casualties. But it's what happens when we weren't proactive with it. These are casualties of the natural progression of a team going through a rebuild. So it has to happen.
All they needed was a change in leadership at the top to realize what everyone else certainly on this show knew and the league knew for years. This team needed to turn over the roster.
It's funny. People online are telling me they're not going through a rebuild right now. Like they're trying to hey, the Islanders didn't just trade away their top defenseman for 2 first-round picks and draft players and not improve the team. That's not a rebuild. I'm like, they're going to be
They're in
trading more
rebuild.
pieces. They're
They're absolutely
rebuilding,
in
guys.
rebuild.
I don't give
They're
shit what they
absolutely-
say. They're in a rebuild process. Be prepared for that.
David Shaw McDonald says Matt Martin has one thing going for him. Usually shitty players make the best GMs and coaches. TJ, stop tattling on our host.
Yeah, those who can't do teach. So
Oh,
that's why TJ's trying to teach me on how to do the podcast.
Chris Stearman says this team will be fun moving forward. We hope so. That's the hope.
Yep.
Because we have not been fun to watch the last number of years.
Usually young players are exciting to watch because you don't know what you're going to get. So
Michael T says, what better deal could there have been for Dobson? You get the Reinbacher kid, an unprotected first-round pick next year, and a first-round pick this year.
And even Piazza says this too. It couldn't have even been like Mayu is exactly right. Like Logan Mayu. Like there were other players that were a better spot than a bottom 6 forward for us there. I think that's 100% right. Yeah, and it would have been nice to have Dobson and Schaefer there. Great pairing. But yes, you could have done better with the Montreal trade.
So let's say a Milieu or a Reinbacher or Tony DeAngelo. Who would you rather have going forward?
Reinbacher, right?
You have to replace Dobson. That's what the whole thing is. You have to replace Dobson. And would you rather have Tony DeAngelo or one of those young guys who could be part of the future? Tony DeAngelo is not part of the future of this team. No problem with the 2-year deal for him to get somebody in there, but that's it. And forget this no trade, no move. Forget those. Those things are off the table on a rebuild team. Drew says, can't do that. Sorry. I don't want to possibly ruin his plans, but I will tell you, I will just let you know when it happens. What the dude, we don't, when we hear stuff, we do not say what people ask us not to. Believe me when I tell you that. Drew said, I'm not saying you do it on the show. Drew says, I'll just say there's only one hit. One hit. Prepare to be disappointed. He's going to the Rangers. Okay. Veritas Invicta says everything to show.
Sorry.
Okay, we read this one already.
Fuck Nick.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, my God.
Christopher Cancel says TJ has returned. He never wanted to leave the podcast. I don't know. He never wanted to leave the podcast. He has to.
That's correct. I don't want to leave, but I have to leave. So
Thomas Tomato says, to be fair, TJ was right. For all intents and purposes, Dauber was getting $10 million anywhere else. He gave a hometown discount. That doesn't speak to him his true value, and he took longer term. Drew says, I think the show should be renamed to TJ cuts off all contact with X after X kicks TJ 3 times.
I don't care. You can kick me. I don't care.
Okay, cool.
Chris Stearman says, Zegras is not a Philly guy. That's fair. Swampbox 29 says, did you actually think Darsh made the worst trade of a top defenseman? Nope. Did you forget what I did with Taves? Yeah, Taves is terrible. Thomas Amato goes, how often can we expect to see TJ moving forward? Monthly? Not at all.
Never again.
Okay, we don't know, but probably never again.
Probably never again, unfortunately.
Never's an awful long time.
What's going to happen? He's going to be a damn bandwagon fan. As soon as they win a cup, he's going to come crawling back on the show again. That's what's going to happen.
No, not unfortunately not.
I like the old Kings uniforms where they had the big crown on the chest, on the crest.
The yellow.
They're really cool.
Nice.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if we're done with round one or if there's one pick
That
left.
was run one. 32nd pick was the last one.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We did a 4-hour and 30-minute podcast today. X on his first job did pretty good. I did a lot of talking. I changed my opinion on where the Islanders were going from 1 second to the next, all within like 30 minutes. And I'm happy to say I'm very pleasantly pleased with the Islanders' first round. I'm glad we didn't get James Higgins, if only because it was such a stupid idea. And anyone who thought it was the right idea is wrong. And we are turning the corner and just in a rebuild. I'm happy. It's long overdue. Let's go with the Ribikin kid. I forgot his name already, but that's what I'm looking for. We need another top-level prospect in round 2. Let's go, and then let's start about moving guys at the next trade deadline to get more kicks at the can in next year's draft. More important than this one.
Yes, Ivan Ryumkin. I believe is how you pronounce the name. Thank you for
That
the
makes
spelling,
sense.
the pronunciation on that. Wiki 50 Cal. Yes, thank you everybody for tuning in. I'll just say something. I'll let X wrap it up here. I'm happy that we started the process of rebuild. Thought we could have got a little bit more for Dobson, but you know what? It shows that Darsh was not a guy who just succumbed to the pressure of ownership. I was happy about that. There's a lot of pressure on him to do anything he could to get Higgins, and he did not succumb to the pressure of ownership. Happy about that. I want to see him not be a mouse and be a lion. That's what I said was the biggest worry that I had for a guy like Darsh. I'm happy to see that he was not a mouse today. I'm happy to see that we are starting a rebuild. Anybody who says this isn't a rebuild, it just doesn't want to admit the fact and reality that this is a rebuild. When you trade your top pairing defenseman, who's 25 years old, for 2 first-round picks and use those selections to draft players and a bottom 6 forward, and you get back in return, you are entering a rebuild. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. The rebuild is on board. We needed to do this for a while. Again, now we just hope that we draft the right players and we all start hitting on these players. That's the process. Have to trust. In Darsh, we trust. There you go. Those will be my last words. In Darsh, we trust.
Oh, God.
Hold on. We have to play one song before we close out the podcast. Oh, I hope I have Spotify on this thing. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Let me know if you can hear it. Give me 2 seconds to pull this up. Oh, never mind. I got to log in. I was going to play Crazy Train. All aboard. Ha, ha, ha. Hopping on the train.
X, you do need to work on being able to multitask and pull things up. You'll get better at it. I'm happy to hear the first show went good or went well. You did a good job. Happy to hear that everything went smooth. I'm happy. I was very skeptical that X would be able to step in and try to do everything and be able to show commitment, but I'm happy about it. Good to see.
Couple more comments right at the end of the show as well.
Don't Smoke Crack says the algo sucks. I couldn't find you guys when I searched and nothing in your feed.
Damn.
I followed TJ's directions.
X must have screwed it up.
Nope.
Well, I can say that we might do a draft recap show. It'll be short, maybe 30 minutes tomorrow after all the picks are done.
Yeah.
So just be on the lookout for that.
And then Empire says, thanks for a nice long show. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
So, Grumpy, we're at the end of the show today. What would you like to say?
I want to say love and laughter to everyone who listens and even those who don't. From TJ, the grumpy old man, and Son X.
TJ, what would you like to say to end off the show?
1 second. Dave Trump says, come on, TJ, you're going to miss group therapy sessions. Yes, I will miss the show. Absolutely, I will. I'm not leaving because I want to leave or I'm not going to want to do the show. I just have to leave. But yes, I'm happy. What I have to say is happy with the direction of the team. Just kind of sum that up. But on a personal note, X, glad to see you're stepping up to answer the call. Keep the same level of enthusiasm and the same exact time, the same exact commitment to the podcast going forward that you showed tonight. Happy about it. I think you and X you and Grumpy can have a long time together. I guess I'm gonna have to show you how to start and initiate the show this time around, so you don't have the tech issue like today. But thanks everybody for watching. Good to be a part of the show. Good to be part of the last show here. Crazy day in Islanders Kingdom. So thanks again for letting me jump on.
It's Islanders country.
Islanders Kingdom.
X, what was the last comment you put up? What was the last comment you put up?
Here we go. Natural.
X-Men killed it. He's a natural. There you go. X, what do you want to say?
Want to thank everybody for coming out and listening. As always, love the interaction, the comments. Islanders first round of the draft, phenomenal. I give them an A+ rating. When it comes to the trade, as I said earlier, you win some, you lose some. As long as you're winning more than you're losing, you're doing a pretty good job. And round 2 tomorrow. Excited. We will see you guys next time.
Next time.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.